Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the Seven Seas Part 03. They were tasked with thinning the herd and guiding it through firepower to the second designated kill zone. Good. Get them up in the air and have them initiate the next phase of the operation. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction and ordered the aerial cavalry to commence their mission. Affirmative, Vice Admiral. The intelligence officer nodded and swiftly relayed the orders of the High Command to the aerial cavalry commander. Meanwhile, in the recently constructed airstrip inside the forward operating base, numerous aviation personnel were preparing for the helicopter's flight. Various Blackbirds and Apaches could be seen in the airstrip, concluding their maintenance and arming process. Beside these helicopters were the troops of the 1st Aerial Cavalry Squadron. They lined together and recently finished their debriefing. In front of them was the squadron leader, Lieutenant Colonel Aquila. Lieutenant Colonel Aquila resembled a particular soldier from the Vietnam War. He only needed a couple of machine guns in his hands with a cigar in his mouth to be a direct resemblance to that guy. Orders have come in from the top. They want us to take care of these monsters running around the island and harassing our construction efforts. These bastards are stopping us from acquiring our precious oils and minerals. What do you think should we do to them, men? Lieutenant Colonel Aquila questioned his troops with a stern tone and angry expression, as expected of the man who resembled that guy from a certain movie. Burn them. Let them eat our napalm. How dare they take our oil? Give them democracy. The aerial cavalry troops cried out their war cries, and the lieutenant colonel grinned in satisfaction. He immediately signaled them to get in their birds, and the cavalry was about to start raining democracy from the skies. Little birds were the first to fly from the airstrip, followed by the Apaches. These helicopters were armed with several rockets and bombs to ensure the success of the mission. When the helicopters reached the skies, they immediately formed a wing formation and headed towards the areas where thousands of Magibeasts roamed about. As they flew through the air in a formation, a transmission from Lieutenant Colonel Aquila resounded in the aerial cavalry helicopters. We have reached our delta site. Prepare for the separation. The left wing will handle the north and the right wing will handle the south. Rendezvous in delta site in an ETA of 10 minutes. Upon reaching the delta site or the second designated kill zone. The aerial cavalry separated themselves into two wings, the left and ring wings, which were composed of 3 Apaches and 6 Blackbirds each. Their mission was to force the Magibeasts into the delta site through their given firepower. They mustn't let these monsters spread and escape outward to reproduce more of themselves. Following the orders of the lieutenant colonel, the aerial cavalry separated into 2 wings. One headed north and the other headed south. Lieutenant Colonel was in the right wing, so he was headed south with his troops. He was inside one of the Blackbirds, which were armed with rocket pods and machine guns. He turned his gaze towards the endless evergreen field of tall, slick grass. It reminded him that the foreign world was unique, yet not so different from the former one. Perhaps it was good for it to be not so different. 5 minutes soon passed, and the aerial cavalry had arrived at their targets. Below the right-wing task force were hundreds of Magibeasts barreling down the plains. They charged through the grassland with charred skin and broken tusks. Some even had various injuries throughout their bodies, but they continued stampeding nonetheless. The herd of Magibeasts was heading southward, away from the ongoing second bombardment of UNS Trinity of Solace. But obviously, the aerial cavalry would stop them from getting deeper into the south. This is Cleaver 1. Arms check. Ready to fire. In the comm of the helicopters, the leading Apache began their series of status reports. Cleaver 2. Ready. Cleaver 3. Armed. The Apaches were the first to announce their status in the communication line. Cleavers, take them out. Inside one of the little birds, Aquila ordered the Apaches to start trimming the numbers of the stampeding Magibeasts. *BRRRTTTTTT. *BRRRTTTTTT. *BBBBRRTTTTT. Without hesitation or delay, the chain guns of the Apaches opened fire on the charging herd of Magibeasts. Leads rained down from the skies and created a wall of bullets on the left side of the herd. These forced the Magibeasts to turn right, slowly pointing their direction to the west where the delta site resided. When the chain guns weren't becoming as effective as before, the rocket pods strapped onto the Apaches started firing. Swoosh, swyish, swoosh, swyish, swoosh, 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 swyish. Dozens of rockets escaped the confines of their pods and pierced through the air, headed towards the ground. Upon impact, they exploded with a deafening boom. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions resounded one after another as the brave Magibeasts who didn't adhere to the chain guns exploded into bits of flesh. Corpses soon littered the south, but the herd completely changed their direction and were not stampeding northwest. They were now headed to the delta site of Operation Hammer of Dawn. Anyhow, with the success of the cleavers, it was time for the little birds to do their job. The Apaches soon returned to their formation and became passive. It was now the little birds' turn to do the guiding. On the left, right, and rear side of the stampeding herd were the guiding little birds. When the herd tried to change directions, the birds would open fire and make sure they were back to their original position. Of course, this resulted in some corpses being left behind in a charred state. Chapter 62, 062 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Delta Site. A couple of clicks west from the Delta Site was the first defensive fortification of the forward operating base, consisting of dozens of pits, barbed wires, sandbags, and spikes. Its fortifications seemed lacking. However, its armaments weren't to be underestimated. In the first defensive fortification were dozens of Humvees, several Bradleys, and an armored platoon worth of Abraham tanks. There were also 50 caliber machine gun bunkers scattered throughout the line, bolstering its capabilities. The commander of the 1st Defensive Line was Lieutenant Colonel Hovind, the battalion leader of the 1st Battalion of the United Army. He stood amidst the ranks of the 1st Defensive Line, as the 2nd Defensive Line was merely a section of the defensive fortifications where the artillery pieces resided. At the moment, he dwelled within the forward command tent of the 1st Defensive Line. With him were the 4 captains of the 1st Infantry Company, 2nd Mechanized Company, 3rd Armored Company, and 4th Artillery Battery. In front of the 5 of them was the small yet detailed topographic map of the area. The defensive line was already complete. They were merely waiting for mobilization. The aerial cavalry have reported that they are 10 clicks away from the Delta Site. The Majabeasts are advancing fast. They want us to prepare for mobilization. Lieutenant Colonel Hovind said to his officers, to which they responded with a nod. As per our debriefing, the artillery pieces will start firing first. Captain Donner, is the 4th Company ready? Hovind inquired, and the captain nodded before responding. The 4th Artillery Battery is ready, Lieutenant Colonel. The artillery pieces are armed and ready. They only need your command before they fire. Hearing the response of Captain Donner, Lieutenant Colonel Hovind nodded in satisfaction and uttered to the 4th Company captain, "Good. Have them double the first firing salvos. According to the aerial cavalry, we will be dealing with over 1,000 Majabeasts. One of those already almost reached the size of our cars, so 1,000 will be devastating." Lieutenant Colonel Hovind ordered Donner to double the first firing salvos of the artillery. This was to make sure that the numbers of the incoming Majabeasts would be flattened to the ground. "Affirmative, sir. I will be doubling the first salvos." Donner saluted, and the lieutenant colonel's attention turned towards the remaining captains. The 2nd Mechanized Company and 3rd Armored Company will be routing the herd of Majabeasts while they dispersed into the plains. On the other hand, the 1st Infantry Company will be dealing with the leftovers. I'm sure we already debriefed them 30 minutes ago, and I don't have any required changes. So, maintain your directives and follow orders. The lieutenant colonel asserted to the captains, who responded to his words with a salute. Hovind once again nodded in satisfaction and ordered them to leave the forward command tent. "Return to your positions." Hearing his orders, the captains left the forward command tent one after another, bringing about silence to the formerly busy tent. The next 10 minutes will be devastating and difficult. But the United Army should be able to do it, especially if we have the trump card of the Fleet Admiral on our side. Hovind muttered under his breath. A smile soon formed on his face as he remembered some footage of the first naval battle against the sea monsters on the high seas. It was watched during the debriefing, and most newly acquired personnel swiftly became a fan of the legendary dragon. After all, a massive eastern dragon was a sight to see. Its head was already 25 meters in height, or almost 8 stories. Such a sizable creature that was capable of flight couldn't be underestimated. Several minutes then passed, and the transmission from the aerial cavalry arrived at the forward command tent. "This is Lieutenant Colonel Aquila. ETA of the herd is 30 seconds. With the communication transmission from Lieutenant Colonel Aquila, Hovind swiftly relayed the report to the captains. "This is forward command. ETA of the Majabeast herd into the Delta Site is 30 seconds. Prepare yourselves." After relaying the report to the captains, Lieutenant Colonel Hovind stepped out of the forward command tent. Epsilon. He was met with the radiant light of the sun, making him squint his eyelids from its rays. He observed his surroundings as the breeze of wind ruffled his hair. "I can already smell democracy," he quietly mumbled and took off. Meanwhile, in the 2nd Defensive Line, the sector where the artillery pieces resided, Captain Donner had recently received the report of the lieutenant colonel. He turned his head towards his artillery personnel and ordered them to prepare. You have 20 seconds before the bombardment of the Delta site. With his words, the artillery personnel got themselves into position and waited for the long-awaited zero. And it didn't take long. Captain Donner turned his gaze and saw the timer reach zero. Without hesitation, he signaled his artillery personnel to fire. Seeing the signal of the captain, the artillery personnel immediately communicated through the transmission for the firing commission. Behind Captain Donner were a number of paladins lined up together. There were also some howitzers in front of them with artillery crews operating them. It didn't take a second before one of the paladins fired its first shot. Bam, and many more followed. Bam, 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 bam. The paladins and howitzers fired one after another. Their shells pierced through the air and traveled several kilometers to its designated target. The deafening blasts escaping the confines of the barrels echoed throughout the plains. But Captain Donner seemed unaffected by the ear-puncturing sounds. He continued to observe the horizon where the Delta site dwelled with scrutiny. In the Delta site, a couple of clicks from the first defensive line, thousands of Majabeasts stampeded through the grasslands with madness. The guiding little birds and Apaches had already hovered far before the first artillery fired, and maintained their distance since then. Other than the hooves of the Majabeasts flattening the ground, nothing could be heard in the grassland. There was only calm, but it changed when the first shell impacted the Delta site. Boom! The first shell caused many bits of flesh to fly off to the heavens before returning back to the earth. Sadly for the herd of Majabeasts, though, it was far from the end. Boom! 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 One after another, the artillery shells exploded throughout the Delta site, devastating it to damnation. Explosions resounded in large numbers as the earth began to tremble. Craters shattered the ground and could be seen everywhere along with the smoke and dust it brought up to the air. Luckily for the Majabeasts, the shelling calmed down. The distraught Majabeasts regained their senses and noticed the destruction that surrounded them. Things seemed to be unfortunate to them on this very day. However, it was far from over as it was merely the calm before the storm. Back to the second defensive line, Captain Donner stopped staring at the horizon and turned his gaze back to his artillery personnel. With a cold gaze, he soon ordered them with a calm voice. Repeat. Chapter 63, 063 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Defensive line. In the first defensive line, residing a couple of clicks westward from the Delta site, were the 1st Infantry Company, the 2nd Mechanized Company, and the 3rd Armored Company. These companies numbered over 600 soldiers and 100 military vehicles, signifying their capabilities of defending the first defensive line. Many soldiers prepared themselves behind their sandbags as they heard thunderous echoes brought about by the artillery shelling of the Delta site. Crimson lights flickered in the distance, along with resounding bellowing cries of death and suffering. It was quite a sight, but a familiar one to the soldiers of the United Army. Prepare yourselves. We are the defense line that separates them and the Port of Dawn. We must not fall. One of the lieutenants leading their platoons uttered a short speech. It was a simple yet foreboding of what was to come. Sir, reports are coming from the aerial cavalry. Hundreds of Majabeasts have been directly impacted by the artillery battery. However, dozens of them managed to survive and are stampeding in our direction. One of the platoon radio operators reported to his lieutenant about the upcoming defensive battle. The lieutenant nodded in understanding after receiving the report of the radio operator and turned his head towards his men. They are coming in our direction. The 4th Artillery Battery has killed hundreds of them, so we of the 31st Platoon of the 1st Infantry Company must not disappoint. Take out our M72 laws. The forward command has authorized their utilization. With his orders, several infantrymen took out M72 laws. It was a weapon that was always represented closely to the infamous RPG-7 of the Union. It was capable of handling armored vehicles, more than enough against the incoming Majabeasts. Let's roast these abominable pigs. Seeing his men arming the laws, the lieutenant smirked and looked at the horizon where their adversaries would be stampeding. Can you eat them, though? One of the infantrymen inquired, as it would be useless to let consumable meat rot in the plains. If you want to get diarrhea before dying, you're free to do so. The lieutenant lightly chuckled as most soldiers had the same idea before knowing of the effects the meat of the monsters could bring to their bodies. It didn't take long before the stampeding Majabeasts could be seen from the horizon. When the soldiers saw them, their gaze immediately became determined. The distance between the first defensive line and the stampeding herd was 1.5 clicks. But it was far enough for the 3rd Armored Company to lay waste to the Majabeast. Bam, 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 bam. Several Abrahams fired at the charging Majabeasts. Their deafening blasts resounded throughout the line as smoke escaped the confines of their barrels. Dust was blasted off, causing them to shroud the forefront. But it didn't take long for them to dwindle from the line of sight of the first offensive line. A number of Magibeasts fell to the ground with a hole in their head. They soon crashed, bringing down the Magibeasts behind them. Obviously, it was far from enough. Bam, 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 bam. The Abrahams fired their second salvo and brought down dozens of Magibeasts in the distance. Blood splattered throughout the plains as bits of flesh were discarded to the ground. When the herd of Magibeasts reached a click away from the defensive line, it was the Bradleys' turn to start unleashing lead to the stampeding monsters. Bang, 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 bang. Their 25mm cannons laid waste to the scales of the boar-like Magibeasts, like a hot knife cutting through butter. It didn't take long before the Magibeasts were riddled with holes, but these monsters seemed determined and brimming with madness. They didn't stop charging towards the first defensive line. BAM, 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 Epsilon, M bang, 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 bang. The Abrahams fired once again and the Bradleys followed. They decimated the ranks of the stampeding Magibeasts, causing dozens to fall and become corpses lying amongst the tall slick grasses. It didn't take long before the charging herd reached 0.2 clicks or 200 meters away from the first defensive line. It was now the infantry's turn to start laying hellfire on the Magibeasts. The soldiers in the first defensive line pointed their M72 laws towards the stampeding monsters and didn't hesitate to fire them at them. Whoosh, 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 asterisk whoo whoosh, asterisk with the pull of many triggers. Several laws fired ordnance toward the charging monsters. They pierced through the air and immediately impacted the Magibeasts. Boom, 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 boom. Although the damage the laws gave to the Magibeasts wasn't as devastating as the first attacks from the Abrahams and the Badgers, they still killed several monsters, which gave the infantry against these car-sized monster boars. Don't stop firing. Give them hell, machine gunners. Take them out. Voices and orders from the lieutenants commanding their platoons echoed throughout the first defensive line. On the other hand, the infantrymen efficiently and rapidly reloaded their laws, while also beginning to start firing their 50 cal machine guns. BBBBBRRRTTTTT, TT, BRRRTTTTT, BBRRRTTTTT. A couple of machine gun bunkers fired at the incoming Magibeasts, bringing about a storm of leads. It was becoming harder for the Magibeasts. Combined with the firepower of the armored, mechanized, and infantry companies, the first defensive line seemed to resemble an impenetrable fortress, and even the Magibeasts riddled with madness could understand the difference of power. They stood no chance against these metallic monsters that challenged their authority over the island. So, when one Magibeast turned to the side of the battlefield, many followed like a wave, and so, the first battle between the War of the United Navy and the Magibeasts of Kreskura ended with the UN's victory. As the echoes of the Magibeasts' hooves resounded, the cheers of the soldiers resounded louder in the great plains of the eastern grassland. Yeah. Freedom. Damn. I'll buy all of you beer. Smiles were everywhere when the stampeding Magibeasts changed their direction. In the forward command tent of the first defensive line, Lieutenant Colonel Hoven was met with the reports of the aerial cavalry regarding the status of the herd. Asterisk the stampeding herd of over 100 Magibeasts has changed their directions. They are currently separated into 3 groups. One heading north, the second heading south, and the last heading east. Asterisk understood. The second mechanized company and the third armored company will be handling the northern herd. Lieutenant Colonel Hoven responded. Asterisk affirmative. Lieutenant Colonel Hoven. The cavalry will take care of the south. Asterisk Lieutenant Colonel Aquila decided to take care of the southern herd. Though, the agreement of the 2 lieutenant colonels makes one wonder about who will handle the herd stampeding to the east. Well, the answer to that was simple. In the heavens above the eastern grassland, a great beast slithered amongst the blue skies and the clouds that lay adrift in its comfort. It was jet black in color, reaching a length of 350 meters. Electrostatic escaped the confines of its black scales as its golden eyes seemed to shimmer amidst the fluffy white clouds. Its dominating and arrogant gaze was pointed at the ground where dozens of Magibeasts hurried in their escape deeper into the Great Plains. Chapter 64, 064 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Eastern Victory. In the command center of the forward operating base, Vice Admiral Charlotte sat on her comfy chair and read through the battle report of the entire Eastern operation. Her cold gaze scrutinizingly read the file before her as she took a sip from her tea. from the bombardment of the designated Tango to the herding of the stampeding Majabeasts and shelling of the Delta site, followed by the defensive of the first line, and finally the hunting of what remained. Detailed reports about the recent events were carefully reported through the file. The intelligence officers who created the file were, to say the least, very efficient and skilled in their job. At any rate, Charlotte continued to sip her tea and didn't feel much of the complete victory in the Eastern operation. It was to be expected after meticulous preparation from the United Navy. Even the lack of any casualties was within her expectations, as she wouldn't wish to send her men to their deaths. If they would die regardless, she would rather use their deaths to be as effective as possible. She disliked needless death that had no gain to anything or anyone. It was why, if there was nothing to gain, she'd rather not have her men die. Though regardless of her thoughts on the matter, there were still many things she needed to do. After all, Operation Hammer of Dawn was far from over. Vice Admiral, beyond the cover of the command tent, was the voice of her subordinate. She turned her grayish and empty eyes towards it before calmly responding, "Enter." With her response, an intelligence officer entered the command tent and immediately saluted the Vice Admiral. "Vice Admiral Charlotte, we have finished forming the reinforcing troops." The intelligence reported to the Vice Admiral. The reinforcing troops were soldiers of the Eastern operation who could be immediately transported to the northern frontier. With the conclusion of the Eastern operation, the forward operating base was filled to the brim with excess ground infantry. Good. Get them to be transported to the north through our Chinooks. The November fleet might need their assistance about the peculiar circumstance of the northern frontier. Charlotte ordered the intelligence officer while the other nodded in understanding and continued. The construction team has also marked placements for a dozen oil wells. They can be immediately constructed. And according to the construction supervisor, it shouldn't take longer than a week to construct a dozen oil wells. It was another piece of good news, as every piece of machinery in the United Navy required oil to move. Acquiring a reliable deposit of oil stabilized the machinations of the United Navy's war machine. I tell the construction force that the United Navy will be willing to help them as long as it is within our capabilities. Charlotte nodded, and the intelligence officer took his leave from the command tent after saluting to the Vice Admiral. After the intelligence officer stepped out of the command tent, Charlotte sighed while shaking her head. She wouldn't even think of handling the responsibilities of former operations. Being the executive officer of the UNS Trinity of Solace was already a dream job, so she had no plans of taking on more operations in the future. While one could argue that it could increase her influence, she'd rather not handle the responsibilities of an entire organization. She already found herself satisfied with taking care of the modernized battleship UNS Trinity of Solace. No wonder the fleet admiral gave me complete authority over the operation. Quite a trickster. The edges of Charlotte's lips rose, but it immediately returned to its former calm when another intelligence officer asked for her presence. "Get in." Following the aloof voice that escaped her supple lips, another intelligence officer entered the command tent. Charlotte set aside the file report as she had finished reading it and turned her attention to the intelligence officer. Her expression was cold despite her attention being pointed at the officer. Square roots ja. Aufgerilitziger Dalnaperchurknitera M. Vice Admiral, the fleet admiral has asked for permission to reinforce the November fleet in the northern frontier. The intelligence officer brought an interesting topic to the table. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, as she was a bit confused as to what the fleet admiral was trying to do. Most of all, why was the highest of command asking for permission? There's no need for him to ask for permission. He's the fleet admiral, and he can do anything he wants. Vice Admiral Charlotte said in a confused tone. The fleet admiral has already anticipated your thoughts and words about the matter, so he asked me to send a message. He said that you're the highest authority in the operation. Its success and failure are your responsibility. And technically, he is under your command as the captain of the UNS Trinity of Solace. The intelligence officer humbly transmitted the counter-argument of the fleet admiral. Charlotte was a bit dumbfounded by the argument of that man. She couldn't help but unveil a slight smile from it. Such a smile was clearly seen by the intelligence officer, who was obviously surprised to see the infamous aloof vice admiral to be smiling for some reason. And naturally, Charlotte took notice of the intelligence officer's evident shock. She furrowed her eyebrows and coldly warned the officer. "You didn't see anything?" "I didn't see anything." The intelligence officer instinctively saluted the vice admiral and admitted that he hadn't seen anything since he entered the command tent. "I hope you'll keep that in mind. You can leave now." Charlotte let the intelligence officer out. Without any hesitation or delay, the intelligence took his leave with relief all over his face. He'd rather avoid the wrath of a high command. Meanwhile, Silence shrouded the command tent and consumed the surroundings of the Vice Admiral. Charlotte took a deep breath and calmed herself. Unfortunately, though, the aloof girl couldn't have met with the problem dragon in the worst and most embarrassing moment possible. My, how cute the stone girl knows how to smile. The teasing voice of the dragoness resounded in the command tent. Laplace unveiled herself from the shadows with a smug smirk on her face. It was as though she had discovered something intriguing to mess around with. Hearing the teasing words of the problem dragon, Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows in annoyance. How was it that this problem dragon could appear at the worst moment possible? Oh, my, so you could also get annoyed. How cute, Laplace continued while covering her lips with her pale hand and lightly chuckled. Charlotte could only turn her head away from the dragoness, trying to hide a tinge of her displeasure. On the other hand, on the eastern coast of Creskara, Abraham dwelled inside the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace. He had just received the agreement of the Vice Admiral regarding his reroute to the northern coast. He grinned upon seeing the message as blasting 16-inch shells was incredibly enjoyable for the Fleet Admiral. It was far better than sitting somewhere and taking care of some random paperwork. As expected, it feels good to be in the seas. He muttered under his breath before ordering his men to their next destination. Turn the heading to the northern coast. We will be reinforcing the November Fleet. Chapter 65. 065 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Northern frontier on the northern coast of Creskara was the November Fleet of the United Navy, composed of the UNS Area and the UNS Lightbringer. They dwelled near the island's coast, fully prepared for what was to come. At the moment, they were in the process of analyzing their newly gained intelligence of the deep cave system beneath the northern plateau. It was taking some time, but the results were proving to be useful. Fortunately for the November Fleet, the entrance and exit of the cave system only resided in one massive mouth in the northernmost of the plateau. With this, it would be a lot easier and simpler to corner the Magibeasts living inside of it. But a question does perpetuate from this intelligence. How would they handle the Magibeasts? Would they handle the Magibeasts through military support of ground and aerial troops? Or will they simply throw warheads and bunker busters into the cave system? Inside the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux was plagued with this thought. Military ground and aerial support was reliable but risky, while the other one was difficult to pull off since it would need more detailed intelligence, requiring Marines to perhaps enter the cave system. Naturally, doing so proves dangerous as they weren't dealing with mere animals. These creatures were gargantuan, akin to moving and living cars. Agile ones at that. This made Captain Lux hesitant to even think of sending his men to such a dangerous cave system. How should we take care of this precarious circumstance? Captain Lux muttered under his breath in a questioning tone. Thoughts and ideas flooded through his mind before they were interrupted by a voice asking for his attention. Such a voice came from a female intelligence officer. Captain Lux raised an eyebrow and glanced at the intelligence officer, desiring to know what she wanted to report to him. The intelligence officer saluted first before reporting the transmission from the forward operating base to the commanding officer of the UNS Lightbringer. Sir, the Eastern operation has concluded. The Echo Fleet and the military forces have achieved complete victory over the Magibeasts. The victory of the Eastern Front made the captain's mood rise. It was a piece of good news that the other side had won against these giant beasts. The Vice Admiral is sending reinforcing troops to our frontier. They will be arriving soon, Captain Lux. The intelligence officer stopped for a moment, making the captain think that she had concluded her report. But it was far from over. There's also a reinforcing warship from the Echo Fleet. It is commandeered by the highest of command in the United Navy, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. The warship is the UNS Trinity of Solace. The last report of the intelligence officer shocked the captain. It wasn't within his expectations for the Fleet Admiral's capital ship to be reinforcing the November Fleet. It made him feel honored and gave him some relief. It's good that the Fleet Admiral will be reinforcing us. The 16-inch guns of the UNS Trinity of Solace will give us better chances against the cave systems. Captain Lux commented since shells were a lot easier to replace than warheads. At the very least, they wouldn't waste dozens of warheads anymore, and could simply use the 16-inch guns to punch a hole through the ground. With this in mind, an idea struck the captain of the UNS Lightbringer. It was an intriguing yet useful idea for their current circumstance. Can you mark the parts in the cave system that are within 20 meters close to the ground? Captain Lux asked the intelligence officers. They raised their eyebrows and turned their gaze towards the topographic map of the cave system beneath the northernmost of Creskara. It would take some time, but it was possible. We can do so, sir. But it will take time, as we have to analyze the topographic data sent by the ground-penetrating radar. He is correct, Captain Lux. We also need to understand what kind of rocks and sediments separate the cave system from the ground. Two of the several intelligence officers in the Combat Information Center responded. Captain Lux merely nodded at them and ordered, "Well then, take your time and mark the areas that could be easily penetrated by our firepower." Impatience was the root cause of failure, so Lux gave the intelligence officers their needed time to analyze the topographic intelligence brought by the Recon Task Force. The intelligence officers nodded and swiftly went to do their job. While it was a bit complex, it shouldn't take long before they figured it all out. Captain Lux then turned his attention to the monitor screens where various camera feeds of the cave system's mouth were provided. The plan he had to strategize inside his mind was simple. It was to create designated tangos through explosive means that would open the cave systems to the ground. Through these various openings, they would be able to launch incendiary missiles toward the target and let the fire take care of the Magibeasts. If the incendiary missiles were proven to be ineffective, the shells and tomahawks of the November fleet with the UNS Trinity of Solace would bombard them into damnation. After all, it was better to fight in open grounds than in intricate mazes that could be considered as the adversary's home territory. This is in the assumption of no variables, but I guess that variables should be easily taken care of with firepower. Captain Lux muttered to himself, "Sir, a transmission has been received from the UNS Trinity of Solace." Before Lux could continue thinking about the intricacies of his plan, one of the communication operators interrupted him. Hearing that a transmission from the UNS Trinity of Solace was received, Captain Lux instinctively straightened his back and ordered the communication operator to accept it. Open the communication line with the UNS Trinity of Solace. With his orders, the communication operators immediately opened the transmission to the Combat Information Center. The voice of the Fleet Admiral soon escaped the confines of machines. "Captain Lux, it's been a while." When Captain Lux heard of the Fleet Admiral's words, he immediately saluted and responded with honor. "The UNS Lightbringer is honored to be reinforced by the Fleet Admiral. We will not waste this opportunity, Fleet Admiral." He would have wasted minutes from praising the highest of command of the United Navy. However, they didn't have time for that as they had to strategize for the northern frontier. "It should be paramount for me to aid my subordinates in their endeavors. You sound like you have a plan, Captain Lux. How about we discuss it?" Abraham had his speech already max-leveled from interacting with various subordinates of the United Navy. It was easy to give a response brimming with humbleness. Though, it's not like Abraham was lying about his words. He knew his responsibility to be the foundation of his subordinates and be the backbone of the United Navy. He had to act the best for his personnel, not only for its excellent political maneuvers, but also for the unified morale of the United Navy. "Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. I shall unveil to you the November Frontier Plan." Chapter 66, 066 Operation Hammer of Dawn. November Frontier Plan on the northern coast of Kreskara was the November Fleet of the United Navy. Recently joining the fleet was the modernized battleship UNS Trinity of Solace, the capital ship of Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. Within the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace, Abraham stood at its center with various intelligence officers surrounding him. Captain Lux had recently sent him the detailed strategy of the November Frontier Plan. It wasn't complex, to say the least. The strategy of the November Frontier Plan was fairly simple. The UNS Trinity of Solace would utilize its 16-inch guns and blast the designated markers into damnation. According to the captain, the designated markers were areas with the thinnest barrier of the ground and the cave system. Its rocks and sediments weren't also extremely dense compared to most areas of the northern plateau. It was practically the perfect target for their operation. With this in mind, Abraham wasn't resistant to the November Frontier Plan. It was a simple and cost-effective plan. However, its results might be somewhat questionable since messing with the internal cave system of the northern plateau had unknown effects. But nonetheless, it saved them from needlessly spending the lives of their troops for intelligence and surveillance. Through this thought process, it was already enough for him to nod in agreement with the given plan. "Fleet Admiral, 5 minutes until bombardment." One of the intelligence officers reported getting Abraham out of his trance and getting back to reality inside the bridge. "Understood. Contact the fire control operators. Have them point our guns to the designated markers." Abraham glanced at the intelligence officer and nodded before ordering him. "Affirmative, Fleet Admiral." The intelligence officer lightly bowed and immediately relayed the Fleet Admiral's orders to the fire control operators. Abraham watched as the intelligence officer contacted the fire control through the communication operators. It didn't take long before the order was relayed, and a response was received. Sir, the fire control is targeting the designated markers, but they are questioning what kind of shell type we should use for the bombardment. The intelligence officer calmly reported. Abraham raised an eyebrow, as he remembered that there were shell types that the UNS Trinity of Solace could use. Most of the time, he used the high-explosive shells as they were effective against dealing with large numbers of adversaries. But since the battleship needed to penetrate through the designated markers, high-explosive shells would be obviously far from enough. Use armor-piercing shells for the bombardment. Abraham immediately answered the intelligence officer. The armor-piercing shells were effective in dealing with underground target penetrations. So, he picked the shell type instead of the former high-explosive shells. The intelligence officer nodded and immediately followed up to the waiting fire control. The fire control operators swiftly received the recommendation of armor-piercing shells and rapidly loaded them to the battleship's guns. How many designated markers have been given to us? Abraham asked a nearby intelligence officer who instantly responded to his question. The UNS Lightbringer gave us about a dozen designated markers. Hearing the reply of the intelligence officer, Abraham furrowed his eyebrows. He found the number too high. They would create too many openings for the Magibeasts to escape on. However, if they didn't strike whatever was available, their attack might not have been effective. Abraham found himself in a pickle, but he soon realized that there was an underutilized reinforcing force coming from the forward operating base. An idea soon emerged inside his mind. He turned his jet-black eyes towards the nearby intelligence officer and ordered her to contact the incoming troops. Get me in line of communication with the reinforcing troops. The intelligence officer promptly followed the fleet admiral's orders and had the radio operators open a communication line with the incoming reinforcing troops. It didn't take long and the transmission was opened. Fleet Admiral, it is an honor to be under your command. A grumpy voice escaped the confines of the radio. The honor is mine. There is something I want your troops to do. Abraham accepted the honor of the random personnel and quickly went into the subject. The November Fleet is about to commence the November Frontier Plan. We will be opening a dozen holes in the northern plateau and sending incendiary missiles into them. However, there is no reliable confirmation that the Magibeasts wouldn't start rushing out of the cave. So, I want your troops to take care of the escaping Magibeasts. It's better to clean everything up than deal with a problematic issue later on. He calmly explained the November Frontier Plan and ordered the reinforcing troops what they needed to do for it. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Send us the locations of the openings, and we will maintain distance until the conclusion of the November Frontier operation. The grumpy voice of the other side wasn't against the orders of the Fleet Admiral and instantly accepted it. Good. I'll send you the marker locations. Abraham nodded and glanced at his intelligence officer, giving a signal to send the locations of the designated markers to the reinforcing troops. With their assistance, he wouldn't have to worry about Magibeasts escaping the cave system who would start procreating in thousands once again. It was another possible problem that was dealt with through sufficient preparation and procedures. Zaire. Theta perceiving the glance of the Fleet Admiral, the intelligence officer quickly moved and sent the locations of the designated markers. Locations received, Fleet Admiral. We will be waiting for the November Frontier Plan's conclusion. The voice from the other side confirmed the acquisition of designated mark intelligence. Good. I'll hear your report later. Abraham nodded and the communication line between the UNS Trinity of Solace and the reinforcing troops got cut off. Following it was the commencing of the November Frontier Plan. An intelligence officer stepped forward and reminded the Fleet Admiral of its initiation. Sir, it's time for the first phase of the November Frontier Plan. With the words of the intelligence officer, Abraham glanced at his watch and saw 5 seconds remaining. He swiftly looked at the officers and ordered the firing of the UNS Trinity of Solace's 16-inch guns. November Frontier Plan commencing. Open fire to the designated marks, 4 salvos. What followed his orders was the immediate blasts of the 16-inch naval guns. Asterisk bam. Asterisk 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 the UNS Trinity of Solace trembled from the firepower unleashed by the 16-inch guns. Flame and smoke escaped each and every barrel of the turrets, while small tides formed in the ship's starboard. Every naval personnel on the bridge watched the northern coast before hearing the confirmations of various intelligence officers. All designated marks, hits confirmed. Hearing the report of the intelligence officer, the next salvo immediately followed. Asterisk bam. Asterisk 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 the blasts of the naval guns rang throughout the modernized battleship. It shook from the firepower brought about by the salvo, but it maintained its balance with ease. However, another salvo followed without any hesitation or delay. Asterisk bam. Asterisk 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 Abraham stood his ground and observed the northern coast closely. Shelling an entire coast was an intriguing feeling to have, and it made him wonder what a bombarded army would look like. Wait, I'm not a madman dash. Asterisk bam. Asterisk 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 the final salvo finally blasted from the barrels of the 16-inch naval guns, and the first phase of the November frontier plan reached its conclusion. Following the explosive and deafening blasts with silence, Abraham turned his gaze towards the intelligence officer who analyzed the data being sent from the designated markers. All shells are hit confirmed. Fleet Admiral. An opening is currently residing throughout all of the 12 designated markers. The report of the intelligence officer made Abraham sigh. He nodded at her and immediately ordered the communication operators on the bridge. The first phase has been completed. Send the locations of the openings to the UNS Lightbringer and UNS area. Have them start the second phase of the November frontier plan. With Abraham's orders, the communication operators sent the newly gained intelligence data to the data link for the UNS Lightbringer and UNS area to unveil. From the completion of the data transmission, the job of the UNS Trinity of Solace had ended. It was the frigates and destroyers' turn. Data intelligence sent. Fleet Admiral. Intelligence officers from the other side have confirmed the data transmission success. The communication operator reported to Abraham. Finally, Abraham thought to himself and closed his eyelids. He wanted to relax and relinquish himself from responsibility, but as the fleet admiral, it wasn't something he could do. Besides, there were still many things he needed to do for the United Navy. I'm getting somewhat jealous of that dragoness, he thought while watching the lines of the boundless horizon. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux was recently informed of the intelligence data sent by the UNS Trinity of Solace. He understood that it was time for Phase 2 of the November Frontier Plan. So, he immediately ordered his subordinates to target the locations sent by the UNS Trinity of Solace. Target the received locations. Open the VLS caps of the incendiary missiles. Fire 24 of them toward the targets. Each target will receive 2 incendiary missiles for utter effectiveness. Captain Lux's orders were numbered, but his naval personnel efficiently followed them. They moved swiftly and fast inside the Combat Information Center as the captain watched the monitor screens showing the northernmost of the northern plateau. It didn't take long before he heard an intelligence officer's voice. Captain, VLS systems are ready? Chapter 67, 067 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Erupting north on the northern coast of Kreskara, various incendiary missiles were launched from the VLS pods of UNS Lightbringer and UNS area. They pierced through the air and swiftly propelled themselves into the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leaving behind trails of smoke throughout their respective warships, dozens of incendiary missiles propelled themselves to their respective target locations of openings scattered throughout the northern frontier. Inside the Combat Information Center, Captain Lux watched their missiles fly through the blue skies and sink deeper into the far distance. It didn't take long for them to be a dot from far away. 36 missiles have been launched from the November fleet, Captain Lux. 3 of them are targeting a single vital opening created by the bombardment of the UNS Trinity of Solace. An intelligence officer calmly reported. Captain Lux nodded and continued observing the direction in which the northern coast of Kreskara resided. This would probably cause a lot of devastation in its wake, especially the underground cave system. It would probably be engulfed with a high-temperature flame that would expand and burn anything in its way. The only thing they could do was lessen the damage it would bring to the outside. Afterward, they would probably have to investigate the cave system and understand its inner workings so as to not accidentally make it collapse. However, this was in the expectation that it wouldn't collapse when its amassed gas ignites into flames. If it does collapse, then there would be simply no underground cave system in the northernmost part of Kreskara. But it was a good price to pay to deal with the giant creatures that spread like plague. It was akin to destroying a cancer before it could grow to become a problem. Its destruction practically paves the way for growth and stability for the United Navy. This should be it for them. Captain Lux muttered under his breath and stopped staring at the northern coast of Kreskara. Meanwhile, on the northern plateau of Kreskara, there was calm and silence as the breeze of wind fluttered throughout the heavens. It was the day of tranquility for the north. However, things would soon change for the region. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 several explosions echoed out into the northern plateau. The earth trembled from their power as smoke blasted out into the open blue skies. But it was far from the end, merely the beginning of what was to come. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk what followed was an array of reactions as the insides of the underground cave system ignited into hellish flames. The ground shook in a hurried manner since beneath them were explosions pushing outward into the land. The openings of the underground cave system that was impacted by various missiles erupted like a volcanic reservoir as though containing magma. It was a magnificent and horrifying sight, heralding man's capabilities against nature. Echelons of birds flew to the skies, misunderstanding the explosions as the island's impending doom. They flew off into the sea to find another shelter that could be their home. However, some circled around the northern plateau for quite a time before realizing that it wasn't the island's doom that they had felt, but a mere disaster brought to life by man. It took some time for things to calm down in the northern plateau. Black smoke emanated from the openings and tapped into the blue skies, but nothing else seemed affected by it. A kilometer away from the openings were the reinforcing troops sent by the forward operating base. Aboard several transport helicopters such as Black Hawks, they followed their orders and observed the openings for any signs of activities. The Black Hawks circled around the fiery openings and took their time investigating them with scrutiny. After a couple of minutes of tense observations, no activities could be seen on the openings. It signified that the adversary was defeated or utterly knocked out and awaiting their end. Nonetheless, regardless of the actual truth, it was a victory for the November Fleet. Near the mouth of the cave system, black smoke continued to puff out while hot temperatures escaped it. The November Reconnaissance Task Force tasked with surveying it noticed the inactivity of the mouth. There were no movements as though everything beyond the fiery flame was burnt into damnation. And so, they also swiftly reported their findings to the November Fleet. After all, this was what they desired for their operation's conclusion. It wasn't troublesome and no unknown variable emerged. A complete victory for the United Navy. One of the aviation officers inside the Black Hawk of the Recon Task Force glanced at his communication operator and ordered her to send the status report to the November Fleet. Open transmission with the November Fleet. Send them the gathered intelligence of the devastated underground cave system. Hearing his orders, the communication operator nodded in understanding. She opened a transmission line with the November Fleet and followed through with her given orders. The data intelligence should give awareness of the current status of the North. Year of the same could also be said with other Black Hawks. They sent their gathered intelligence, which should be immediately compiled by the intelligence officers aboard the warships of the November Fleet. Though speaking of the November Fleet, they had recently received the reports of the Recon Task Force and the reinforcing troops. It was pieces of good news, emerging one after another. Sir, no activities have been detected from the openings and the mouth of the underground cave system. The November Frontier Plan was a success. An intelligence officer reported with clear excitement. It was understandable as most expected an unknown variable to appear during the duration of the November Frontier Plan. Fortunately, for the reports, there was nothing. The adversaries they sought to defeat were clearly devastated into damnation. There was nothing left of the Magibeasts inside the underground cave system other than the ashes. The edges of Captain Lux's lips rose as he felt relief emanating from his chest. It was hard when you were leading an entire fleet in the northern frontier. He was lucky that his fleet admiral came to help. That is good. Compile the intelligence data sent by the Reconnaissance Task Force and have them transmitted to the UNS Trinity of Solace and the forward operating base. Captain Lux ordered his naval personnel, who nodded upon hearing it. They swiftly followed through with his orders. The intelligence officers efficiently compiled the data received from the northern frontier and gave them to the communication operators who would transmit it directly to the data link. On the other hand, in the UNS Trinity of Solace, Abraham was recently notified by the intelligence sent by the November Fleet to the data link. It was immediately written to a report and sent to him directly. He calmly read the report, detailing the damage in the cave system and the inferno they have created. No activities could be detected afterward, signifying their victory in the northern frontier. With this report, the fleet admiral smiled as this was a significant milestone. The small scale war they waged against these monsters was practically over, and they won. I guess it's finally over. Abraham silently thought to himself while looking at the northern coast. After some preparation, they would probably be ready to return to the port of Dawn. I hope we won't have to wage wars after this. It's too costly. He sighed to himself as warring practically sank wealth to an abysmal oblivion. It would be foolish to conduct another special operation without the establishment of self-reliance and trade. So, he hoped that they wouldn't have to do it until everything was fully prepared. However, things would always go far from expectations. I shouldn't hesitate when the time comes. But he also understood his responsibility as the fleet admiral. When war comes to the doorstep of the United Navy, he mustn't hesitate because of the so-called future implications. After all, the moment they lost, there would be no future to worry about. But I wonder how the reactions of those two would be, Abraham smirked, remembering Charlotte and Laplace staying in the forward operating base. His vice admiral would probably not even think of accepting any authority over operations in the future. So, he needed to find another target. Laplace? He thought of the dragoness before shaking his head in rejection. The problem dragon was too troublesome. She might cause more issues for them instead of relieving them. Meanwhile, in the forward operating base, Laplace furrowed her eyebrows, which was immediately noticed by Charlotte. The vice admiral glanced at the dragoness and inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Laplace looked at Charlotte before responding with a scrutinizing gaze. "There's nothing wrong. It just feels like something, or someone is mocking me behind my back. Whoever it is, I must teach them a lesson." She clenched her fist as her instincts never failed her. I see. Charlotte was completely indifferent and continued to do her job as the vice admiral. But Laplace felt offended by her indifference and pouted. "What do you mean, I see? Why should anyone mock this glorious dragoness?" Laplace responded with deep pride, while Charlotte continued signing through the reports. No response came, irking the dragoness even further. As expected of stone-faced, Laplace remarked while pouting. Charlotte raised an eyebrow and was about to reply before an intelligence officer ran inside the command tent. Both the vice admiral and the legendary dragoness gazed at her. She was panting heavily and waved a piece of paper with excitement. "Vice Admiral, we have received news from the northern frontier. We won." Chapter 68, 068 Aftermath. The Operation Hammer of Dawn ended in the victory of the United Navy. The island of Kreskara was cleansed of magibeasts, bringing about human dominance over its entirety. Though, it wasn't without a price. Fortunately, however, the price wasn't in the form of naval personnel's lives. It was merely resources, which was used as the fuel of the special operation. But as said before, the special operation was paramount for the stability and survival of the United Navy. It was something that needed to be done. Otherwise, the United Navy will be heading to eventual collapse. After all, they wouldn't be able to exploit the natural resources of the island, making their supply continue to be net negative. With the ensured authority of the United Navy over Kreskara, they would have no worries about building anything they wanted. They wouldn't need to be anxious about random assaults happening throughout their forces on the island. Following the victory of the United Navy was the aftermath. Numerous construction and mining vehicles were being sent into the northern plateau and eastern grassland. In the eastern grassland, they were constructing over a dozen oil wells for resource collection. It shouldn't take long before the oil wells would become operational and their oil supplies would stabilize. On the other hand, on the northern plateau, they mined a quarry at its apex. Various escalators, trucks, and mining vehicles were sent into the northern plateau as its minerals provided them the materials needed to be used for manufacturing. It was going well for the United Navy, and the days following Operation Hammer of Dawn were calm. The highway was also slowly being turned into an actual one with asphalt roads. However, it will take time for the asphalt reinforcement to be completed. But these weren't the most amazing things that happened after the special operation. The Beastfolk refugee camp had expanded farther into the island. With the guidance and assistance of the United Navy, the Beastfolk were able to construct a modern suburb for themselves. It even had its own center, which was currently being used for outdoor education. The second project after the modern suburbs was the construction of a school for the Beastfolk refugees. The moment the school project was completed, it wouldn't take long before the Beastfolk integrated into the United Navy. Though speaking of the Beastfolks, Their relationship with the United Navy was growing. Abraham could clearly see it through his perk. Most of them shone with golden light, signifying their admiration and loyalty towards him and the naval force. Naturally, this brought pride to the fleet admiral. After all, who wouldn't? Being respected because of your hard work was something appreciative of. Even the most stoic ones wouldn't resist it. Other than that, things were going well for both the Beastfolk and the United Navy. But things were different with the prisoners of war. A prison camp had recently completed its construction, and most prisoners were sent to work there. Most of the jobs they had were woodcutting, as wood was something the Beastfolk refugees incredibly needed. It was quite interesting to have free workers, to be honest. Other than giving them food and shelter, you didn't even have to spend wages. Though, while it was intriguing, none inside the United Navy planned to open up slavery. It was too against their ethos to be initialized, and most naval personnel considered slavery as disgusting. The war prisoners were merely given a temporary solution. In truth, no one in the United Navy wanted to keep the prisoners of war. If possible, they would have thrown them into the sea and left them there. Sadly, they couldn't, as it was their duty to imprison surrendering enemies. After various interrogations, the xenophobic sentiments went deeper than expected. They practically thought of the Beastfolk as animals destined to be owned by humanity. It was a horrifying thought process, but sadly this was the common sense of humanity in this world. The discovery of this singular fact ensured something inside Abraham's mind. M² right angle EM. C of Karelitsigers and Dalnaperchorknitra M. The United Navy and the humanity of this world would never see in terms. While temporary peace was probable, it shouldn't take too long before conflict explodes. In case this does happen, the only thing he could do was prepare for the inevitable. Luckily for them, humans weren't the only sapient race in this world. Other than the Beastfolks, there were the elves, dwarves, orcs, and sea folks, the usual fantasy races. According to further interrogation, the elves were the progenitors of magicraft before humanity picked it up. But the elves were hidden in Yggdrasil, a giant tree somewhere in this foreign world. Those who did leave the tree were incredibly powerful mages. Even human countries would have to be hospitable when meeting one, as they have wisdom ranging over thousands of years. Abraham wanted to meet a member of this race. After all, he never saw an elf personally with his eyes. It would be interesting to see one. However, it might take some time and take a lot of work. The relationship between humanity and elvenkind was far from peaceful. The humans were considered savages that tainted magicraft, which was understandable. After all, the moment humanity unlocked its potential for magic, they went deeper into the path of nepotism, arrogance, and conquering. He would probably have to prove that the United Navy was far different, but that was for the future. After all, it wasn't clear that there were elves in the Fairest Sea. Even the captured prisoners of war merely heard them from rumors. Nothing more, nothing less, which was somewhat unfortunate. Nonetheless, it makes one look forward to the future. After all, this was a fantasy world. Meanwhile, somewhere in the high seas, dozens of wooden debris floated atop the blue water. It was the leftover of the escort ships and the slave trade merchant ship, Pinguisarca. Most of the debris had floated off into far distances, awaiting to land on some random beach. Those that were left behind were nothing more but parts of the keels, rudders, and masses. The tide was calm, despite the untold destruction warned by the wooden debris floating about in the high seas. But this calm would soon be disturbed. Nearby the debris field was the distortion of the air. Mist soon emerged out of nowhere and shrouded the once clear waters of the high seas. Following the white mist was the howl of wood crunching onto one another, and after it was shadows. One gargantuan shadow made its appearance, and the second one followed. Sadly, it wasn't the end. Many more shadows emerged, each of them massive in size. They resembled ships, but were fairly bigger than anything else ever seen before. With a wooden mast reaching over 100 meters and a lion figurehead on its bow, it presented itself as dominant and monumental. These ships soon sailed out of the mist, unveiling their true colors. All of them were gargantuan battleships reaching a length of 150 meters each. This was the expansionary fleet of the colonial dominion of Terra, amongst the greatest fleet sailing the Fairest Sea, a symbol of humanity's dominance over the ocean. It was the fleet of Principitus Humanum. Chapter 69. 069 Crusaders of Humanity. Knock. Knock. Captain Stoltz, it seems that we have arrived at our destination. Knocking on the captain's quarters was the first mate of the capital battleship, Everlasting Sun. They were sent to investigate the situation of the escort ships and the merchant ship, Pinguisarca. Our destination, huh? Opening the door of the captain's quarter was a buff man wearing a medieval captain's uniform. He was Captain Stoltz, the commander of Everlasting Sun. As he stepped out of his quarters, the sun shone over his body, unveiling his bald head and patched left eye. He only needed a hook to be a stereotypical pirate captain, though in reality, he was far from an actual one. He was the commander of Everlasting Sun, the capital battleship of the fleet Principitus Humanum. The fleet was an expansionary force of Europa that would pave the way for newer colonies to be built in foreign seas. They would fight against locals and dominate the sea region, giving way to humanity's development. They planned to return to Europa for maintenance, but as they passed through the sea region of the colonial dominion of Terra, its viceroy reported to them strange occurrences. So, before returning to the continent, they decided to investigate the disappearance of the escort ships and the merchant ship Pinguisarca. Captain Stoltz walked towards the wooden railings of the medieval battleship where 200 cannons pointed to the starboard. Anything that met the firing range of these cannons would instantly be decimated into debris. He soon noticed the wooden boards and debris floating throughout the tide and felt a whiff of charred flesh. It seems that they were attacked by sea monsters, Captain Stoltz remarked, but the first mate raised an eyebrow and reminded him of the reports sent by Pinguisarca to the viceroy. According to the viceroy, the captain of Pinguisarca spoke about a strange metallic ship chasing after them. I doubt the captain would misunderstand a sea monster as some ship. Hearing the words of the first mate, Captain Stoltz raised an eyebrow. A metallic warship was something that was already done in Europa, but their size didn't exceed 50 meters, yet as they were extremely heavy compared to wood. While they do provide high defense against cannonballs, such capabilities were already available in their warships through the acquisition of War Masters. Perhaps all of them were eaten by the herd of sea monsters. After all, it is rare for any ship to handle a herd of them. Most would sink and disappear from the high seas. But Captain Stoltz furrowed his eyebrows, as there was something that bothered him the most. These parts of the sea region aren't in the known sea routes of Leviathan herds. It was practically improbable for the escort ships and merchant ships to succumb in one. Unless, of course, it was the war masters that called upon them. Captain Stoltz wasn't far from the truth. With the inclusion of the escort ships containing war masters of their own, it wasn't far-fetched to conclude that the sea monsters were called upon. But why? The first mate questioned, since calling upon sea monsters was suicide. Even activating such a forbidden spell required them to use their own lives to amplify its range to be effective to Erd. It's obvious they lost against the so-called metallic warship. As a final stand of dragging the ship with them, they activated the forbidden spell, Siren's Call, onto this sea. Captain Stoltz calmly stated while observing the debris field. Doesn't that mean that the Leviathans have already sunk that ship? The first mate remarked, but Captain Stoltz shook his head and rejected her words. It's far from simple, right, War Master Theodore? After shaking his head, Captain Stoltz glanced at the old man beside him. As expected of the captain, you have great instincts. War Master Theodore was the head War Master of the Everlasting Sun. He was amongst the strongest War Masters in the Fairest Sea. There are mana disruptions throughout the sea. A great battle has taken place in these very waters. From the cries of mana, there is an elder Leviathan, but an unknown mana is seeping along with the waters. It's incredibly hidden, but very clear once discovered. It appears that things really are far from simple, Captain Stoltz. Theodore's gaze turned cold as he continued. The Dragoness was here, fighting the elder Leviathan. When Captain Stoltz heard of the Dragoness, he clenched his fist and furrowed his eyebrows. The dragon that had disappeared had finally reappeared. I didn't think that she would be in the colonial dominion of Terra. After all, it is far from the safest place to be with its proximity to Europa. Captain Stoltz remarked and continued. It looks like she handled the elder Leviathan that was brought along with the herd. Unexpectedly, however, Theodore shook his head and uttered with aloofness. It wasn't she that took care of the elder Leviathan, Captain Stoltz. Metallic warships were the ones that killed it. She only made it stationary, judging from the enveloping mana along the elder Leviathan's mana. The sea monster practically exploded into bits. These metallic warships have more significant firepower than us. The situation was something that needed to be taken seriously. The words of Theodore resounded in Captain Stoltz's mind. An unknown force was hiding in the sea region of the colonial dominion of Terra. If they didn't handle it, the force might grow into something larger. Such things must be prevented, especially with the colonial dominion of Terra being the gateway of Europa into the Fairest Sea. It seems that we need to make a call with the sovereigns. Captain Stoltz asserted before the wooden battleship trembled. Some crewmen lost their balance and fell, but most handled it with ease. "Captain!" a crewman yelled while pointing at the sea. Captain Stoltz walked towards him, and upon arriving beside the crewman, he saw a gargantuan carcass brimmed with explosive wounds. His eyes became colder the more he gazed upon the corpse of the elder Leviathan. Call the Sovereigns. Chapter 70. 070 United Navy Expansion. A few weeks have passed since the completion of Operation Hammer of Dawn. The United Navy had been growing and expanding its size to accommodate its firepower, and it was a lot of work for the fleet admiral. First was the finalization of the resource collection facilities, such as the oil wells in the eastern grassland and the quarry in the northern plateau. With these two producing resources for the United Navy, the Port of Dawn's manufacturing capabilities were fully utilized. Second was the implementation of the Beastfolk suburban area. It resided outside of the Port of Dawn, slowly resembling a town of its own. The Beastfolk refugees have also completely opened up to the United Navy and were also assisting in its operations. The population of the Beastfolk numbered around over 100, but this number was expected to grow as they planned to start another operation a month later to start liberating nearby dominated island tribes. Third was the expansion of the United Navy's fleet. Beforehand, the United Navy had 4 warships under its command. There was the UNS Lightbringer, UNS Zaria, UNS Guardian of the High Seas, and UNS Trinity of Solace. These 4 ships, while numerous, were far from enough to handle maritime security operations. Especially with the advent of possible hostile forces, they needed to take their maritime security pretty seriously. With this in mind, Abraham used his remaining source points to buy 4 warships from the store. It costs about 1,000 source points, purchasing 4 Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates. Including these 4 frigates, the warships of the United Navy have finally reached a somewhat significant number of 8. Abraham wanted to increase the number of warships even further, but he needed to expand, or perhaps level up the Port of Dawn to support the logistics needed for more warships. The 4 Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates were given their respective names. The first one was UNS Marina, UNS Svetlana, UNS Aliona, and UNS Lenya. Along with the UNS Zaria, these 4 frigates formed the first official fleet of the United Navy. The fleet was amply named the Red Fleet. At the moment, the Red Fleet was tasked with maritime security, making them perform sea surveillance missions once a month. These missions also expanded the area of influence that the United Navy had, bringing about greater authority in the high seas. Following the inclusion of the frigates, the population of the United Navy entered 8,000 and was about to reach the threshold of 9,000. Obviously, they were increasing in numbers. Other than the suburban area of the Beastfolks, the United Navy also needed to construct residential blocks to support more of their population. Entertainment, logistics, and law enforcement were also being increased in the Port of Dawn. Speaking of the population, it would be far from possible to support it without food. So, the United Navy set up farms outside of the suburban area of the Beastfolks. At first, the United Navy was adamant about not opening their technology to the Beastfolk regardless of their relationship, but their farming techniques weren't as effective in this world, bringing about problems for them. They needed the help of the Beastfolks who had already adapted to the environment of the foreign world, and the Beastfolk seemed committed to helping them. As such, the Beastfolk and the United Navy had a joint operation of maintaining the farms, further increasing their relations. The Beastfolks have also met with the Dragoness, Laplace, who considers her their guardian deity. Laplace didn't seem satisfied with it, which was somewhat unexpected. After all, Abraham would have expected her to rabble about it on his face about how much of a great dragon she was. In the end, though Laplace had to accept the title given by the Beastfolks with the efforts of the Vice Admiral and the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy, she seemed displeased by the title, but she accepted it nonetheless. She needed to help her friend, Abraham, and she also understood why he wanted her to pick up the title. Now that we have spoken about Laplace, let us talk about the most important thing in the subject. Was she finally accepted into the United Navy and hired by Abraham? Well, yes, of course. It would be foolish not to accept a dragon into their ranks. Though, unexpectedly, she didn't join the United Navy, but the United Army instead. She was better suited with the United Army, as in the United Navy, she would have to command warships, which wouldn't be suited for her character. The Dragoness in the United Army caused a lot of waves throughout the Port of Dawn. The personnel of the United Navy and the United Army were scuffling and fighting on who to get her. After all, as said before, who wouldn't want to have a dragon with them? At any rate, the problem was taken care of when the Vice Admiral intervened before it got worse. Reasons were stated throughout the Port of Dawn about why the Dragoness got thrown into the United Army instead of the United Navy. After hearing such sound reasoning from the high commands, Both sides decided to stop fighting over it. So, Laplace was dutifully sent to the United Army without much issue. Following that, there were also the prisoners of war. The prison camp expanded, and the prisoners adapted after weeks of imprisonment under the United Navy. They weren't complaining as much as before and were doing their given jobs without resistance. M4 Alzaya. Though that didn't mean that the relationship between the United Navy and the prisoners was heading in a positive direction. The prisoners were still xenophobic to the beast folks and refused to see eye to eye with the United Navy. Some even considered the United Navy as infidels for siding with animals instead of their own. It was quite hectic, but Abraham let Laplace handle the prisoners of war for relations between themselves and the beast folk. She should be able to make them stand in line. A lot of things have happened in the Port of Dawn throughout the past few weeks. It was an intriguing experience to go through as the fleet admiral, but it was manageable. It's already been over a month since I transmigrated into this foreign world. Inside the admiral's office of the branch building, Abraham sat on his luxurious chair while staring through the windows. They have gone through quite a lot of battles. From the sea to the land, they fought and achieved victory over their adversaries. It was also without deaths. But he knew that things wouldn't be as easy as before anymore. The continent Europa was turning its gaze towards this sea, trying to search for them. Knock, knock, knock. While Abraham was wrapped around his thoughts, someone knocked on the door to his office. He got out of his trance and glanced at the door while responding. Get in. When he uttered such words, the door opened revealing Charlotte, who was holding another batch of files. It seems another report was about to be given, but from Charlotte's cold face, it looks like things were far from simple. You look like someone stole your cake while you were quietly eating in a private location, Abraham muttered with a smile as he gazed at Charlotte's empty yet grayish eyes. That sounds awfully specific and familiar. Wait, you saw that? Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows before raising them in surprise. There was a time when the problem dragon took her cake away from her. That bastard actually had the gall to take a bit of it in front of her before running off somewhere into the branch building. Naturally, Charlotte gave chase. It took hours for them to stop as Abraham had to force them into a stop since they were disturbing the personnel in the branch building. I saw that from beginning to end. Abraham smirked while Charlotte wondered why the fleet admiral didn't stop the two of them. It was then she realized that he was getting amusement while watching them from afar. You actually took pleasure from my suffering, Charlotte commented and squinted her gaze towards the fleet admiral. Abraham avoided her eyes and looked away while whistling. I won't comment on that. Charlotte sighed when she heard of the fleet admiral's words and decided to start reporting their recent discovery about the geopolitical and socio-political situation of their sea region. Fleet Admiral, we have discovered that the colonial dominion of Terra is searching for our trail. They are slowly getting closer to our home island. According to our intelligence analysts, it shouldn't take longer than a week before we get discovered. Now, that was a piece of bad news. Concealment was always an advantage for a force that didn't want to reveal itself, especially to higher powers. So, losing that status would be problematic for the United Navy. That's faster than I expected. I thought it would take a month longer from our previous understanding of the situation. Abraham commented while furrowing his eyebrows. It should have taken a month, Fleet Admiral, but the colonial dominion of Terra has Wyvern Riders expanding their scope of search. Charlotte responded as to why it was faster than before. Wyvern Riders, I expect them to be the ones that we took care of during our first maritime security mission. Abraham remembered the flying adversaries that were heading towards them in the first naval mission of the United Navy. Yes, although I wasn't there. They should be the ones that were terminated through anti-air missile dash. Before Charlotte could continue speaking, someone tapped on her cheeks, making her body instinctively squirm. What's the serious face about? A teasing voice escaped her supple lips. Her white hair unveiled itself from the darkness as her body followed. She wore an officer uniform with the rank of lieutenant. She was none other than the Dragoness, Laplace. Chapter 71. 071 Short meeting between the three. Laplace, you actually became a lieutenant in a span of a week. Abraham raised his eyebrows after he looked at the Dragoness from top to bottom. He immediately noticed the insignia on her humble chest, which was the insignia of an army lieutenant. Well, she is rather an intriguing subject, to be honest. Charlotte decided to ignore what the problem dragon had done to her and responded to the remark of the fleet admiral. Even she was somewhat surprised at first, but after reading through various reports, it became understandable. Sounds like she's having the time of her life. Abraham sighed while Laplace pouted and leaned on his office desk while ruffling his jet black hair. I'm just a bit experienced. Laplace clarified and continued ruffling over his dark hair with her pale hand. On the other hand, Charlotte glanced at Laplace with an obvious, "I don't believe you" face, which was immediately noticed by Abraham. "Do you care to explain, Vice Admiral Charlotte?" Abraham decided to inquire about how the Dragoness managed to rise through the ranks of the United Army. "I shall do so, Fleet Admiral." Laplace calmly nodded while straightening her back. Laplace felt confused as to why her friends were acting like her ability to rise ranks was something serious. Lieutenant Laplace's capabilities to lead soldiers aren't to be underestimated. While it was antiquated at first, through learning modern tactics, strategies, and doctrines, she managed to adapt with ease. And so, she demonstrated her commandeering skills, which were deeply appreciated by her platoon. During the training exercise between platoons, her platoon managed to rise second to the top. This was without the application of her dragon physique or transformation. Despite her arrogance, she also gets along with other personnel without much of a problem. This elevates her sociability, which should be in higher standards. Charlotte expounded everything without much of a problem. Abraham found himself in silence as he couldn't believe what he just heard. The Dragoness actually had skills other than being a beautiful dragon? Shouldn't the world be balanced? What the hell was happening? It's just something I picked up. It's nothing special. Laplace gave an awkward smile while rubbing the back of her head as though she was embarrassed by the praise. And the Dragoness was actually being humble? The more the conversation continued, the stronger Abraham's hate against the world became. She was already strong and beautiful, but why did she become smarter and more sociable than him? Not only that, the problem dragon was not acting humble. The arrogant Dragoness would always announce her self-proclaimed titles to everyone she met for the first time. Ding! The world was never fair. Fleet Admiral. Shut it, Systema. Abraham felt a nerve pop in his forehead when he heard the monotone yet smug tone of Systema. It felt like salt was being rubbed on his wound. Don't pretend like you just learned how to command soldiers for the first time. Charlotte's eyes squinted as she coldly gazed at Laplace, who stopped rubbing the back of her head after hearing the words of the Vice Admiral. You command like an experienced general, Laplace. No matter how much you pretend to be clueless or downplay your capabilities, I can easily perceive whether someone is using their full capabilities or not. Holding back didn't do you good, especially when you act like you're dumb. It becomes too obvious. It was at this moment that Abraham realized things were about to become troublesome for the two. But he couldn't deny being curious about Laplace's full capabilities. She has been rather dismissive of her capabilities and her identity as the Dragoness. The reason why Abraham didn't bother her much about it was because there would be a time when she would tell the truth to him. Rather than forcing something out of her, it was better to be given the trust of keeping such information. Laplace's gaze turned cold as her golden irises glowed with a tinge of radiance. Fortunately, however, Abraham entered their conversation with a relaxed tone. Now this isn't the time for this," Abraham calmly uttered, causing the attention of the two to be pointed at him. He merely smiled upon meeting their gaze and continued. "Instead of arguing about this, why don't we talk about troublesome issues springing up from the outside?" He decided to change the subject as it was the best course of action for the two. Charlotte merely stared at Abraham for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I'm in agreement. We need to decide about what we need to do when the inevitable comes." Hearing her words, Abraham continued smiling as he was satisfied that she backed down. "I don't have much to say." Laplace sighed and her golden irises dimmed. She looked at Abraham, who looked at her with the same understanding smile as before. "Emia royupsalanya. Of kirilitsigrizantalna perichorknitera. It makes her pissed off and feel pathetic. But that was how it was. The mind and the heart were things that were hard to control. Even she, a dragon, still found herself shackled by such things. "Good, let's continue." Abraham nodded, and the three began discussing the inspection of the colonial dominion of Terra. Their discovery wasn't something they could avoid. So, what they needed to talk about was after the discovery of the United Navy. What should they do, and what path should they take? Charlotte and Laplace gave suggestions of their own. Some were simple, others complex. There were even a few that were straight-up horrific. They, of course, were suggested by Laplace. "The moment we get discovered, we should try establishing diplomacy with the adversary. Our paths can be divided into two, depending on the reaction they have." Abraham uttered and continued. "If they act hostile to our personnel and attack them, we can consider it as a declaration of war. That would mean that the United Navy will be open for confrontation and warfare. The Port of Dawn has stabilized since our last special operation, so we have outmanufactured our wasted ordnance, armaments, and ammunition. Another war shouldn't be a problem for us, but there is another issue that comes along when speaking of war. Abraham stopped for a moment, and Laplace uttered one word. Magi. When Abraham heard of Laplace's words, he nodded in agreement, as that was what he was worried about when confronting the colonial dominion of Terra. It was none other than the Magus that made him hesitant about a full-scale war. That's correct. We still haven't established our anti-magic research division. The diary that was left behind was practically useless, as none of us understood how to apply it. This means that our defenses against these Magi are bare bones at best. With their capability to teleport anywhere they want, they could probably enter the Port of Dawn with ease and cause chaos amongst our ranks. Abraham explained the worst-case scenario when fighting against Magicraft. Charlotte wasn't shocked, as she had already investigated the so-called Magi and understood how much of a threat they had towards the United Navy. If they wanted to take care of the colonial dominion of Terra, they probably had to handle the Magi first. I have killed a lot of Magi before being enslaved by Crassus. I consider them as pests who always know how and when to escape. They don't even have a tinge of honor and don't finish their fight if they ever felt their life was threatened. To kill them, I had to pretend to be weak and easy to defeat. If you wish to be able to defeat them, you need to be quick and make sure that they won't be able to react. Laplace gave her thoughts about the matter. Abraham gazed at her in surprise, as this was the first he ever heard of her killing some Magus. Laplace noticed his shock and lightly chuckled. As I said before, Abraham, there was a reason why Crassus feared me. It's not merely because I was a dragon or was the leader of the rebellion. It's all due to me hunting Magi throughout the sea a few years ago. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, as this was also the first she heard Laplace talking about the things she had done before getting enslaved. As the Vice Admiral of the United Navy, it was natural to dig information about anything and anyone. Naturally, she also tried digging for information about the problem dragon. However, it was hard to get much information about the dragoness since no one knew much about her. Even the beastfolk refugees only heard rumors and legends about the dragoness. A quick attack that they can't react to and can easily penetrate through shields, Abraham muttered while tapping his wooden desk. He thought about a weapon that might have such capabilities, but there was none other than the obvious high-caliber artillery such as tank guns or naval guns. Obviously, for the Magi to not be able to react to their attack, it needed to be portable, not so obvious, and easy to use at any time. Other than an anti-material rifle, there were no other weapons with such capabilities. Do we have a weapon like that other than an anti-material rifle? Abraham asked Charlotte, as she might be knowledgeable about the matter. Charlotte thought about it for a short while before shaking her head. Anti-material rifles are the strongest guns we have if we don't include artillery in the equation. But there might be an anti-material rifle that might prove effective to the Magus. Her suggestion made Abraham somewhat interested. The Vice Admiral noticed the interest of the Fleet Admiral and continued. The Anzio 20mm Vulcan. Chapter 72. 072 Anti-Magus Gun. In the shooting range somewhere in the Port of Dawn, Abraham stood quietly while watching his personnel attach the anti-material rifle with interest. From the looks of it, the rifle packed a lot of power. It was a lot bigger and longer than the usual M82 Barrett. So, this is the Anzio 20mm Vulcan, huh? Abraham thought to himself while observing the anti-material rifle with a scrutinizing gaze. Simply by knowing the name itself, one could understand how powerful it was. Charlotte, are you sure this is an anti-material rifle? It might as well be a portable small cannon. The Fleet Admiral remarked while turning his gaze towards the silver-blonde lady beside him. She was Charlotte, the Vice Admiral of the United Navy. Is this the thing that handled the Magus and Crassus's ship? On the other hand, Laplace also questioned while placing a finger below her chin. She seemed intrigued by the anti-material rifle, though most of it came from the fact that it could penetrate Magus shields. Such things usually needed penetration spells to puncture through, or through her method, hitting it with enough power. To answer both of your questions, yes and no, Charlotte looked at the two who seemed doubtful in their gaze. Abraham couldn't believe that it was a rifle, while Laplace wanted to know of its power. Fleet Admiral, the Anzio 20mm Vulcan is still a part of the anti-material rifle family. Although it's a lot bigger and longer than most rifles, it still couldn't be classified as an artillery by our standards. First, she answered Abraham's question. And Lieutenant Laplace, this isn't the one that handled the shield of a Magus. The weapon you're looking for should be over there. After answering the Fleet Admiral's question, Charlotte responded to Laplace's. She then pointed somewhere in the shooting range where a lone M82 Barrett. Laplace followed Charlotte's finger and saw a tinier rifle that couldn't compare to the one before them. She furrowed her eyebrows as she glanced at Abraham, as if asking for his confirmation. Noticing the questioning gaze of Laplace, Abraham nodded as he was the one who ordered the Marines to make use of the anti-material rifle against the Magus' shield. With Abraham's evident confirmation, Laplace cast her doubts away and looked at the M82 Barrett. She wondered if they could equip every soldier with this weapon. Through this rifle, they could conquer the Ferris Sea. But I'd like to add, from the reports of First Lieutenant Campbell, the .50 BMG didn't immediately penetrate through the Magus' shield. It took some time, and it practically became molten metal before breaking the shield. The Magus did manage to escape, so I consider it as ineffective in handling the Magi. Charlotte prompted to expound, as she didn't want the Dragoness to get the wrong idea. That's right. If the M82 Barrett could take care of the Magus during the operation, we wouldn't even bother testing the Anzio 20mm Vulcan. Abraham continued on Charlotte's explanation. Unlike the M82 Barrett, the Anzio 20mm Vulcan was a lot harder to carry and very complicated to assemble compared to the M82 Barrett. So, in terms of logistics, the Barrett would have been better to handle. But there was no use in complaining as anti-magic armaments haven't been made yet. He needed to invest in research and development technologies for this path. However, he didn't have the time and resources to do so. They were even having problems synthesizing the newly gained rare mineral that was stupidly impressive compared to the usual ones. In simpler terms, the United Navy had its hands full. Sir, the anti-material rifle is ready. After assembling the rifle, one of the personnel walked towards Abraham and stood before him with a salute. He then reported the status of the anti-material rifle. Abraham nodded in understanding and walked closer to the Anzio 20mm Vulcan. Getting closer to it, he finally appreciated its size. It was as though he was looking at a miniature cannon. The Anzio 20mm Vulcan has 4 times the power of an M82 Barrett. Although penetration-wise, it isn't as strong as its power, it still is incredible when combined together. Charlotte calmly explained to Abraham. Royub Salon. So it's stronger, right? Laplace looked at Charlotte with sparkling eyes. Rifle go boom was something she wanted to hear. Charlotte gazed at Laplace's golden irises and contemplated for a short while before nodding at the Dragoness. With the confirmation of the Vice Admiral, Laplace obviously became excited at the thought of it firing. After all, as someone who was a fan of seeing things blasted into pieces, this might cater to her needs. Then, what are you waiting for? Let's fire that so-called anti-material rifle, stone-faced. Laplace uttered with a commanding tone while grinning and pointing in the direction where the anti-material rifle faced. Obviously, Charlotte didn't respond and stared at her without much of a reaction. In the mind of the Vice Admiral, she was asking herself why she should follow the orders of some random lieutenant. However, there was someone that she needed to take orders to, and it was none other than the Fleet Admiral, Abraham. He gazed at her and nodded as though confirming the firing test of the Anzio 20mm Vulcan. As the loyal subordinate of the Fleet Admiral, Charlotte didn't hesitate and ordered the sniper to start firing. Fire the anti-material rifle towards the designated tree. Hearing her aloof orders, the sniper nodded and lay behind the Anzio 20mm Vulcan. He took a deep breath for a moment before gazing through the scope. The designated target for the firing test was a kilometer away from the anti-material rifle. This was to test its power over long distances in order to gauge its penetrating capability and power. As the sniper took his time, the 3 watched from behind with anticipation brewing inside their hearts. Though, every one of them looked stone-cold on the outside, never revealing their elation of the current subject. After the sniper became confident of his accuracy and precision through lengthy preparation, he took another breath and finally pulled the trigger of the anti-material rifle. Bang! A deafening sound followed and reverberated throughout the shooting range. Faint smoke escaped the barrel of the anti-material rifle while the sniper glanced at Charlotte and nodded in confirmation. It seems that it was a hit, Fleet Admiral. Seeing the confirmation of the sniper, Charlotte remarked. Meanwhile, Abraham only glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. He couldn't see much of the effects it brought, but it sure sounded like freedom. Impressive. It broke apart the first tree with ease and kept pushing through. There should be 6 trees hit by it with 5 of them broken in half. Laplace commented with a surprised expression. Her eyes were pointed at where the anti-material rifle was shooting at. Despite being smaller than a cannonball, it's somewhat fast and has a lot of punch behind it. I guess it should handle low to middle-end magi. Laplace's remarks went even further, which surprised Abraham and Charlotte. After all, this was important information to them, and it was something to be trusted since it came from none other than the Dragoness. Why are you staring at me like that? Laplace then noticed the hungry gaze of the Vice Admiral and Fleet Admiral. Chapter 73. 073 colonial dominion of Terra somewhere in the north of the local sea region. An archipelago resided amongst the tides and the blue skies above with a lone island at its center. It was wide and vast, rivaling a particular continent of the former world, Australia. The island was the gateway of humanity into the Ferris Sea and the New World. It was the place where it all began, the very island that brought about the age of exploration. The colonial dominion of Terra. Terra was a very distinct island with rich diversity and natural resources. It was the first island colonized by humanity, making it incredibly established in the New World. It brimmed with port towns and trading ships facilitating interseas trade, shrouding the island with never-ending commerce. Because of this trade, the colonial dominion of Terra was amongst the richest colonies in the Ferris Sea. It was a place of opportunity for humanity's explorers and dreamers. In simpler terms, its frontier. However, on the island of Terra, there was a spectacularly large bay where the enormous city of commerce, Gacha, dwelled. Gacha was a massive city containing a population of over 100,000 humans. It was riddled with old medieval brick houses, paved roads, thin alleyways, and various squares. There was also its port where dozens of trading ships found themselves docked. Most of them planned to sail across the Ferris Sea to exploit its riches despite the many treacherous dangers it posed. It was quite an intriguing sight, presenting humanity's ingenuity and desire for expansion. But unfortunately, it was far from the dreamiest city in the Ferris Sea. It was also a city shrouded with crime, corruption, piracy, and slavery. Slavery was legal throughout the nations of humanity. Most of them came from captured beast folks, but some were humans with no mana capacity, making them subhumans in the eyes of others. It was somewhat saddening, but nevertheless, it was the truth. Perhaps things will change for the better in the far future. Cough, cough, cough. In some random alleyway within Gacha, the space distorted itself as an unknown figure emerged from it. Using a spatial repositioning spell, the unknown figure managed to arrive at the colonial dominion of Terra without sailing for days on the high seas. But as he stepped into the paved alleyway, he began coughing blood, causing him to lose balance and lean on some nearby stone wall. The figure wore a cloak, but when observed carefully, he was a familiar one. He was none other than the Magus of Pinguisarca, who managed to escape through teleportation after getting hit by a molten metal originating from a bullet of an anti-material rifle. His leg mostly took the hit, but his circumstances were far from good. The injury he got was far from something that he could heal through a mere spell. The molten metal of the bullet practically lodged itself into his bones. A recovery spell wouldn't be enough to heal it, and the more time it spent inside his head, the closer he would be to inevitable death. So, with this in mind, the Magus was prompted to seek help from the Magus Tower. As a member of it, he should have some privileges to be healed by fellow Magi. Otherwise, he would die from it. TSK. I had to use several spatial repositioning spells through multiple islands to get here. The Magus quietly thought to himself while gritting his teeth. This was the first time he got an unrecoverable injury, and it was humiliating. An esteemed Magus like him limping like a damn dog was something that didn't do well inside his mind. So, he hated the ones that brought this to him. The bastards that shot him the annoying bullet. At any rate, I need to be fast. Let's think of revenge after I recover. He thought before walking away from the alleyway. He was limping the entire way and could barely maintain his balance, mortifying for someone of his stature. As he walked through the paved street leading to the Magus Tower, the Magus felt everybody's eyes pointed at him. He merely clenched his fist and continued limping onward. Though one might question, why couldn't he simply teleport into the Magus Tower? The answer was simple. Teleporting through the Magus Tower requires a lot of mana. After going through several islands, he practically had no mana left after arriving in Terra. He looked forward and saw that he was a distance from the Magus Tower. It shouldn't take long before he reaches it. But before the Magus could go further, a couple of Magi stopped him in his tracks. They wore long cloaks and the usual wizard hats. The Magus furrowed his eyebrows as the Magi began speaking. Good sir, what are you heading to the Magus Tower for? One of them questioned him with a scrutinizing gaze. The Magus of Pinguisarca raised an eyebrow, as though he heard something stupid. However, he sighed after some thought and pointed at his injured leg. The Magi followed his fingers and saw the severely injured leg. They looked at him in doubt since a recovery spell would have fixed it. Just don't bother me. I would have used a recovery spell if it was possible. The Magus sighed and continued limping through the paved street. He walked through the group of Magi as they watched him with interest. It didn't take long before the Magus arrived at the Magus Tower. As he stepped into its fairly large hallway, The receptionist noticed him and immediately called out, "Sir Greywald, took you long to arrive. We have been waiting for you for a couple of weeks." The receptionist asked while the Magus or Greywald stood before the wooden desk. "There was a situation that caused some delay. I'm injured with a molten metal lodged in my bones. I need some medical attention." Greywald responded as the receptionist looked at him in surprise. She looked at Greywald's leg, which was obviously injured and infected. She was a bit dumbfounded as it was rare for a Magus to be injured, and if they do, they could easily use a recovery spell to regrow a missing part of their body. Obviously, however, no spells were too overpowered in the realms of Magicraft. A recovery spell could only regrow lost chunks of flesh, but that doesn't mean they expel anything stuck inside one's body. Foolishly using a recovery spell to one's body without taking out the foreign object would result in an infection, bringing about death. Understood. I'll call for available Magus to help you, Sir Greywald. It shouldn't take long before they arrive. The receptionist said to Greywald and took out a runic communicator. Greywald was thankful and patiently waited for help to start healing his leg. But before he could entertain his thoughts, a rough and old voice sounded to his ears. "Sir Greywald, it's been a while." He raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards where the voice came from. He then saw an old figure standing in the hallway. He was a familiar old man, or perhaps an old war master. It was none other than Theodore, the war master of Everlasting Dawn. Chapter 74, 074 A Magus's Testimony. In the Magus Tower of the city of Gia, Sir Greywald watched as several Magus treated his injured leg with intricate spells. As they treat him, Theodore watches from afar with furrowed eyebrows as he wonders about what brought such injury to Greywald. The group of Magus took their time in mending the wound of Greywald. First, they applied a purifying spell to the injury. Then, they cast a kinetic spell to take out the molten metal of the bullet inside his bones. Arg! As they did so, Sir Greywald felt an indescribable amount of pain. It was as though his leg was getting broken into bits and pieces by the second. Fortunately for the Magus, though, it didn't take long before the group managed to take out the molten metal and place it into a metallic plate. Theodore watched the metal and didn't find any imbued runes upon its body. This made him wonder how such a thing managed to penetrate through a Magus's shield and have enough power to pierce through one's bones. After the molten metal of the bullet was taken out, the group of Magus began enacting a recovery spell. In mere seconds, the injury of Sir Greywald regenerated at an unnatural rate. The grievous wound faded by the second, and as half a minute passed, Greywald's leg was good as new. It was as though he wasn't injured, to begin with. "That should be all, Sir Greywald. This is one of the most complex things we have done for quite a while now. The fragments of the molten metal embedded themselves clearly into your bone, making it hard for us to extract it. Fortunately for you, we are skilled in our medical capacity, so it wasn't too difficult for us to take out the fragments." One of the Magus aloofly uttered to Greywald and glanced at Theodore. "Well then, we'll take our leave," the Magus announced and walked out along with her fellow Magus. As such, only Theodore and Sir Greywald remained in the clinic, which was mostly devoid of people. After all, it was rare for a Magus to get an injury that they couldn't handle by themselves. Silence soon shrouded the clinic, but it was disturbed by Theodore's rough and old voice. "Sir Greywald, what brought such injury to your leg?" Naturally, Theodore wanted to know what happened to the Magus. He should have entered the confines of the colonial dominion of Terra weeks ago, but for some reason, the Magus Tower lost contact with the Magus. Hearing the questioning words of Theodore, Sir Greywald could only sigh and think about what had happened to him. To think that sailing with Crassus would have brought him the most humiliating moments of his life. "Well, I was with Captain Crassus, who was heading to the colonial dominion of Terra. After all, he gave me a job, and why not accept when going here? It was 2 birds with 1 stone. Sir Greywald calmly explained. Theodore was a bit shocked as he didn't think that Sir Greywald would be connected to the case they were investigating. So, he was very interested in what the Magus had to say. Greywald noticed the interest of Theodore, but didn't think of it as much, and continued with his explanation. "That ugly bastard was planning to sell some slaves in Terra, and the journey was going well for us at first. But out of nowhere, a metallic ship emerged and started pursuing us." "A metallic ship? Is it big?" Theodore calmly asked, making Greywald glance at him for a second before responding to his question. Square demurred. "Well, it wasn't as big as our battleships, but I did notice that despite being entirely made of metal, it was a lot faster than Crassus's ship." Greywald honestly replied, which made Theodore nod in understanding. At any rate, Crassus called for help from Terra's viceroy and made a deal with him. In turn, the Viceroy reinforced us with 4 escort ships and a squadron of Wyvern riders. I previously thought that we should be able to handle our pursuer with this much reinforcements. Sadly, however, these so-called reinforcements were far from enough. The metallic warship launched something from its deck. It flew toward the heavens at incredible speeds that I'm not sure anyone I know can react to. It wasn't flying towards us, but somewhere in the skies. Perhaps, the Wyvern riders were the first ones targeted by the metallic warship, Greywald uttered while remembering every moment during Operation Bestowing Freedom of the United Navy. Though, obviously, he didn't know that what he had gone through was a mere operation for the United Navy. Afterward, the reinforcing escort ships entered the fray to large spatial transmission and confronted the metallic warship. One of the 4 sailed forward without fear, but it soon exploded when the metallic warship fired its cannons. The shields of War Masters weren't effective against their cannons, Theodore. I don't even think they have magic since I didn't detect any mana distortion coming from them. In simpler terms, all of that was through technology. As he spoke about it, the more he became confused about his memories. Magicraft was supposed to reign supreme, but it failed them and it failed him. After all, how could people with no magic easily dominate them without much of a problem? Theodore noticed the problematic mental health of Sir Greywald. He sighed and decided to stop asking more about what had happened until the Magus stabilized his mind. He was also prompted to not talk about how the Leviathan herd was destroyed along with an elder Leviathan during the confrontation, as the Magus would take a hit from the news. Okay, Sir Greywald, I heard everything I needed to hear. Take a rest in this room and stabilize your mana. Theodore stood up and reminded the Magus. Greywald then noticed his mana surging in chaos from his affected mental health. He took a deep breath and decided to take his time stabilizing himself before thinking of anything else. I shall do so, Theodore. With the response of Sir Greywald, Theodore nodded at the Magus and took his leave from the clinic. As he arrived back in the hallway, he remembered the words of Sir Greywald. The hidden force amongst them was a lot stronger than they had previously thought. They must tread the waters carefully, otherwise they will be eaten alive by it. The future is bound in turmoil. I hope the colonial dominion will be able to pull through, Theodore muttered to himself before teleporting out of the Magus Tower. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles south of the colonial dominion of Terra, a squadron of Wyvern riders was flying through the skies before noticing an object sailing through it. Some of them were doubtful of what it was before noticing its metallic stature. This made the squadron realize that the metallic warship was none other than their target. Obviously, with the metallic warship found in the distance, the squadron leader didn't hesitate to take out a runic communicator and report his findings to the main fleet. This is Sparrowhead. We have discovered our target. Sending our location through the runic communicator. Inquiring for further orders. Chapter 75. 075 Second Contact. So they were real, huh? One of the Wyvern riders in the squadron remarked, while staring at the metallic warship far below them. It was somewhat surprising, as most of them thought it was but a useless wild goose chase. Some even questioned if the metallic ships were even real. After all, most of the ships they had were wooden. Metal was hard to float, heavy to sail, and impractical for warships. Of course, this was from their own perspective. But it wasn't like metallic ships were never created in the continent of Europa. It was that they simply couldn't replace the usability and versatility of wooden ships. The development of metallic ships was halted because of the introduction of magic. Its defensive capabilities could easily be replicated by the spells of Magus, not sacrificing the ship's speed. Obviously, War Master Theodore wouldn't lie to us. Another Wyvern rider commented, while watching the sailing metallic warship. Though, the warship really is fast. It's faster than a lot of our battleships despite being entirely fully made of metal. I wonder what kind of race got such technology in their qualms. One wondered to himself in the runic communicator. Maybe dwarves? I heard they had incredibly advanced technology for the time. According to some of our Magus, they should be half of a century more advanced than us. A Wyvern rider suggested the dwarves. I highly doubt it. The dwarves rarely take themselves into the seas. Most of them rely on ground and air power to navigate. Another one of them rejected the suggestion of it being dwarves. While dwarves had unrivaled advanced technologies, they weren't interested in the seas. They'd rather stay in their mountains or sky islands rather than navigate the high seas. And so, the Wyvern riders found themselves in a pickle as they couldn't understand what kind of race could be operating the metallic warship. It never passed their mind that it might be the beastfolk as in their eyes. Those creatures were nothing more but talking animals. The thought of the beastfolk being more advanced than them was practically non-existent. And it was true. Most of the beast folks were stuck in tribal societies, making them easier to conquer. Those who did establish their own kingdoms were bad at managing it. One can consider the kings of those beast folk kingdoms as nothing more but mere warlords. All of you get quiet. I don't want anyone to disturb the runic communication line. Before they could continue thinking, their silent squadron leader uttered with aloofness. He warned them to not traffic the runic communication line, since it would be problematic if their communication got stuck during a battle. They wouldn't be able to report anything to the command and would probably die an honorless death. Affirmative, squadron leader. The second in command of the squadron responded, and silence ensued amongst its ranks. The squadron leader then turned his attention to the metallic warship after hearing the confirmation of his second in command. He gazed at it with scrutiny, getting ready for any moves it might do. It should have noticed us by now, but it isn't reacting for some reason. The squadron leader didn't think that their adversary would be stupid. They should be far from it, as his sister was among the first ones that died from them. But the fact that they aren't immediately attacking means that they aren't inherently hostile. They'll only start firing their unknown weapons the moment we get near to them. The squadron leader continued thinking about it. While he had his qualms about the hidden force behind the metallic warship for killing his little sister, that didn't impede him from thinking rationally about the situation his squadron found themselves in. However, before he could continue entertaining his thoughts, a voice escaped the runic communicator, and it didn't come from either of them. This is UNS Marina, contacting bogies. The Wyvern Riders found themselves shocked after hearing such words from their runic communicators. They didn't know where it came from, but they had an idea where. Theta asterisk I repeat, this is UNS Marina, contacting bogies. Open communication, otherwise we will engage. Asterisk the voice from the other side repeated itself once again and warned them to reply. If they don't, they might be blown out from the sky. Before the Wyvern Riders could even react, the squadron leader replied immediately to the transmission, unveiling his wit. Relying upon whether their adversary could do what was told wasn't something he'd rely on. This is Sparrowhead, opening communication. What do you want? Following his reply was none other than silence. The Wyvern Riders also held their breaths as they wondered what would happen afterward. Asterisk Sparrowhead. We are the United Navy. Contact your superiors. We would like to establish diplomacy. Asterisk when the voice finally responded, they introduced themselves as the United Navy. The squadron leader raised an eyebrow as thoughts flooded inside his mind. He wondered if he should follow the words uttered by the voice. But it was not like he had a choice. The other side wanted to talk to their superiors and open diplomatic talks. I'll try, the squadron leader uttered, and changed the channel of the runic communicator. It was now transmitted to the high command of the fleet, Captain Stoltz of the Everlasting Sun. It took some time for the runic transmission to connect, but the confident voice of Captain Stoltz entered their channel, and it was finally time for them to report what had happened. Asterisk Sparrowhead. Is there something wrong? Has the metallic warship done something strange? Did they attack you? Asterisk no, sir. But they have established communication with us. They want to open diplomatic talks with you. The squadron leader said, and reported the info to the captain. On the other side of the runic communicator, Captain Stoltz raised an eyebrow as he didn't expect the metallic warship to contact them out of nowhere. It seems that their surveillance wasn't as secretive as they had previously thought. What did they say? Captain Stoltz wanted to dig for more information about the metallic warship. They called themselves the United Navy, and the metallic warship we are currently observing is known as UNS Marina. The squadron leader uttered. With the information presented by the Sparrowhead, dozens of thoughts entered Captain Stoltz's mind. He wondered whether he should open diplomatic talks with this so-called United Navy. In the first place, the reason why they were trying to find them was because the fleet of Principitus Humanum wanted to eliminate a hidden and growing threat in the First Sea of Ferris. But there wasn't anything disadvantageous with diplomatic talks. At the very least, they would be able to gain as much information as they needed before striking this hidden force down. After all, other than them, nothing and no one should dominate the Ferris Sea. Not the beast folks, dwarves, orcs, or even elves. Through this thought process, a dangerous idea emerged in Captain Stoltz's mind. The edges of his lips rose as he decided his orders through the words that would soon escape his mouth. Tell them we are open for diplomatic talks. We'll state a schedule for the talks later. Chapter 76. 076 Operation Daedalus. When the discovery of Kreskara and the United Navy was inevitable, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard prompted the naval force to take active action against what couldn't be avoided. How? The answer was fairly simple. It was through establishing clear relations with the adversaries who were trying to find them, whether it'd be friendly, neutral, or hostile relations. It would provide clear indications for the United Navy's future actions. Would they wage war? Or enjoy a long-lasting peace? To establish these simple relations, a new operation was established. It was called Operation Daedalus. Operation Daedalus needed a subject for the adversary to project its intentions. So, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard picked one of the 5 Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates. The one that was picked was none other than UNS Marina. After hours of debriefing, UNS Marina was given the Lingua Gem, formerly in the possession of Vice Admiral Charlotte, and the runic communicator captured from Crassus. The runic communicator was given to begin contact with the other side, once the scouting Wyvern riders were seen. On the other hand, the Lingua Gem was used for language translation. With these two, the captain of the UNS Marina could handle the second contact alone. Though not totally alone, the UNS Lightbringer was ordered to escort UNS Marina and maintained a distance of 20 clicks from it. Its duty was to reinforce the UNS Marina if the adversaries decided to immediately attack. With this, the first phase preparation for Operation Daedalus was a success. The UNS Marina was then sent to the expected reconnaissance zone of the Wyvern Riders. After that, the second contact was made and the Wyvern Riders began observing the warship from afar. Obviously, they swiftly told their superiors about the warship and that their ships might be heading toward UNS Marina at this very moment. On the bridge of UNS Marina, its captain calmly watched the Wyvern Riders roaming the skies. Most of them were locked by the frigate a long time ago. He simply needed to order for the warship to fire. The head captain of Principitus Humanum, has agreed to diplomatic talks. He wants to start the talks in this location 3 days from now. A voice sounded out from the runic communicator. It was the squadron leader of Sparrow. The captain of UNS Marina raised an eyebrow after hearing the news of the diplomatic talks. He didn't think that they would agree immediately, making him somewhat suspicious. These dogs must be pretending. But I guess I should report this to the comrade fleet admiral. The captain remarked before glancing at his communication operator. Connect back to the command center of the Port of Dawn. Tell them that the dogs have agreed with the diplomatic talks. It will be done in this location in 3 days. After giving his orders, the captain returned his eyes to the Wyvern Riders in the skies. Meanwhile, the communication operator nodded and responded to the captain. Affirmative, comrade captain. The communication operator then began sending the transmission to the command center of the Port of Dawn. After a couple of seconds, the operation was reported to the captain. Transmission has been sent to comrade captain. Awaiting a reply. Hearing the words of the communication operation, the captain of UNS Marina nodded and straightened his back. As one of the captains in the Red Fleet, it was his duty to protect the marine borders of the United Navy. If anyone dared take the sea that belonged to them, he wouldn't hesitate to terminate them for the United Navy. For that was his duty as the captain of UNS Marina. In the Port of Dawn, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard stood within the command center with Vice Admiral Charlotte beside him. They were currently discussing future expansions of the United Navy before a communication operator called for them. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral, a transmission from the UNS Marina has arrived. Both of them raised their eyebrows as news from Operation Daedalus arrived faster than they expected. What's the transmission about? Charlotte calmly questioned, and the communication operator swiftly answered. The transmission was about the first phase's success. Second contact has been made, and the intention of a diplomatic talk has been established to the other side. According to UNS Marina, they have accepted our offer and scheduled the talk 3 days from now. The current location for the meeting is the coordinates of the UNS Marina. The communication operator easily explained the report of Operation Daedalus to the high commands. So, the second contact had already begun, huh? Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as various thoughts flooded his mind. He was suspicious as it was too fast. The response from the other side didn't seem to have that much lag, signifying that it was one commanding officer who called for it. But a commanding officer handling diplomatic talks? Not even a government body? There were too many things that needed to be thought about. Somewhat suspicious, Charlotte muttered under her breath, as she was also suspicious about the so-called diplomatic talks. The acceptance sounded too good to be true. I have the same thoughts, Charlotte. It seems that our adversaries are planning something dangerous. We need to tread carefully in Phase 2. Abraham uttered with a stern tone. I'm in agreement, Charlotte responded without much of a reaction. Diplomacy, eh? Before the two could continue discussing Phase 2 of Operation Daedalus, a familiar voice intruded on their conversation. From how naturally smug it sounded, it was obvious where the voice came from. Lieutenant Laplace, quite surprising to see you here. I thought you were undergoing training with your platoon, Charlotte said with a questioning tone. The training was fairly easy, So we completed it in an hour. Laplace grinned before staring at the topographic map of the nearby sea. It's my own personal opinion, but none of them have any interest in diplomacy. Perhaps, the best thing they're good at is snuffing out potential threats to their dominion. So, I personally think that you should lower your expectations if you continue the diplomatic talks. Laplace's smile faded before returning back in a mere second. On the other hand, I'll be taking my leave. If you want me to dispose of them, call me. She smirked before disappearing before them. Silence shrouded the command room as Charlotte and Abraham were having a hard time reacting to what had recently happened. But they weren't foolish and ignorant. They noticed the advice that the dragoness had given to them. And even though she might be biased with her words, they still held some weight as she was the only one amongst them with history in this foreign world. It looks like we'll be going to war in the near future. Abraham sighed as problems seemed to love him. Did rolling Gacha consume his luck? He couldn't help but wonder inside his mind. The only thing we can do is prepare for it, Fleet Admiral. This is a world where power matters after all. In their eyes, we might as well be an insignificant insect in their everlasting empire. Charlotte sighed while feeling a bit at ease that she wasn't the one leading the operation. It would have been troublesome, otherwise. At any rate, let's discuss Phase 2 of Operation Daedalus. Chapter 77. 077 The Awaited Talks. In the northern sea region between Creskara and Terra, UNS Marina and UNS Lightbringer sailed together on the high seas heading towards the designated location for the diplomatic talks. It has been 3 days since the second contact was made. Abraham and Charlotte made preparation for the diplomatic talks, mostly aimed towards dealing with whatever sh*t their adversaries were trying to cook. Abraham wanted to talk with the commanding officer of the other side himself, but was dissuaded by his high officers. While he wasn't willing to give up becoming part of the talks, Charlotte fully dissuaded him with a sight. She said that as the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy, Abraham had a position and power that shouldn't be used everywhere. His actions had an influence on the United Navy. If something does happen to him, the United Navy will declare war without hesitation and delay. They would absolutely decimate without mercy, unleashing whatever armaments they held in their arsenal. Even if their adversaries decided to pursue peace, the United Navy would probably not accept it. With this in mind, Abraham had to take a step back from the diplomatic talks and let Charlotte handle it instead. According to some high officers, he also shouldn't lower himself for some random commanding officer of an enemy fleet. It was also the job of diplomatic officers to be in the diplomatic talks, not his. These various arguments completely dissuaded him from entering the diplomatic talks, though that didn't mean he gave up. He would instead command the Red Fleet and his UNS Trinity of Solace in case the adversary decided to use force. The preparation for the diplomatic talks was heavy. Various anti-Magus guns, or Anzio 20mm Vulcan, were boarded into the frigates. They would be used to counter Magus or War Masters in enemy ships. Various MMLs, multi-mission launchers, were also pointed towards the designated location of the diplomatic talks. When sh*t hits the fan, they would be expected to blow every enemy in that general direction. Other than this, there was also the Combined Defensive Fleet, or the Aegis Fleet for short. It was a strategic formation used when two or more fleets were called upon to integrate one another. The current Aegis Fleet, commanded by none other than Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard, was composed of UNS Trinity of Solace, UNS Svetlana, UNS Aliona, UNS Lenya, and UNS Zarya. They dwelled 7.5 clicks away from the leading warships, hiding behind the lines of the boundless horizon. Vice Admiral, we have detected various radar signatures 5 clicks forward. Inside the UNS Lightbringer, a radar operator reported to a gorgeous lady with silver blonde hair and grayish yet empty eyes. Charlotte glanced at the radar operator and calmly nodded in understanding. It seems that their adversary was ready for the talks. How many are they? Charlotte calmly inquired the radar operator about their numbers. There should be about a dozen of them. Most are longer than 200 meters, signifying their large radar signature. They also have a cruising speed of 24 knots. The radar operator reported everything to the Vice Admiral. I see, it seems that their ships aren't to be underestimated. Charlotte squinted her eyes as former medieval ships in their old world didn't surpass 100 meters until ship steel building was generalized. Right angles Iro Datum, it looks like the direction of ships in this foreign world was far different than their older ones. Though, quite understandable. In the old world, they didn't have magic to help them. They needed to build their ships that followed the rules of nature. Otherwise, it would sink to the bottom of the ocean. It shouldn't take a while before we arrive at our designated meeting, Charlotte muttered under her breath as she watched the horizon before them through the monitor screen. Have you detected Wyvern riders on the radar? She glanced at a nearby radar operator as Wyvern riders were their only aerial threat, so they must be under strict surveillance. Yes, Vice Admiral. Several Wyvern squadrons have been detected in the radar system. They should number around 100. They are currently circling around the main fleet of enemy ships. The radar operator aloofly reported. Before Charlotte could respond to the radar operator, an intelligence officer intruded into their conversation. Vice Admiral, our adversaries have appeared on the horizon. Following the intelligence officer's words, Charlotte looked at the monitor screen and saw several large battleships. Their size wasn't to be underestimated as each ship had a mass of over 100 meters, which was fairly massive even by the standards of the United Navy. The Vice Admiral raised an eyebrow as seeing their enormous size personally was quite astounding. Such giant wooden ships that shouldn't have been possible in their former world. It sailed before them. It seems that the diplomatic talks have begun, Charlotte mumbled while furrowing her eyebrows. She hoped that the diplomatic talks would go well, but it was merely hope. She needed to be realistic and ready for what could happen. Meanwhile, in the leading battleship of the fleet Principitus Humanum, Everlasting Sun, Captain Stoltz stood before its bow while a smirk plastered on his face. He observed the metallic warships in the distance and remarked, "So they are the hidden force in this sea? Huh? I was expecting a fleet to meet us, not 2 ships." He lightly chuckled but was interrupted by a rough voice behind him. "You shouldn't underestimate them, Captain Stoltz. Their capabilities are unknown to us. It's better to tread with cautiousness." War Master Theodore remarked with a scrutinizing gaze. "Their capabilities or power doesn't matter. We already have orders from the top. The sovereigns want them dead and their technology to be recovered." Captain Stoltz squinted his eyes. While he respected the War Master who was with him for years, he still had orders that he needed to follow. "I am merely warning you. This United Navy isn't to be underestimated." Theodore sighed while staring at the 2 metallic warships. Chapter 78. 078 Diplomatic Talks. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be humans?" Captain Stoltz remarked while standing before the bow of the Everlasting Sun. In front of him was the UNS Lightbringer with its Vice Admiral and Marines on the deck. Did you think of us as monsters?" Vice Admiral Charlotte tilted her head with a smile, not intimidated by the giant medieval battleship ahead of her. The 2 were talking through the runic communicator, and none of them were willing to enter the other's ship. It was understandable. After all, none wanted to die from an unexpected assault. They have no mana. War Master Theodore, who stood beside Captain Stoltz, muttered in disbelief. He couldn't believe that humans with no mana could achieve such a level of technology. Captain Stoltz raised an eyebrow when he heard of Theodore's words, but the fact that their adversary didn't have a tinge of mana made things better for him. To humanity, mana and magicraft were akin to a divine right. Without it, can one even consider themselves as human? Or were they simply sub-creatures in a human body? "Are you confident of handling them, War Master Theodore?" Captain Stoltz quietly inquired to the old man. Theodore looked at him for a second before glancing at the naval guns in the 2 metallic warships' bows. "They themselves aren't the problem. It's their technology that brings us trouble. We need to be careful when handling the diplomatic talks, Captain Stoltz." Theodore expressed his thoughts about the matter. "That makes sense. I guess it's time to start negotiations." Captain Stoltz smirked before opening the runic communicator once again and continuing. "Let's start with the diplomatic talks." "All right, let's start it." Charlotte calmly responded while watching the 2 figures in the battleships bow with a scrutinizing gaze. She concluded that they must be the high commands of the fleet. The Marines in the UNS Lightbringer had already prepared themselves. Various Anzio 20mm Vulcan were mounted throughout the destroyer and frigate to dispose of the Magus, while the warships dealt with the medieval battleships. "Vice Admiral, the preparation is complete," an officer reported with a salute. Charlotte nodded to him, while turning her eyes back to the battleship in front of them. The officer then returned to the interiors of the warship as only the Vice Admiral and the Marines were allowed in the decks. "They are very arrogant," Charlotte thought while observing them. The ones before her were already looking down on the United Navy after discovering that it was crewed by humans with possibly no mana. It looks like Lieutenant Laplace was right about the United Navy having no personnel that could use mana. How unfortunate, the Vice Admiral was a bit disappointed, as it practically blocked their way to learning more about magicraft. Anyone from the former world dreamed of wielding magic as their own. Sadly, it wasn't possible in the current one. But perhaps the Fleet Admiral would be able to do something against it. After all, he was none other than Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. He might seem or appear like a human, but his capabilities aren't human-like at all. Well, Whether we can use mana or not doesn't matter in the bigger picture. What matters most is that in this world, we are the minority, and one knows what humanity can do to minorities. Charlotte felt that their future would be rocky from this very moment. Oh, well, I'll let the fleet admiral handle it, Charlotte thought to herself, and turned her attention to the diplomatic talks before her. After all, the other side was about to start the negotiation. First, we will discuss our demands, Captain Stoltz said with determination. The colonial dominion of Terra has the right over the entire sea region. It is under the authority of the viceroy and the dominion of the sovereigns. Your forces are breaking that covenant and are intriguing our jurisdiction. Do you have anything to say? Captain Stoltz's words were laced with arrogance. He was looking down on the United Navy as if they were pests invading his backyard. If they didn't follow his demands, he would destroy them until nothing was left. Charlotte looked at him without giving much of a reaction. His arrogant tone and his display of woeful power didn't bother her at all. First of all, the United Navy has jurisdictions over 200 kilometers from their territorial land. We were merely securing our borders, to not let random pirates try to bother us. I don't have much to say, and we won't apologize for it. Her stance was pretty clear. The United Navy doesn't care about some weird divine right over an entire sea. What was near them was what they owned. I see. Is this your stance about the matter? Captain Stoltz questioned while Charlotte didn't reply. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his fist before continuing. If then, we shall make our demands. The so-called United Navy of yours must be dissolved. You will accept the rule and authority of the sovereigns. You will surrender your technology and vessels to our fleet. You are fortunate to have received this chance. The demands of the bastards were a lot greedier than expected. They wanted the dissolution of the United Navy, taking its vessels and technology, while its personnel became mere servants to them. The previously calm Charlotte felt a nerve popping up on her forehead. The gal of the ash asterisk Lou to say such a hideous thing before her. It made her want to shoot him in the head. Calm yourself, Charlotte. Handle the talks with rationality. Charlotte calmed herself down and halted her body from doing something stupid. It would be problematic if the United Navy started the war. This is a diplomatic talk. You don't have the right or place to demand ownership over the United Navy. The Vice Admiral coldly responded to Captain Stoltz. Her gaze was piercing yet empty. Hearing the words of the Vice Admiral, the edges of Captain Stoltz's lips rose. A smirk emerged on his face as he looked down at the annoying insects before him. You seem to have misunderstood something. We don't treat you as equals. You're a tiny bug we can easily crush, so we have given you a chance for mercy. And this is what you do. He furrowed his eyebrows and continued. You're nothing more but pests that can't even use magic. Don't overestimate yourselves and accept our demands. Or, there will be nothing left of you after this. Theodore wanted to face-bomb after hearing the words of Captain Stoltz. It seems that the demands of the sovereigns were a lot deeper than expected. Well, it was somewhat understandable. The technology the so-called United Navy had was lucrative. If the sovereigns get their hands on it, they might be able to advance the power of their fleets. If this is what you're planning to talk about in our diplomatic talks, then let's have it cancelled. I don't intend to listen to your demands. Charlotte sighed and turned her back from the everlasting sun. Captain Stoltz gritted his teeth and felt that he wasn't being taken seriously by the pests before him. This was the first time this had happened. Were they a lot stronger than they expected? Or were they simply ignorant of Principitus Humanum? Do you think we will let you leave? Captain Stoltz said to the runic communicator. A Magus swiftly teleported into the decks of the UNS Lightbringer to attack the Vice Admiral. But before he could take a single step in the destroyer's decks, a deafening echo followed. Bang! The Magus's head exploded while his cracked shield crumbled apart in a second. He fell to the floor, leaving a corpse and bloodstain on the UNS Lightbringer's decks. It seems that you weren't planning for a diplomatic talk since the beginning, Vice Admiral Charlotte coldly remarked while staring at Captain Stoltz and War Master Theodore with arrogance. We can see this as the declaration of war. Or perhaps it is one. She continued walking away while the Marines guarded her with utmost efficiency. War Master Theodore, Captain Stoltz glanced at the War Master, desiring for his help. While Theodore didn't want to provoke an opponent, Captain Stoltz had the orders of the sovereigns. It wasn't something he could easily ignore. I'll take her out. War Master Theodore took out his grimoire and prepared a lightning bolt spell. It should be enough to take out a manaless human. Crack! A crack of thunder escaped the confines of Theodore's spell circle. In an instant, it arrived behind the Vice Admiral, but before it could hit her, an arm emerged out of nowhere and blocked it. It was pale and slim, signifying that it came from a woman. My Captain Stoltz, you're the same as before." An arrogant voice echoed throughout the sea. The ladylike figure behind the vice admiral raised her head, revealing her face to the two in the everlasting sun. Dragoness? How? From the scene of the devastated remains of escort ships and the corpse of the elder Leviathan, they had concluded that it was a three-way fight. A battle between their force, the unknown force, and the Dragoness. To think that the Dragoness and the unknown force were allies all along, especially when the people in the so-called United Navy were also humans on their own. You actually attacked the stone-faced girl. He'll be angry about this, you know? Laplace uttered with a teasing tone and disappeared from her position. She appeared beside Captain Stoltz and tapped his shoulder, sending an electric current to his spine. Chapter 79. 079 Inciting Incident ARG. Captain Stoltz yelped out in pain and immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Laplace stood from behind and smirked smugly as though she handled some pest. The reserved Magus in the everlasting sun swiftly surrounded her with Theodore leading them. All of them had their grimoires opened, though it was hard to hide their anxious expressions from the Dragoness. After all, they had met with the Dragoness before, and things didn't end well for their fleet. Even though most of them were a lot weaker than before than they were now, the terror of the Dragoness seeped itself deep into their heart. Meanwhile, War Master Theodore was surprised. He didn't expect the Dragoness to grow even stronger, and what bothered him the most was the electricity that sometimes escaped her body. Electricity? How could you control it? Fire is your element, Dragoness. What have you done? Theodore yelled at the Dragoness with a dumbfounded expression. His terror was understandable. Something or someone strong that could grow stronger. That was a greater threat than a weak foe with great potential. It was something they needed to be extinguished. Otherwise, humanity's dominance will be in question. Oh, you mean this? With a flick of her fingers, electricity crackled in the air and crashed to the nearby Magus. Obviously, the electric current scattered along their shields, which cracked upon contact. How have you gained such power? Theodore uttered in shock as the more Laplace displayed her new electrostatic abilities, the more astounded he became. That's a secret. Of course you think I'm gonna tell you, Theodore? Laplace smiled before her golden irises gleamed with radiance. You know, you'll pay for what you did to the stone-faced. The electrostatic force around the air got stronger as cracks of lightning escaped the body of the Dragoness. Various Magus in the everlasting sun prepared several defensive spells against the impending attack of the Dragoness. War Master Theodore also activated his runic defensive spells scattered throughout the everlasting sun along with various offensive spells against the Dragoness. He had already prepared himself for battle, so it was a matter of activating it. The deck of the everlasting sun was tense. The Dragoness and the other side prepared themselves for battle, but it soon changed when something sounded out in the tense standoff. Laplace, the fleet admiral wants you to stop. The aloof voice of Charlotte pierced from the runic communicator in the unmoving Captain Stoltz's hand. Hearing the words of the vice admiral, the electrostatic surrounding the Dragoness calmed down. She stood quietly on the floor with a pout while replying to the stone-faced girl in the runic communicator. Stone-faced girl, isn't this the perfect time to decimate them? If we take care of them now, we won't have anyone bothering us anymore. Unexpectedly, the problem dragon had a somewhat good idea. Well, that does sound sensible. Quite surprisingly, the vice admiral wasn't against the idea of decimating their enemies before they could make trouble for the United Navy. But the fleet admiral has another idea in mind. Return back. With the clear orders of the vice admiral, the Dragoness could only sigh in disappointment while sorrowfully glancing at the group of Magus. Theodore, you're pretty lucky at this moment. But who knows what will happen in the future if you dare to stand before me? Laplace gazed down at the War Master with an arrogant expression before disappearing from the spot. Silence soon shrouded the decks of everlasting sun, but the aloof voice of Charlotte sounded out from the runic communicator once again. It seems that our Dragoness has brought you a lot of trouble. The caring words of the vice admiral sounded arrogant to the ones inside the everlasting sun. The fact that their enemy managed to get into the deck and attack their captain without much of a problem was something that would etch itself into their hearts. Most of them had their eyebrows furrowed and immediately surrounded the captain. Meanwhile, War Master Theodore stood beside the runic communicator and took it away from the hands of the captain. The fleet of Principitus Humanum wouldn't take this lying. This is your last chance to accept our demands without punishment. With a squinted eye, the War Master gave his final warning. A battle won without fighting was the greatest victory of all. A surrendering enemy was better than a determined one. That was the philosophy that propelled War Master Theodore into his current state. I believe we have made our stance clear, War Master. The United Navy will continue to be independent and free onward into the future. No matter how much you threaten us, we will not buckle. Charlotte replied with an indifferent tone. You must not underestimate the power of the sovereigns. A single one of them can turn this sea upside down. Even your dragoness stands no chance against them. What Theodore said was the truth. The sovereigns were like the apex of Magiskind. Their magicraft bordered the realms of the divine, as though they were manipulating reality itself. One of them can split the seas with one spell and collapse the heavens if they desire to do so. A group of magus that are like gods? How interesting. They must be the apex of humanity's authority and power over this world. But it seems that they are far from enough. The Vice Admiral's words resounded throughout the decks of the battleship. Otherwise, they should have conquered the world by now. There are many races other than humanity thriving in this world. Perhaps they have individuals that rival these so-called sovereigns. If this is true, that means they aren't as all-power and almighty as they consider themselves to be, though they might be the closest. According to your words, the sovereigns are a group of the strongest magus in this world. But despite being under one banner, none seem to bother the circumstances outside of Europa and continue to stay in it. What do you think that means? It sounds pretty simple. They don't trust one another in their so-called countries. Basic distrust between rulers that fakes unity for authority. Her voice was akin to a mocking one. Are you underestimating their power? They might not be the strongest, but a pest like you is something they can easily splat in their spare time. Theodore uttered through the runic communicator as he was beginning to be pissed off. Oh, no. No, you seem to be misunderstanding something, War Master. The teasing voice continued as though the so-called aloof Vice Admiral wasn't bothered by the increasing anger of the War Master. I am not underestimating any of you. We might be a pest to you and your sovereigns, but a cockroach can survive a nuclear blast if needed. In the Combat Information Center, Charlotte smirked while Laplace seemed smug beside her. What I'm trying to say is that don't underestimate us. We might get defeated, but your so-called dominion will lose all of its limbs as a result. After all, we are the United Navy. Before War Master Theodore could continue hearing the words of the Vice Admiral, a magus called out for him and pointed at the horizon. War Master Theodore, a fleet of warships are heading towards us. Chapter 80. 080 Diplomatic Retreat? What the dash? Theodore uttered in shock as he watched metallic warships rise from the boundless lines of the vast horizon. It appears that the so-called United Navy was of greater threat than they had previously imagined. War Master, what should we do? One of the magus beside him inquired, as they needed someone to lead them with their captain, completely unconscious on the floor. How's Captain Stoltz? Theodore asked, since the captain of the Everlasting Sun, or the supreme commander of Principitus Humanum, must not die. A magus who was taking care of the unconscious captain calmly replied to the War Master. The captain is not dead, War Master Theodore. It seems that the dragoness didn't kill him, but I doubt there would be no consequences for what she had done. Hearing the words of the magus, Theodore furrowed his eyebrows as the situation was far from good. Their commanding officer was out, which meant that he was the next. Will he continue to set out on what they were trying to do and fight against the United Navy before them? The fleet of Principitus Humanum was far from its strongest state yet, and their enemies had the dragoness in their ranks. They were practically at a disadvantage. Hey, War Master, are you there? I'm waiting for your reply. In the runic communicator, Charlotte's aloof voice sounded out once again. Theodore turned his attention towards it and decided to halt the action against the United Navy until Captain Stoltz recovered from his current state. With this in mind, he took a deep breath and spoke through the runic communicator as calmly as possible. You are lucky, girl. Through Theodore's response, the path the Principitus Humanum was taking was obvious to perceive. It seems that we are in agreement, War Master. In the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Vice Admiral Charlotte was smiling while talking with War Master Theodore. It appears she was having fun with the discussion brewing under the runic communicator. Don't be arrogant, girl. You have awoken a sleeping beast. Your United Navy will be stomped upon by monsters beyond your understanding. Theodore warned once again as the tone of Charlotte was vexing. Take your time and leave our territory. I hope your forces won't pass along this part of the sea without permission. Otherwise, they will be plucked off the skies and sunk into the seas. Charlotte continued speaking as though not bothering to think much of the old man's rambles. She had already understood the power of the sovereigns. Reminding her over and over again was becoming annoying for the aloof Vice Admiral. Are you threatening us? Theodore questioned with a cold tone. Being threatened by some organization that wasn't heard anywhere in the Ferris Sea was akin to a bad joke. Please don't misunderstand, War Master. The United Navy doesn't threaten. We warn. While Charlotte was uttering such words, Laplace stood beside the Vice Admiral while roasting some marshmallows with her fingers. M²0 ya. CM Charlotte raised an eyebrow when she noticed what Laplace was trying to do beside her and slapped her fingers that flickered fire away. Don't play with fire inside the Combat Information Center. Everything around us is sensitive equipment. She admonished Laplace of what the problem dragon had done and turned her attention to the runic communicator. On the other hand, Laplace felt incredulous, but simply nodded while taking a bit from her somewhat roasted marshmallow. The sweets of the United Navy were incredibly addicting. Then, I won't take your warning to heart, Theodore responded to the runic communicator and glanced at the Magus around him. Captain Stoltz had already returned to his quarters where he would take a rest as they returned. As he was the current commander of Principitus Humanum, those around him would have to follow their orders regardless of their thoughts about him. I have decided for us to retreat and regroup with more of our forces. Our current fleet is at a disadvantage against our adversaries. Unless you want to sink into the ocean with the ship, you'll have to follow my orders for now, Theodore said with a stern voice. Understood? He questioned the group of Magus around him. They nodded in agreement and followed through his orders. Even they weren't that confident against a skirmish with a force that had the Dragoness on their side. Well, then prepare for mass spatial transmission. Let us return to where we came from. The longer we stay here, the riskier it becomes. Theodore ordered through the runic communicator, and the War Masters throughout the fleet immediately acted. Each battleship's War Masters activated the mass spatial transmission array, with War Master Theodore leading them. It was quite an intriguing scene as a vast spell circle formed in the skies above the fleet of Principitus Humanum, 2 clicks away from the designated location for the diplomatic talks. A middle-aged man with a fleet admiral's uniform stood inside the bridge with a smirk plastered on his face. He looked at the spectacular sight before him and couldn't help but smirked from it. It appears that our vice admiral succeeded. Here I thought we would have to blow those medieval battleships to make a point. I guess there's no need to do so. Abraham uttered with unnatural calm. At the very least, the United Navy wouldn't have to fight and have greater time to prepare for the inevitable. Damn, their instant transportation capabilities make me jealous. He shook his head with a tinge of disappointment on his face. The ability to teleport warships was overpowered. With the capabilities of the United Navy to gather and send intelligence throughout the seas, it would be a game-changer in strategies and logistics. The vast spell circle above the fleet of Principitus Humanum shone greatly, and the space around the fleet distorted. It was like seeing the skies and the sea itself wobble. Then, in a mere instant, the fleet of Principitus Humanum disappeared. It ended in a diplomatic success, in terms of not duking it out the moment it failed. Chapter 81. 081 Operation Daedalus Status Report, Charlotte. It seems that Operation Daedalus was a success. Inside the bridge of UNS Trinity of Solace, Abraham was conversing with the Vice Admiral through the communication apparatus of the bridge, currently operated by various communication operators. It was a success, Fleet Admiral. We managed to get them to back down. Charlotte's aloof voice escaped the confines of the machine. It looks like the Vice Admiral wasn't that much bothered by the diplomatic talk. From your tone, although not bothered, it must have been troublesome, Abraham remarked as he knew the tinge of difference within Charlotte's tone. She might not be bothered, but she obviously found it problematic. They were arrogant as expected, though their capability was higher than we had expected. Charlotte responded to the Fleet Admiral. The arrogance of the Magus was as natural as the sun rising from the east, but their power was higher than previously thought. Higher? Huh? I guess I was correct about prioritizing not duking it out with those guys. Abraham quietly thought to himself before returning his attention to their conversation. Charlotte, how stronger are they? And if we fought against them, who would win? He asked the most important question. Its answer mattered a lot to the United Navy. Abraham trusted Charlotte's judgment and wit. She would understand when to fight her battles and not charge directly in it without much thought. That is an interesting question, Fleet Admiral. Clearly, we would win against them. But perhaps a third of our fleet will be sunk. Even if we had Laplace's assistance. Charlotte's answer surprised Abraham. It seems that the capabilities of these guys weren't to be underestimated. A third of their fleet? That should be about 2 or more warships sunk. It would practically destroy a lot of the United Navy's naval power. How so, Charlotte? How do you think they could defeat our ships? Abraham questioned as even he found it hard to believe. He wanted to know the Vice Admiral's detailed thoughts about the matter. Well, to say the least, their ships, although wooden, are pretty gigantic. Their battleships are pretty much similar to our world's man-of-war, but a lot bigger. They are also pretty fast, only a bit slower than our warships. They have hundreds upon hundreds of cannons each on their starboard and port. The power of such cannons is unknown, but with the existence of Magicraft, who knows what they were capable of? Not only that, but they can pretty much teleport with a War Master commanding each battleship. I assume they will be a lot more skilled compared to the ones in the escort ships. That's also not speaking about the Magus on their capital battleship. Although weak against our attacks, a group of them might be able to dish out some unknown spell. So all in all, we are mostly ignorant of their capabilities as they are to ours. Fighting against one another doesn't bring much benefit. We'll lose our firepower in the fight, and what's to say those bigwigs won't sin more? At the very least, they will consider us a threat this time and take their time to prepare. We can also bid ours and prepare for the upcoming war. Charlotte's explanation was somewhat long, but Abraham understood its intricacies. What she meant to say was that they had little to no information against their enemies. Fighting against an unknown enemy was but a foolish endeavor of those looking for fame. That does make sense, Charlotte. I guess a war is inevitable. Abraham sighed as thinking a war was coming was completely different from your trusted advisor, saying that a war was heading in their direction. This is the destiny of those who won't follow the system of those in authority. War was always inevitable for the United Navy. Our values are too different from theirs. Charlotte replied from the other side. Values, wealth, power, territory, culture, and history. There were many reasons why civilizations fought against one another, not because of the whims of a single human. If it was, no one would have fought in it. But before Abraham could rabble in his thoughts, the smug voice of the problem dragon echoed from the communication array. Her words echoed throughout the bridge, and it made Abraham raise an eyebrow. Go, Abraham. Did you know that they personally attacked Charlotte during the diplomatic talk? She almost died if it wasn't for me blocking it with my legendary arms. Although the tone made it sound like they had gone through a party, the content within it was problematic. Attacked? You were assaulted, Charlotte? Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as he never thought that those bastards would have the gall to attack one of his precious subordinates. After hearing their outrageous demands, I ended the diplomatic talk and promptly returned to the Combat Information Center. But on the way of doing so, a Magus teleported near me but was quickly blasted by our anti-material rifle. The commander of the fleet ordered his War Master to cast a spell to attack me, but luckily Laplace blocked the lightning bolt. Hearing Charlotte's explanation, nerves popped up on Abraham's forehead. He thought he was hearing a joke, but he was not. Those F***ers. Why didn't you tell me? Abraham questioned since he couldn't believe his Vice Admiral hid such important news from him. What made it worse was her response. You didn't ask. The aloof tone of the Vice Admiral made Abraham even more pissed off. The fact that she used such a spell against him was unwarranted, and besides, he didn't think that they would be that uncivilized. I guess you have a point. Abraham took a deep breath and understood he couldn't fault Charlotte for it. It was good that she didn't get hurt from the attack, but that didn't mean that he was willing to let it go. They must pay for daring to attack their precious subordinate. Without her, managing the United Navy would be a lot harder. He would practically become a slave behind a desk. That must not happen. Thank you for reporting that to me, Laplace. I'll reward you once we go back. Abraham uttered to the communication array as Laplace's response swiftly followed. No problem, Abraham. Glad to help. Laplace had a beaming smile while Charlotte looked at her with an accusing expression as though saying that the problem dragon was a snitch. We'll have to halt communication for now and return to the port of Dawn. Take care, Abraham said and looked at the communication operator to turn off the transmission. The communication operator did so and silence followed. Most naval personnel were busy with their respective duties, so the bridge was mostly silent during the entire time unless they found themselves in battle. We cannot be passive after this. Those guys have to pay, Systema. Abraham quietly mumbled to himself and received a chime of a mechanical bell inside his head. Ding. I have the same thoughts, Fleet Admiral. The naval Gacha system and its system apparatus are ready. All right, give me a naval task, Systema. For the second time, Abraham asked for a naval task to the naval Gacha system. Another mechanical bell rang inside his head and a monotone voice followed. Ding. Naval task mission issued. Prompting mission classification. Liberation. Mission received. Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the Seven Seas Part 03B. Prompting Mission Classification. Liberation. Mission received. Chapter 82. 082 War for Liberation Part 1. Alpha Vanguard strike force somewhere over 300 kilometers westward from the island of Creskara on the stormy night, amidst the constant heavy rainfall and surging winds. 3V-22 Ospreys soared through the turbulent night skies with a determined destination. They were the vanguard reconnaissance and harassing force of the combined offensive fleet. Spear of Longinus within the leading V-22 Osprey was First Lieutenant Campbell with 2 squads of the Alpha 1st Platoon. He sat together with his subordinates, while the interiors of the transport aircraft trembled from the torrid sky. Campbell and his crew had already been briefed about what their mission was as the vanguard reconnaissance and harassing force of the Spear of Longinus, but as per protocol, it was good to remind them of their current objectives before arrival. With this in mind, the first lieutenant glanced at his subordinates who were sitting in silence and began speaking to them with a calm voice. As briefed beforehand, our mission as the vanguard reconnaissance and harassing force is to strike deeper into enemy lines and cause chaos throughout it, Campbell said to his subordinates and continued. The first thing we need to do is strike their designated armories. The second is to cause chaos amongst their ranks as much as possible, and finally, the third, we must take down their coastal defensive fortifications and platforms before the arrival of the fleet. Am I understood? First Lieutenant Campbell questioned his subordinates with a stern gaze. All of them saluted at the same time, fully understanding what the mission was all about. It would be difficult, but it wasn't something impossible for the Marines, for they were the warriors of the land and sea. Seeing the determined salute of his subordinates, Campbell nodded in satisfaction. This would be their first operation deep into enemy lines. Some might die in this battle, but the Marines wouldn't fail it. Before the first lieutenant could continue with his thoughts, the comms inside the cargo bay of the Osprey had an announcement to the Marines. Alpha Vanguard Strike Force, we are 10 clicks away from the drop zone. ETA 1 minute. Following the announcement of the pilots, everyone in the Alpha Vanguard Strike Force under the command of First Lieutenant Campbell prepared themselves. They checked their rifles, ammunition, and utilities before being dropped from the skies. They also took their time making sure that they were wearing their parachutes correctly and that it was as functional as intended to be. Their preparation was short-lived, only lasting 20 seconds. A red light gleamed over them as they stood up from their seats. The interiors of the transport aircraft kept vibrating, signifying a violent storm outside. When there were 20 seconds left, they turned their bodies towards the rear of the aircraft as Campbell stood in front of them. Be careful to not hurt any of the locals. We don't want relations to fall with the ones we are supposed to liberate, First Lieutenant Campbell warned his men. Alpha Vanguard Strike Force, we have arrived at our drop zone. Operation is open. The voice of the pilot sounded out once again as the red light that shrouded them turned green. In an instant, it was finally time to start the mission. All right, Marines, Campbell yelled while the rear loading ramp opened. The silence faded, immediately followed by the loud roar of the storm. The wet, windy gust rushed into the loading ramp as thunder cracked in the background. Bang, bang, bang. Flashes of light revealed the thick storm clouds enveloping the skies. It was quite a horrific scene, but for the Marines, it was merely Friday. Take the leap. With First Lieutenant Campbell's order, the Marines in the front hopped off the Osprey and dived into the stormy night skies. Many more followed as Campbell skillfully assisted them in their dive. When the last Marine left the confines of the Osprey, it was Campbell's turn to dive with them, but before he did so, he glanced in the direction of the cockpit and radioed the pilots. Take care, Liberty 1, he said before diving into the turbulent storm. Without fear in his eyes, he could hear the echoes of the pilot's response to him. We will expect for all of you to return. First Lieutenant Campbell merely cracked a smile from it and turned his attention to the violent storm. The heavy rain and the rushing wind were everywhere, and he could feel them through his suit. Despite the chaotic state of the skies, he could only hear his breathing echoing in his ears. He breathed as calmly as possible while passing through various bitter clouds. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening thunderbolts flashed across the frigid night skies as though gods were fighting inside of them. He squinted his eyes when they gleamed radiantly in the darkness and maintained his attention to his mission nonetheless. The scene was to be enjoyed by the Marines as he reached 100 meters from the ground. His parachute immediately opened and stopped him from diving further. He glided across the sky, barely controlling the parachute because of the rushing winds of the storm. Luckily, though, the low-altitude winds weren't as bad as the high-altitude ones. Otherwise, they would have been dragged somewhere far from their designated drop zone. In the middle of a particular plantation, several parachutes fell gently from the stormy heavens. There were over a dozen of them, looking as though it was an invasion. But without the lightning flashing the entirety of the heavens, it would be hard to see them falling from the skies unless one expects them. No one would practically be able to discover their infiltration. When First Lieutenant Campbell made his landfall on the plantation, He swiftly dove into the mud after cushioning his landing and took off his skydiving suit. He also got his backpack out, taking various utility equipment and weapons off it afterward. He wore his night vision helmet along with radio earpieces to his ears and armed himself with a rifle. Campbell then checked his surroundings and discovered himself to be in the middle of a vast plantation. He carefully scrutinized his surroundings before checking into the radio. This is Alpha Vanguard 6. Rendezvous in designated coordinates. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 6. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 6. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 5. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 5. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 4. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 4. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 3. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 3. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 2. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 2. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 1 to 1. Roger. Alpha Vanguard 2 to 1. Roger. With the following response of his strike teams. First Lieutenant Campbell sighed in relief. He took out a compass and saw where northward was. He closed the compass and followed the direction it pointed with silence, cautiousness, and stealth. Bang, 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 bang. Thunder cracks roared once again, illuminating the entirety of the heavens. The heavy rainfall masked Campbell's footsteps. While the night shrouded his body, it didn't take long before the first lieutenant arrived at the rendezvous point, but before heading towards it, he uttered their confirmation code amidst the shrouding darkness, Liberty Prime. After such words escaped his mouth, the bushes ruffled and several figures revealed themselves. It seems that the Alpha Vanguard 1 team has arrived first. First Lieutenant. Chapter 83. 083 War for Liberation Part 2. Operation Phantom Liberation. A couple of hours before Vanguard Strike Force deployment into the field inside the command center of the United Navy within the defense sector of the Port of Dawn, an intelligence officer stood on the stage with various documents in her arms. She stood with confidence and calm. Facing the audience before her in front of the intelligence officer was the task force for the current operation. They numbered around 40 for this operation through the deployment of 3V-22 Ospreys. The fleet admiral and the vice admiral have forged a mission to liberate colonized settlements throughout the sea region. This will be our first operation since the beginning of the war between us and the colonial dominion of Terra, the intelligence officer announced with a loud yet soft voice. Echoing throughout the auditorium, the crowd in front gazed at her in silence, wanting her to continue. The operation consists of Vanguard harassing forces followed by the combined offensive fleet of the United Navy. Spear of Longinus, all of you have been chosen as the vanguards for this operation. You have most of the experience in this foreign field and can adapt aptly from unknown variables presented by Magicraft, the intelligence officer uttered with utmost confidence. As such, you have naturally been chosen. Now, let's speak of what your tasks are in this operation, she continued while taking out various documents. Nearby, intelligence officers also helped and relayed the documents to the personnel in the auditorium. It took some time, but most finally got their hands on their needed document. First, let us talk about our primary target for this week. As she spoke, the lights of the auditorium turned off and the projector opened. It revealed an overview of an island's entirety. Through various interrogations of captured prisoners of war, we have gained intelligence about an island westward of Creskara. It is about 300 kilometers away and is the nearest. The island has no name, but the settlement residing in its land does. It's called the Plantation Colony Cervuserator. It is somewhat large, with the size comparable to 3/4 of Creskara. The Plantation Colony Cervuserator is mostly filled to the brim with flat and arable land, making it the perfect farming island state of the colonial dominion of Terra. The problem is how they operate their plantations. The intelligence officer stopped for a second and continued, but most of the personnel in the auditorium understood what she was about to discuss in the next moment. The colony runs a vast slave plantation network throughout the island according to our allied beastfolk refugees. These slaves are called the Minikin, a humanoid bull. The colonists in the plantation used the Minikin to plow through dirt and cultivate the plantation. Through our estimates, there might be thousands of them enslaved on the island. They will be the ones we will liberate from their so-called owners. The auditorium found itself in a tense atmosphere. Slavery was never a good subject within the United Navy. The fact that many were operating before their eyes without the hammer of justice made them disgusted with humanity in this world. Don't they have magic? Why can't they use it to magically farm in their farmlands? One of the audience questioned, as he couldn't believe that humans with something called magic still enslaved others. Well, to answer your question, you must understand the common sense of this world. A magus is amongst the highest in aristocracy. Those that can use magic have wealth, power, and fame. They consider it an insult to farm food for themselves. To them, farming is the job of the lowest in the caste. The duty of commoners and slaves was to feed them. After all, they have magic, the honored ones of the heavens. A peace treaty is impossible in our circumstances. They are too different from us. And since we don't have a tinge of mana inside our bodies, they will consider us as subhumans. None of them will even consider us as a part of humanity. We will be akin to a beast folk in their eyes. The intelligence officer efficiently responded to the questions of the personnel. It was understandable to think that with magic, society would be stabler than before. But most forget that magic was but an exclusive tool. Those that have it have greater leverage than those that don't. Anyway, regardless of their minded dominion, let us continue with our discussion. She decided to change the subject away from the current one as they weren't handling the difference between themselves and others yet. The audience has the same thoughts as they wish to know more about the upcoming operation of the United Navy. As said before, you will be the reconnaissance and harassing vanguard force of the Spear of Longinus. Your job is to infiltrate deeper into enemy territory and destroy armories, along with various defensive fortifications in these beaches. In the projector, a map of the island appeared with the beaches encircled. The personnel looked at it with a scrutinizing gaze while the intelligence officer continued. Point A, Point B, and Point C will be the designated targets for this operation. Point B and Point C will be blockaded by UNS Marina and UNS Area respectively. They will prevent information from getting out of the island. Epsilon Imyavkarilitsagers and Dalnaprachorknitara. On the other hand, most of the Spear of Longinus will be beyond the beaches of Point A. This beach is amongst the most heavily defended part of the island. According to our intel, the reason is mostly because it is incredibly near the colony's settlement, Servuserator. It will be our landing point, so the fortifications of the beach must be destroyed before the landing in ET 1200 tomorrow. The intelligence officer calmly explained to the personnel about their targets and timeline for the landing. The Vanguard Strike Force will be separated into 3 task forces, she uttered with an aloof tone while giving 3 fingers to the audience before her. The first one would be led by First Lieutenant Campbell of the Alpha 1st Platoon, the Alpha Vanguard Strike Force. The second one would be led by Lieutenant Colonel Aquila of the Aerial Cavalry, the Bravo Vanguard Strike Force. And finally, the third one, it would be led by Lieutenant Laplace of the Special Response Unit, the Special Vanguard Strike Force. The intelligence officer introduced the 3 task forces to the personnel. Let us first start with the Alpha Vanguard Strike Force. She turned her gaze towards the blonde man sitting in the forefront of the auditorium. First Lieutenant Campbell, this will be your task force's assignment. Ew, bang. Thunder cracked in the background as a bright flash instantaneously covered the turbulent night skies. The winds surged with unrivaled violence as the heavy rain tormented the earth. It was one stormy night in the Servuserator's plantation located in the western part of the island. The Alpha Vanguard Strike Force had made their rendezvous, completing their first task on the island. Who's the one that made the code? What the hell is Liberty Prime? One of the Marines quietly complained as he was vexed by the code they needed to say to confirm one another. At the very least, it ain't F***CKME, another Marine silently responded, making the complaining one know that it ain't the worst code on the battlefield. Quiet. All of you, let us start the mission. First Lieutenant Campbell stopped them from going further with their conversation and wanted the subject to be back to their mission, and it did. The attention of the Marines was on him. We have been assigned the west side of the island where Point A resides. Our mission is to target these armories scattered throughout the plantations and destroy the fortifications in Point A. He calmly explained to his men. Can we also take care of the barracks? One of them had a good suggestion in mind. Taking care of the soldiers would take care of most of their problems, but barracks were amongst the most heavily defended and active places in any military. Though it wasn't impossible, to say the least. We may do so, but our focus must be our given objectives. The armories and fortifications will be planted with C4S first. After that, we can do anything we want that can be thought of as harassment. First Lieutenant Campbell wasn't against the idea, but he needed to remind them that their official objectives were up and foremost in the mission. Okay, the third debriefing is finished. Let's start the operation. Campbell nodded to his men, and they nodded in reply. Good. Let's head there first. Kill any armed colonist. Apprehend both beast folk and unarmed colonists that dare to attract attention. He pointed at a nearby building with various glowing lanterns. It was obviously a building used for managing the nearby plantation fields. The Alpha Vanguard Strike Force walked through the muddied fields as their dark uniforms and helmets made them invisible in the dark. They also didn't need flashlights with the assistance of their night vision helmets. It didn't take long for them to arrive near the target building. They hid amongst the bushes and shrubs while the storm ravaged the outside. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder cracked once again, illuminating both the heavens and the earth with its gleaming light. The Alpha Vanguard Strike Force disappeared from the spot and stood beside the unlit back doors of the building. First Lieutenant Campbell stood beside the door and signaled his men to surround it after they were positioned. He got one of them to open the door to the medieval stone building. As the door opened, the Alpha Vanguard Strike Force entered with stealth, silence, and ease like ghosts of the night, never to be heard of ever again. Chapter 84. 084 War for Liberation Part 3. Deep Infiltration. Bang. Inside a particular building somewhere in the plantation of Cervuserator, the thunder-deafening rumbled in the background. Casting flashes of radiance through the closed windows, it brought about light for an instant, revealing dark figures treading silently in the hallway. The Alpha Vanguard Strike Force, a Vanguard Task Force, led by First Lieutenant Campbell, had begun their operation. Their tasks, the destruction of various armories and fortifications scattered throughout the west side of the island, along with bringing untold chaos. First Lieutenant Campbell was at the forefront, leading his team onward into the darkness. Gazing through the night vision helmet, he observed the long hallway and corners of the medieval building. As they reached a corner, they saw an entrance to a room. First Lieutenant Campbell stopped and hid in the corner. While gazing at the inactive entrance, he signaled his team to carefully move forward. While some would take care of the room, Campbell stood beside the doorway and got his men to prepare for an intrusion. In a finger count of 3, 2, 1, the group of 4 Marines entered the room with silence on their backs. They saw a couple of bunks with warriors sleeping on them. None seemed to be combat ready. Though it was understandable, as this building was deep inside enemy territory, one would expect their enemy to start their infiltration in the deepest part of their influence naturally. The United Navy had other ways to infiltrate, and that was through the skies. Campbell glanced at the sleeping men for some time and signaled his Marines to take care of them. The Marines nodded and positioned themselves. The first lieutenant did the same, and in 5 seconds, they were ready. He looked at his soldiers and nodded at them before pulling the trigger. Fut, 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 fut. In a second, everyone sleeping in the room died without resistance and suffering an ignorant death, where they would find themselves in a slumber till the end of time. After Campbell and his Marines took care of the sleeping warriors, they left the room and followed the main group. It didn't take long before they reached the staircase of the building, where the main group hid themselves in the corners while pointing their rifles at the upper staircase. At this moment, the first lieutenant decided for the task force to be separated into various fire teams. This would increase their efficiency and versatility in taking care of the adversaries in the building. We'll separate into 4-man fire teams. Each one will handle a single floor. Second Lieutenant Diego, take a fire team and handle the basement. Campbell ordered his men and sent a couple of signals to them. All of his men nodded in agreement and separated themselves respectively into 3 fire teams. One would handle the basement, the second would handle the second floor, and the third would take care of the third floor. Second Lieutenant Diego, a Mexican Marine, glanced at the wooden door leading to the expected basement. He looked at his men and nodded at them before moving forward. Meanwhile, Campbell's fire team and the other fire team moved upward through the staircase. Each of their steps was careful and quiet, as they maintained their attention to whatever was in front of them. When they reached the second floor of the building, the second lieutenant of the second fire team nodded at Campbell. The first lieutenant nodded back and continued treading through the staircase. On the other hand, the second fire team began clearing the second floor. Unlike the first floor of the building, which was riddled with hallways, the second floor was instead brimming with rooms. This would be problematic, as it would be somewhat difficult for the fire team to take care of them one by one, as the second fire team carefully tread through the second floor's halls, with one of them watching the back, the other observing the sides, and another looking at the front. While the second lieutenant stood beside the first door of the second floor, the second fire team soon surrounded the first door, and the second lieutenant could hear voices inside of it. It was at this moment he realized they would be entering an active room. To enter this room, there were many ways. One was to forcefully open the door with guns blazing. The other was to forcefully open the door and throw a stun grenade inside before intrusion. The latter was a risky move to make, as stun grenades tend to be loud. The moment it explodes, it would probably alert everyone on the second floor. So, as ironic as it gets, guns blazing was the greatest action they could do. But before doing so, the second lieutenant waited for an opportunity. He wasn't as foolish as to do such a thing without cover. But what kind of cover was he asking? Well, the answer was fairly simple. A radiant light then flashed through the windows. For a moment, the second lieutenant swiftly ordered his men to prepare to break down the door and signal. 2 seconds then passed, and the deafening roar followed. Bang! This was the signal. A Marine broke down the door with a kick, and the fire team entered the room. In mere seconds, the drunk warriors inside of it were shocked, and before they could react, they were shot in between their eyes, falling immediately to the ground. Fut, fut, fut. There were only 3 warriors in the room, and most of them were swiftly disposed of. The second lieutenant then observed the room and found that it was the guard room. There were keys dangling on the walls, signifying the existence of cells. The second lieutenant furrowed his eyebrows when his eyes laid upon it. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the building, First Lieutenant Campbell found himself and his fire team in a hallway leading to a luxurious-looking door. This must be the door leading to the plantation manager's office. With this in mind, the first lieutenant signaled them to cautiously move forward while pointing their rifles at the door. After some time, they arrived in front of the luxurious front door and could hear the voice of someone inside. First Lieutenant Campbell squinted his eyes, wondering what he should do against the tenant of the office. Square root right angle side. The first thought that appeared inside his mind was termination, but the plantation's manager must have some intel about the locations of various armories, fortifications, and maybe secret tunnels, so it might be better to gather intel from him through interrogation to precisely hit their targets in the operation. Capture him for interrogation, he ordered his Marines, and they nodded one after another. With the confirmation of his men, First Lieutenant Campbell stood in front of the door and prepared himself. After a couple of seconds, a determined gaze escaped his eyes as he kicked the door forward. The luxurious door couldn't resist his kick and was blasted open. The fire team immediately entered the manager's office with their rifles pointed at him. The manager of the plantation sat on a comfy chair and stared at them with shock. He was a fat-looking man with curly hair and beard, resembling somewhat of a conquistador. As he stared at them with a dumbfounded expression, realization of his situation struck him. He immediately reached for his runic communicator to seek help, but before he could take it, Campbell shot his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. Thud! A Marine appeared in front of him and broke the fat man's teeth with the back of their assault rifle. Then, the remaining Marines tackled the manager to the ground, arresting him with several handcuffs. While handcuffing him, they also covered his mouth with a cloth to stop him from screaming further. First Lieutenant Campbell stood in front of the manager with a cold expression and glanced at the documents on the manager's table. He walked towards it and saw the map of the island. There was also information about the plantation fields scattered throughout the island. It seems that he wasn't wrong about this guy being an intelligence treasure trove. As such, Campbell took out a lingua gem and began talking to the tackled manager, who could only muffle in fear with a piece of cloth inside his mouth. "I'm here to ask you questions, and I expect you to answer them truthfully," he uttered with a calm, yet cold tone. The manager shivered upon hearing Campbell, as though death was creeping towards him. "The moment you scream out, I'll cripple your arms, legs, and shoot you in the balls. You'll die a painful death if you don't follow instructions." First Lieutenant Campbell wasn't holding back with the intimidation. "Give me a nod," he commanded, and the manager nodded without hesitation or delay. Campbell then smiled and signaled his Marines to take out the cloth on the manager's mouth. After taking the cloth out of his mouth, the manager began breathing heavily in panic. "What do you want from me? Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want me to do," the manager said in fear with trembling eyes. He was merely a manager of a plantation, not an army general or a commander of some force. His job was merely to make sure that the slaves didn't act up. "Good, let's start with what you know first. Tell me all you know about this island, its geography, sociology, and relations. There's no need to explain it quickly. I'm a patient one after all." "You have all the time in the world," Campbell uttered as he crouched in front of the manager with a menacing smile. Chapter 85. 085 War for Liberation Part 4. Bravo Vanguard Strike Force. Somewhere eastward of the plantation colony serve Usurator. "Our rotation has gotten shorter, don't you think?" And the higher-ups seemed panicking for some reason. On the stormy night, a guard sat on a wooden chair with the radiance of a lamp gleaming over his face. "I heard that the colonial dominion is going to war," another guard in front of him responded in a whisper. "Subjects like these weren't allowed to be talked about by their leaders. If discovered, they would probably face up to 10 whips to the back." "Going to war? Who are we fighting?" "I doubt those animals would have made such a reaction from the higher-ups." The first guard questioned the validity of his fellow guardsmen's words. "They had practically dominated the sea region. None inside it can escape its authority, meaning that it should have been the safest sea after all. It was the closest to Europa. As a result of its close proximity to Europa, most of the naval capacity of humanity was entrenched in further colonial dominions at the edge of their influence. That's what I'm wondering about." "But others said that there was a figure from the frontiers that managed to make it here," the second guard said as quietly as possible. "A figure from the frontier? How the hell did it get here?" The first guard inquired, as it should have been possible for any outsider to enter the colonial dominion of Terra's influence without passing through the militarized and fortified colonial dominions in the Ferris Sea. Though, it does make one wonder, what was the frontier? Well, in simpler terms, the frontier was a vast region of the Ferris Sea where humanity's influence was at its lowest. In this part of the Ferris Sea, beastfolk kingdoms and the revolting rebelling forces shrouded the tides. It was shocking when I heard of it. To be honest, they also heard from the higher-ups that it was none other than the dragoness of the revolting tide. When the second guard uttered his words, the first guard looked at him in disbelief. "The dragoness? You aren't joking, right?" The first guard wanted confirmation whether or not what he had heard was correct. Sadly not. The expansionary fleet stationed in Terra had already faced her and was forced to retreat. They are preparing for another offensive against the dragoness. She might be the reason why we got forced to amp up our defensive structures. And guards, who knows, maybe that crazy monster would attack this place. The second guard confirmed and expressed a terrible thought. And naturally, the first guard lightly punched him in the forehead, yelling at him for thinking such a fate. King Hell. Are you asking for a death wish? Have you heard about the things she had done in the frontier? She's a monster, for God's sake. We don't want her here or anywhere at all. The first guard wanted to punch this bastard in front of him to damnation. To even imply that the dragoness would attack them, this guy in front of him was crazy. Hey, I'm not saying that she'll attack us, it's just that she's in this sea region. And the islands that she could attack are something I can easily count with my fingers, and in my fingers is our island. The second guard continued. I sure hope she won't appear anywhere near us. She might as well destroy Terra for all sake, as long as she doesn't come near us, the first guard remarked as he found himself in a bad mood. The moment Terra gets destroyed, we'll disappear with it. There's no way anyone from the very top will be ignorant the moment the colonial dominion's existence gets threatened. The second guard responded while staring at the dark storm skies through the barely opened window. The night was turbulent yet calm. He hoped that they wouldn't be caught in a crossfire between a monster and the Magus Tower. How the hell did she even get inside the sea region without attracting attention to begin with? Did someone smuggle her inside? The first guard complained, as this sea should have been the safest of all waters in the Ferris Sea. Don't know. Don't care. The only thing we can do is react to what happens in the future. The second guard didn't turn his attention away from the window. I hope I'll be able to retire safely and buy my own flock of slaves. The second guard quietly mumbled under his breath. Having slaves should make his life easy. Perhaps he could become rich by becoming a plantation owner. That would be an interesting dream to look at. But before he could continue staring through the dark field shrouded in turbulent winds and heavy rain, the second guard noticed a glint in the distance. He squinted his eyes, trying to understand what he was staring at. Then, unexpectedly, the glint shone brightly. In a single moment, he only felt a sting of pain between his forehead before his vision turned black. He fell forward to the wooden table, causing a thud to echo in the small guarding station of the northeastern defensive fortification. This caused the first guard to flinch and turn his gaze to the second guard's head on the table. The first guard raised an eyebrow, wondering if his buddy lost consciousness in the middle of the conversation, but as time passed, blood dripped out and gathered on the wooden table. Or why, yeah, it was at this moment he realized his friend had died in the middle of their conversation. How? That was something he didn't know, and he was horrified because of it. The first guard shivered and erratically looked around to see whether someone or something was attacking them, but he couldn't see anything peculiar. There was only silence and the pitch black. Before the first guard could realize it, he died and fell to the ground with a thud. A bullet hole resided above his left eye as crimson blood dripped off it. The windy storm of the night continued in the background before the door leading to the tiny guard station opened. What emerged were men in black uniforms and night vision helmets. They were armed with silenced rifles, resembling executors of the night. That's the fourth guarding station down. After this, we will target the primary point B stronghold, Lieutenant Colonel Aquila calmly uttered, while picking up various papers scattered throughout the floor. Each paper related to their adversaries was always considered as intelligence, so when it was possible they were commended for collecting it for the intelligence officers. At any rate, they were the Bravo Vanguard Task Force. The personnel dropped into the eastern side of the island to target the Point B and Point C beaches. This was to lower their coastal defenses and make sure that the United Navy had complete control over essential choke points of the island. The moment they take control of all points, everyone and everything on the island would practically be locked inside. The only ones that could bring them out would be the United Navy, whether as prisoners of war or as criminals to be executed back in the Port of Dawn. Also, have you heard about what they were discussing? Lieutenant Colonel Aquila glanced at his men with a furrowed gaze. All of them nodded, as they were listening to the conversation before terminating the guards. The frontier. It seems that humanity in this world doesn't have the entirety of the Ferris Sea in its grasp, and it looks like most of their naval power is stuck in the frontier, maintaining their influence over it. I guess we were lucky to be in this part of the sea, Aquila coolly remarked before sighing to himself. It might be strange to desire weak adversaries and might appear dishonorable. There was nothing bad about wanting to deal with weaker enemies. Their casualties wouldn't be high, and the naval force wouldn't be battered through constant battles. Though, obviously one can't simply fight weak enemies forever. This was something Aquila understood. All right, let's go on, Lieutenant Colonel Aquila said to his men and got out of the tiny guarding station. Bang! The thunder cracked, bringing about a radiant flash that pierced through the window. The silhouettes of the Bravo Vanguard Task Force emerged before fading into darkness. Gusts of winds continued to violently surge over the island, along with heavy rainfall. Lightning bolts flickered across the storm clouds, streaking across the skies in mere moments within the stronghold of the designated target. Point B. Flashes of glinting light shimmered across the hallway, followed by whistling bullets hurtling through the air. Phut! 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 Many guards ran for their lives and screamed in horror, but none could hear their words as the storm deafeningly roared in the background. It was a massacre, to say the least. The swords, armor, and flintlocks of the guards were ineffective. The armament of their unknown and hidden adversaries was too fast for them to react. Inside a particular office deep within the stronghold, The garrison commander felt his hand tremble while trying to connect through the nearby defensive stronghold of another beach. He was horrified and hoped for the other side to accept his call, and luckily for the garrison commander, it did. The runic communicator went through, and he could call for reinforcements from the nearby defensive stronghold. But instead of hearing the words of his fellow garrison commander, he heard the enchanting voice of a lady. At this moment, he understood one fact. Unfortunately for you, there will be no help coming. They were being invaded. Chapter 86. 086 War for Liberation Part 5. Minikin, this guy told everything without hesitation or delay. I don't know if I should be astonished or disappointed, Campbell muttered while standing over an unconscious plantation manager. There were bloodied parts of teeth scattered on the floor, along with the face of the manager being battered beyond relief. Well, he did try to hide the location of this island's main manor, the home of the plantation's governor. It took some beating to get it out of him, but at least he tried to hide it, one of the Marines remarked while staring at the unconscious manager. So, what did we discover, sir? Another Marine inquired as most of them were busy guarding the surrounding windows and doors of the third floor, while Campbell and a nearby Marine did the interrogation. The locations of their fortifications have been accurately identified. The armories scattered throughout the island have also been pinpointed in this map, First Lieutenant Campbell uttered and took out a map. This map was something the plantation manager owned, and was given to the first lieutenant as thanks for the lovely interrogation. The first thing we need to target are their armories. As long as we destroy their weapon depots, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle their fortifications in Point A, Campbell uttered while pointing at the various armories on the map. Some of the armories are far from our jurisdiction since they reside in the far east of the island, so I'll be sending our intelligence to Bravo and special task forces, he calmly explained to his fire team. What about this place, sir? One of the Marines pointed at a peculiar location on the map. It was none other than the location of Servuzerator's town. You're asking about the town and what we should do against them? Well, for now we don't bother the town as things would become too complicated if we do so. Campbell thought of it as a bad idea to even think of handling a town on their own. It was their military's job to do that, not theirs. They were merely infiltrators, and the only thing they needed to do was butter up the defenses of their adversaries so that their hot knife could easily penetrate without much of a problem. Affirmative. The Marine nodded in understanding, as he understood the troubles of handling a town. They weren't ordered to fight in civilian areas, and their job was to only destroy militarized fortifications. It was up to the bulk of the Marine force to handle that kind of task. At any rate, before the first lieutenant could continue, the second task force arrived before the front door of the office with relaxed expressions. Sir, the second floor has been completely neutralized. We have discovered quite a lot of things inside of its rooms. The second lieutenant of the second fire team reported to Campbell without much of a reaction. What did you discover? First Lieutenant Campbell raised an eyebrow and wondered what kind of things the second fire team had gotten from the second floor. Well, there's a lot in there. Many of them are whips, others are runic communicators, although it seems a bit crude compared to the one we got, and lingua gems. I have already designated them to be picked up later. After all, runic communicators and lingua gems are vital for our future operations, the second lieutenant calmly explained, and noticed the map surrounded by Campbell's fire team. So, what do we have here? He inquired, wanting to know what they were planning to do with the map. The plantation manager has confirmed the locations of various fortifications and armories to us. We have marked them and are about to target the locations in about 20 minutes, Campbell responded to the second lieutenant. It seems we already got our destination, huh? What about Diego? Is the basement cleared? The second lieutenant asked, wondering about the status of the first fire team on the underground floor of the building. Not yet. There's a tough iron door impeding the intrusion of the first fire team. Diego is having a difficult time opening it up, Campbell said while returning his attention to the map before him. A locked door? I have Kadash. The second lieutenant was about to suggest using the keys they had discovered to open tough doors, but before he could do so, a Marine reported vital information to the first lieutenant. Sir, the basement has been cleared. The first fire team discovered no arms depot at the bottom. Instead, they found hundreds of hostages jailed across the underground floor. The guards have been taken out, but opening each jail cell is proving to be troublesome. With the conclusion of the Marine's report, Campbell slowly turned his gaze towards the second lieutenant. Obviously, he heard of the words that escaped the mouth of the second lieutenant. Meanwhile, in the underground basement of the building, Second Lieutenant Diego watched several figures standing behind thick iron bars. They stood higher than him with horns protruding from their heads. The figures were none other than the Minikin. Despite being hard to see under the cover of darkness, the lamp's dim radiance provided enough brightness to perceive what they were. Even though Diego considered them as hostages of the plantation, their large bodies and overbearing appearance made it hard to consider them as slaves of the puny and weak humans. Unfortunately, I don't have the lingua gem otherwise. I would have already talked to them by now. Diego shook his head in disappointment and glanced at his fellow Marine. Have they been called? He inquired, to which the Marine nodded and calmly answered, I already called them, they should be here. Hearing the words of the Marine, Diego nodded and turned his attention back to the figures before him. They were different from the beastfolk refugees back in Crescara. They don't seem or look weak. It made him wonder how the plantation managed to enslave them. Second Lieutenant Diego. Diego couldn't continue to entertain himself with his thoughts as someone called out to him. He turned his gaze towards the voice and saw the first lieutenant. He straightened his back and saluted his superior. Sir, we have cleared the basement, he reported without delay or hesitation. Information throughout the military would always need to be repeated from superiors to subordinates, or subordinates to superiors. Good. Are they the hostages? Campbell looked at the figures in the cells brimmed with thick iron bars, short fur, enlarged muscles, protruding horns, and giant hooves. They resembled massive bipedal humanoid cows like the minotaurs of the former world mythical beasts of legends. Though, perhaps a bit smaller, the Minikin before him were merely between 3 meters to 4 meters in height, but they were tall nonetheless. Holding the lingua gem in his fingers, First Lieutenant Campbell decided to interact with the hostages. It would help them understand the United Navy and the differences between it and humanity. I am First Lieutenant Campbell of the United Navy. We are here to liberate you from your oppressors. Zayints. His words echoed throughout the cells of the underground basement. Only silence followed, as though no one answered his call. However, Campbell couldn't dwell on it as a rough voice sounded out from the cells. A human liberating us? You're a bad joker. Even tribe jesters could do better. It was deep and beast-like yet understandable, as if the one uttering it was incredibly literate. Fortunately for you, I am not a comedian. Campbell furrowed his eyebrows, gazing at the one that responded to him. It was a Minikin, far larger than most of its kind, standing over 4 meters. So, you aren't a comedian, huh? Did humanity experience some sort of civil war? Are its colonies rebelling against its central authority? The giant Minikin questioned as it stepped closer to the first lieutenant. Each of its steps was heavy, causing the floor to slightly tremble and crack upon contact. Unfortunately, humanity isn't in a civil war. The colonies aren't rebelling against Europa. First Lieutenant Campbell didn't make a single move and faced the giant Minikin head-on. As I said before, we are the United Navy. United Navy? I haven't heard anything about that name. Where did you come from? And what the hell are you doing here in the Sea of Terra? The giant Minikin didn't stop questioning the first lieutenant. The only thing you need to know about us is that we will liberate you from your oppressors. Campbell squinted his eyes as the giant Minikin was too inquisitive for his liking. And why would you liberate us, oh liberators? Are you sure you don't simply need slaves to operate whatever you are cooking? The giant Minikin brimmed with sarcasm, but its intelligence couldn't be underestimated. We don't need slaves, otherwise we wouldn't liberate you and simply destroy your owners. First Lieutenant Campbell uttered, as he didn't want to continue conversing with the Minikin in front of him. I see, I guess that makes sense, but let me remind you that we don't have anything to pay for your liberation. Other than our bodies, we have no grounds to negotiate, and our future will be tied to your decisions. The giant Minikin expressed with a deep tone. It stood in front of the first lieutenant and gazed at him with its bright amber irises. Its fur was black with massive horns protruding from its head and sharp tusks from its nose. You can think of your payment in the future. The United Navy only invests, so our profit will only be perceived in the far future. So, would you like to be liberated? First Lieutenant Campbell remarked and opened the cell. I'd like to be. The giant Minikin smirked and stepped out of the cell. Chapter 87. 087 War for Liberation Part 6. Cooperation. What are you planning to do with us now? The giant Minikin questioned after accepting the proposal for liberation from First Lieutenant Campbell. As he had accepted the United Navy as their liberators, it was natural to inquire about their further plans. First Lieutenant Campbell furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the giant Minikin with a scrutinizing gaze before calmly responding to the Minikin's inquiry. Before that, what is your name? Campbell wanted to know the name of the giant Minikin in front of him. The beastfolk was intelligent, literate, and pretty much cautious. It reminded him of the dragoness. Though a lot weaker than her, the giant Minikin raised an eyebrow, as he didn't expect a human to ask for his name. A smile soon emerged from the corner of his bull-like face as he answered, My name is Espada, the war chief of the Minikin tribe. It's good to meet you. First Lieutenant Campbell of the United Navy. Although the giant Minikin did introduce himself, the smirk plastered on his face made it hard for anyone to consider it delightful. Espada, quite a good name. Campbell wasn't bothered by the smirk plastered on the bull's face, but it seems that the Minikin tribe was a lot more troublesome than expected. At any rate, with the storm ongoing outside, this is the perfect time for you to try to set more of your tribesmen free. In other words, it's time for you to rebel, First Lieutenant Campbell uttered while signaling his Marines to get out of the underground basement. And what about you and your United Navy? Espada was curious about what these humans were trying to do deep in enemy territory. From the looks of it, they were planning to cause trouble. How? He had no idea, and that was why he inquired about it. You'll find out later instead. Get your attention directed at liberating more of your tribesmen will handle the heavy work, Campbell said, and stepped out of the underground basement. Espada could only watch the so-called liberators head upstairs to the ground floor. He couldn't wipe the smile off his face. It has been a while since he felt such an exciting feeling. The colonial dominion of Terra is about to be rocked to its very core. Whether it'll collapse or not is an interesting question, he quietly thought to himself. On the other hand, First Lieutenant Campbell and the Alpha Vanguard Task Force walked out of the building, meeting the turbulent winds and violent heavy rainfall of the stormy night. Their intrusion into the building didn't take a long time. The entire duration of their intrusion only lasted for about half an hour, and that included the interrogation of the plantation manager. Sir, are you sure about leaving the manager there? One of his men questioned, as the plantation manager would have been a trove of intelligence. I have already made my decision about it. We already got everything we needed from the manager. He'll be the perfect gift to improve our relations with the Minikin, Campbell calmly responded and glanced in the direction they were heading. The words of the first lieutenant made sense. Besides, they weren't planning on dragging the plantation manager with them, so he had to stay in that building regardless. Back to the building, the plantation manager was shackled to his desk. Both of his arms and feet were tied together, making him unable to move a muscle. He kept trying to free himself, but his actions were futile. The Marines made it incredibly hard for him to get freed. If he wishes to do so, he'd have to cut off his limbs. Zayupsalon him. But before he could take his time, the door to his office opened, and he saw a giant creature standing beside it. His eyes widened in shock as his body unconsciously trembled. Ha 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 ha. You don't look good. It seems that they took their time with you. Espada chuckled with amusement, while holding a massive long sword with a single hand. What are you doing here? Did they free you? How could they? A lower creature like you should be dash. The plantation manager couldn't continue speaking as he saw the destructive glint in the bull's eye. Please don't kill me. He tried backing away from the giant Minikin, but couldn't move too far due to being shackled with the wooden desk. They brought me a good gift, so I'll be sure to enjoy it. The door to the office, as the screams of the plantation manager echoed, the horrified cries resounded while the crunching of bones bellowed in the background. Returning to the Marines, First Lieutenant Campbell and his men tread in the turbulent plantations with stealth and silence, even though it was dark, windy, and rainy on the outside. One can never be sure they couldn't be seen by their adversaries. They continued their infiltration into their first armory, but as they did so, Campbell stopped for a second and stared at his Marine who was in charge of inter-task force communication. Have you reported the intelligence we got to other task forces? The first lieutenant quietly inquired. The communication operator Marine nodded and responded to Campbell. I already sent the intelligence to them, sir. They should be analyzing it by now. How about the Special Vanguard Task Force? Have you given them the location of the governor's manor? Campbell questioned, since the mission of the Special Vanguard Task Force was incredibly important to achieving complete victory. They have already given a response, sir. The Special Vanguard Task Force will be heading to the designated location of the manor. After the communication operator Marine responded, Campbell nodded in satisfaction and continued treading through the plantation. As long as the Special Vanguard Task Force became aware of the designated location, a part of their mission had already been completed. Now, they could focus on destroying what they were ordered to destroy by the high commands of the United Navy. Meanwhile, in the tempestuous darkness of the central region of the island, a lady wearing a black-suited uniform stood on the roof of a particular building. Heavy rain fell upon her body while the wind ravaged her surroundings. Strands of white hair ruffled along the winds while her golden irises shone with unrivaled radiance. She didn't have weapons on her body, as her hands were enough to behead her enemies. She was the dragoness of the United Navy, Laplace. This is the designated location of the manor sent by the Alpha Vanguard Task Force. It looks like they were right, she muttered with her supple lips, while looking down at the luxurious garden of the manor before her. The governor of this plantation should be here, she continued, but the edges of her lips slowly rose. Moments later, I guess it's time. As she uttered such words, several dark-suited soldiers emerged beside her. They were the Special Response Unit, a platoon she trained herself, made of humans and beast folk alike. Her training wasn't to be underestimated, as the current members of the Special Response Unit were the ones that managed to survive over 500 Marines and soldiers of the United Navy, and there were only 12 of them in her platoon. Take care of the guards surrounding the manor. I'll handle the magus inside and the governor, Laplace ordered before hopping off and landing atop a balcony. The luxurious door in front of her opened, and the violent gust of wind ravaged the inside. Her soldiers followed with their rifles pointed at the door. We will separate here. Be sure not to die, Laplace uttered and opened the door without fear. She moved forward into the hallway, while her soldiers divided themselves into two groups. One was handling the guards on the second floor, while the second was clearing the ground floor of the manor on the other hand. Laplace was walking towards the office of the governor. Each of her steps echoed in the serene hallway, but as she walked through the marble floor, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at a nearby pillar of the hallway. "You should stop hiding, I can easily smell your scent," she calmly warned towards the white pillar. A figure soon emerged from the pillar, and it was a cloaked one, obviously. The recently emerged figure was a magus under the command of the plantation's governor. I didn't expect an intruder to appear in the manor here. I thought that the governor was merely being paranoid for his life. I guess there's a reason why he's still alive till this moment," the magus remarked while his grimoire materialized in front of him. "A master magus, you lot should be on the frontier, dealing with the troubles there. Has it calmed down enough that a master magus has time to be in an inner colonial dominion?" Laplace tilted her head and questioned. I guess my intuition was right." The master magus sighed as orbs levitated beside him and circled around his body. It seems that he was getting all of his armaments out. Nonetheless, a master magus was a higher rank of magus in the Magus Tower. They were amongst the best, and could mostly be found in Europa or the frontier of the Ferris Sea. So, a random master magus in the inner colonial dominion, which should be peaceful in the records of Europa, was somewhat surprising. The master magus squinted his eyes and cast several defensive spells one after another, whether it'd be a shell, a barrier, an elemental defensive spell, a blunt absorption spell, and a penetration protection spell. He wasn't holding back. After all, his enemy was none other than the Dragoness Laplace. Chapter 88. 088 War for Liberation Part 7. The dragon versus the magus. In the middle of a lengthy hallway in a manor submerged by a turbulent storm, a dark-suited white-haired lady stood before a wrinkly-coated man. One was a dragon, and the other was a practitioner of magicraft. "I thought that the viceroy was overreacting when he spoke about your existence in his territory. It seems that I was wrong. You really are lodged in this sea." He squinted his eyes, observing every move of the dragoness in front of him. It was too dangerous to lower his guard, as she might attack and kill him. This was a battle to the death, and he must treat it as such. "I have to warn others about you," the master magus continued, and was about to send a transmission spell headed to the frontier, but before he could do so, Laplace instantly appeared beside him. "Sadly for you, I can't let you know that calling more of your friends would surely annoy Abraham. He'll cut some of my salary if that happens," she calmly uttered and threw an elbow to the master magus. Pang! A crack formed in the air as the barrier spell cast by the master magus almost broke from her sheer strength. The master magus stepped back as, despite blocking the power of the dragoness, its momentum still forced him to withdraw. As expected of the dragoness, even in your human form, your strength cannot be underestimated, the master magus remarked and swiftly cast another barrier spell. You're a lot stronger than I expected." Her punch would have blown a hole through a boulder. The fact that his spell didn't completely break was the epitome of his skill as a master magus. With this in mind, Laplace knew that she shouldn't underestimate and play with her prey. Instead, she must finish this as fast as possible and complete the task given to her by Abraham. Firebolt! The master magus cried out, and a spell circle immediately materialized in front of him. Bolts of crimson lightning escaped the spell circle along with a circular ball of flames. PPSSHHHHD. Without hesitation or delay, the firebolt propelled itself into the air. Its arcs of crimson lightning destroyed the luxurious marble as its ball of flames gleamed in unparalleled radiance. Against such firepower, Laplace's defeat seemed inevitable, but tang! Boom! Laplace deflected the firebolt with her arm, and it blew up beside her, causing the entire wall, roof, and floor to collapse while smoke shrouded her body. She waved her arm, feeling a sting on her skin. However, she noticed something even more troublesome. The sleeves of the dark suit given to her were burned off from contact with the firebolt. It would be problematic if the United Navy wanted to make her pay for it. But the dragoness couldn't continue entertaining her thoughts as the master magus threw another spell at her. Firebomb! The master magus threw a baseball-sized compressed flame at her without a tinge of hesitance. He was mad, not caring about what would happen to those hit by the spell. Seeing the spell heading towards her, Laplace kicked it upward into the roof. It crashed into the roof and got outside of the manor before exploding like a one-ton bomb. Boom! If that landed on the manor, it would have destroyed its entirety in a mere moment. This made the dragoness furrow her eyebrows as she glanced at the quietly observing master magus. "Here, I thought you magus pride yourself on not speaking your spells," she remarked to the master magus, who merely chuckled at her words. "You're correct, dragoness. It does sound stupid, but it helps." As he uttered such words, the master magus cast another spell on the dragoness. Firebolt! It was another firebolt, Or so the dragoness thought. What escaped from the spell circle was none other than a penetrating spell. Magic missile. Cyaning. In an instant, the magic missile arrived in front of the dragoness. This was something she couldn't dodge, which meant that she had no choice but to take it head-on. *BAM. Dust scattered as wind surged outward throughout the manor. Glasses from windows were broken as walls cracked from the pressure. Alone the spell was deadly. Uttering the wrong name was the oldest trick in the book. It was to make the opponent expect something, whether it'd be consciously or subconsciously. It was a useful trick against fighting adversaries, especially to the non-magus ones. That should be a hit, the master magus muttered under his breath, looking at the dust-shrouded hallway. But as seconds passed by, he noticed something that made him furrow his eyebrows. The dragoness was still alive from his spell. Most master magus would have exploded into tiny bits when impacted by it, so the dragoness's survival was within his expectations. Nonetheless, it was unfortunate that the dragoness didn't immediately die from his spell, but she should be extremely injured by now. It shouldn't take long before he gets hold of his victory. Unfortunately for the master magus, though, he underestimated the dragoness. As the dust shrouding the hallway settled, Laplace stood in it without clear injuries. Although her clothing was wrecked beyond relief, her pale skin still maintained its beauty. That's a good strategy, Master Magus, but I have fought thousands of your kind since my inception. Such pitiful trickery does not work against me, Laplace expressed coldly. The physique of a dragon was the greatest of what was biologically capable. It was the apex of nature itself, and the limit of what was natural. There was a reason why dragons in every myth stood above all other than the heavens. I'll kill you, Laplace uttered with a commanding tone. The master magus realized that his opponent was now on the offensive. If he wanted to survive against her, he must unleash every defensive spell he had in his personnel. He couldn't continue his thoughts as Laplace appeared beside him and gave him a kick once again. It was the barrier of the master magus that faced her kick. Pang! Sadly, though, the barrier spell couldn't handle the power of her kick and break upon impact. Her foot continued to propel itself and hit another defensive spell. Tang! It broke in impact while several supportive defensive spells worked overtime to fight off the foot of the dragoness. It was then that her foot met his strongest defensive spell. It covered an inch over his body, making sure that it was impenetrable against attacks, but there was momentum even with blunt resistance. The vast force beyond the dragoness's kick was exponential. Bang! The master magus flew backward and into the marble wall at the end of the hallway. A small and somewhat humanoid crater was made on the wall while dust shrouded it. Your defensive spells are impressive, but far from enough, Laplace muttered while coolly walking towards the crater she had made with the master magus as the projectile. Meanwhile, the master magus felt his heart beating in terror. Death was slowly creeping up to him. If he wants to survive, he must withdraw. Ack! He coughed blood from his mouth and realized that his bones were broken. They were practically in pieces at the moment. Each second to him was akin to thousands of bees stinging his body. It was a painful experience. I need to get out of here, he quietly thought to himself while quietly activating a spatial transmission spell. Anywhere other than this place was enough, so he didn't specify a coordinate to increase his casting speed. However, it was saddening for the master magus. The dragoness was already in front of him with her pale hand slowly reaching out to his neck. When he noticed her hand heading to his neck, he felt intense fear taking over his heart. He was going to die, and he didn't want to. No matter how much he wanted to scream or beg for mercy, he simply couldn't. His body was broken beyond relief from the attack of the dragoness. Although his barrier made sure that none of her attacks got through, the power and force behind it was too much for his barrier to handle, throwing him to the wall with incredible force. My mana isn't working well. My mind is far from calm. The master magus wanted to curse out, but sadly couldn't. He could only watch with his barely conscious self as Laplace's warm fingers touched his neck. It was then his perception blacked out. He died. Laplace squished the neck of the master magus with her fingers and made sure to break his neck. Blood spurted outward. Some droplets splattered itself to her pale and gorgeous face, though the dragoness didn't seem bothered by it. It took some time, but she utterly crushed the bones of the master magus. With this, he shouldn't be able to resurrect himself with whatever strange spell he had in his arsenal. After all, there was nothing impossible when a magus was included in the equation. So, making sure that it would be impossible for them to resurrect was paramount. I guess this should be enough, Laplace softly mumbled to herself, while summoning an electrostatic to her fingers, causing the body of the master magus to be fried as high current passed through his veins. The scent of cooked meat slowly enveloped the air as the master magus slowly became a black-limped corpse. Lady Laplace, we have captured the entirety of the manor and terminated everyone except for the governor. Out of nowhere, a soldier saluted and reported the status of the mission to Laplace. Good work, I just finished here. Please find me a clean towel, Laplace smiled at the soldier while throwing the black and fried corpse onto the floor. Chapter 89. 089 War for Liberation Part 8. Colonial Governor Bang. In the hall of the luxurious manor, lightning flashed through its lavish windows. In the middle was the plantation governor tied on a chair with several dark-suited soldiers surrounding him. It was then he remembered the terrifying circumstances he found himself in. It all happened too fast out of nowhere. While he was going through the reports and the export of their plantation, a group of unknown individuals entered his office. His guards were immediately killed in mere seconds and couldn't react to the intrusion of these individuals or dark-suited soldiers. When all of his guards died, they didn't hesitate to pummel his face to his desk, knocking him out. It was then he found himself in this situation. The plantation governor felt his bloodied mouth and nose aching in pain. For an aristocrat like him, it was the first to be beaten in the face, and it didn't feel good for the man. After calming himself down, the governor observed his surroundings and noticed the corpses of his guards littered everywhere in the hall. He felt his stomach churning and wanted to puke, but none would escape his mouth as he could only cough in disgust. What did you do? Why have you attacked us? The plantation governor questioned the dark-suited soldiers. Sadly for him, none of them gave him their attention. They kept their silence, acting as though they hadn't heard his words. You have attacked an aristocrat of the Albion Empire. You will pay for this. If you don't free me at this moment, I'll be willing to lower your punishment, he cried out. But like before, none of the soldiers paid him any heed. He felt madness and anger seeping into his mind. He wanted to tear these bastards apart and make them pay for what they had done to a distinguished man like him. I have a magus in my command. The moment he finds out before the plantation governor could continue, he could hear someone lightly taking the staircase. Each step echoed throughout the hall, and soon he saw her, a gorgeous white-haired lady with unrivaled beauty. None of the noble ladies back in his homeland could rival her. However, even though she seemed to appear like the goddess of beauty, the governor felt a horrifying feeling inside his heart. It was as though a demon had descended before him. Oh, what would happen if he finds out? The gorgeous white-haired lady questioned with a graceful smile. The governor wanted to respond with unimpeded loyalty, but when he noticed the tail and horns on the lady's body, he finally realized who she was and felt the entire being of his body tremble. Dragoness, oh, how are you here? What has this colony done to you? Why have you set your sights on this random island? The plantation governor couldn't understand. Servuserator was an unimportant colony. Even with the slaves working inside of it, there were more problematic colonies with thousands more slaves than his plantation colony. Why here? I guess there's no reason other than your colony being nearer to us, Laplace replied with a sly smile as she continued descending from the opulent marble staircase. US? The plantation governor noticed a word within the dragoness's response that made everything worse. After all, it made him realize that they were being invaded. But why exactly? Nearer? That wasn't a good reason to waste resources trying to conquer a plantation colony unless they want the arable land. Although somewhat lower in importance compared to other colonies in the sea region of Terra, the plantation colony still produced almost a third of the food export of the colonial dominion. The effects in the colonial dominion when the plantation colony gets conquered would be devastating. Although it wouldn't affect the military power of the colonial dominion, it would cause civil unrest across all colonies in the sea region. I see you are invading this colony, but you won't be able to do it without paying a price. The Principitus Humanum fleet will take a visit the moment it learns of Servuserator's fall. You wouldn't be able to survive their complete firepower, the plantation governor expressed to the dragoness with an ironic smile. Laplace reached the hall of the manor and kept a soothing smile on her face. The fleet of Principitus Humanum was among the fleets she had almost destroyed in the frontier. Expansionary fleets of humanity that she had destroyed could be counted on more than 2 fingers. The blood in her hands, whether it be from the magus, war masters, wyvern riders, or captains of various fleets, was thick. She had slain thousands of them with her claws and could slay thousands more. She was the dragoness of the frontier, one of the 4 primal beast deities of the revolting tide. Now, however, things were different. She wasn't part of the revolting tide anymore. Instead, she had become a member of the United Navy, one of the lieutenants under the authority of the fleet admiral. Becoming a grunt was something Laplace never thought she would become, but it was the greatest choice she had ever made. She simply needed to follow orders, nothing more, nothing less. At any rate, the dragoness had never felt as relaxed until she met Abraham. He presented a path to her, a great one. Naturally, she would be thankful for it. He had also given her another goal, protecting the freedom of all sapient life, a goal greater than everything she had thought of. It must be accomplished, no matter what. Your fleets were nothing more than prey to me in the frontier. The moment I see them, I would have destroyed them without hesitation, Laplace muttered to the plantation governor and walked closer to him. But things are different now. I'm not fighting for revenge. hatred, and anger, I'll still destroy you. Of course, but for different reasons. She maintained her graceful smile and continued. Your fleets, I will sink them not because they are a part of the colonial dominion or humanity, but because they stand in the way of the United Navy and its goals. She reached her hand out to the governor's neck. The governor felt his spine shiver in terror, his muscles tensed as he watched the pale hand. Reaching out to his neck, he knew he would die the moment it touched him, so he felt horrified. However, you still have your uses as the governor of this colony. You're not dying until you fulfill it. Laplace tilted her head and smiled at the governor. The governor felt his heart sink into his chest. It was as though he had escaped an execution. He was sure that he would have died at that moment, but it appears that fate had something else in store for him. No, they had something else in store for him. He watched as the white-haired dragoness walked past him and headed towards where one of the dark-suited soldiers stood. Is the manor and its surroundings clear? Laplace calmly inquired. The one in front of her was the second in command of the Special Response Unit, practically Laplace's second hand. Lady Laplace, the manor has been cleared inside and out. The surrounding 500 meters should have no one alive other than us, the dark-suited soldier uttered with a soft but calm voice. She was one of the beastfolk's refugees that the dragoness had trained, a beastfolk from the lycanthrope tribe, wolf beastfolks that could transform themselves into humans. With her abilities as a lycan and her incredible intellect, it didn't take long before she landed the spot as the second in command of the Special Response Unit. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Mercedes. Laplace nodded in satisfaction as she had already confirmed the situation with her own senses. It was good that her subordinates could efficiently assess the situation by themselves without mistakes. Have you sent information about the capture of the plantation, Governor? She asked as the success of the mission needed to be relayed to other task forces. I have also sent the confirmation to our task forces. Lady Laplace. Alpha Vanguard Task Force has accepted the transmission and responded. They have already raided an armory, and the Minikins are now starting a rebellion, Mercedes calmly reported to the dragoness. What about the Bravo Task Force? Laplace questioned, wondering what the other task force was doing in the eastern part of the island. Well, Point B has been completely cleared by the Bravo Vanguard Task Force. They are moving inward to eliminate eastern armories, barracks, and free more Minikins. Mercedes softly responded to the dragoness's question. Laplace nodded in understanding and realized that the rebellion was now in full swing. The final target would be Point A, the designated landing location of the Liberation Force. But it would be heavily defended, like the town of Servuzerator. Have you heard about what should be done with the town? She inquired to her second in command. Mercedes glanced at her boss before replying. The landing force will be handling the town. The High Command simply wants us to butter up the defenses of the island. Oh? Does that mean I can destroy things without holding back? Laplace felt excitement seeping into her heart. The thought of destroying an island gave nostalgia to her mind. No, the fleet admiral has forbidden you from doing more than what was ordered. The infrastructure of the island must be maintained as the United Navy will be occupying it. Mercedes shot down the idea of the dragoness without any mercy. But Laplace looked at her second in command with a pleading expression. However, it didn't work. No. Chapter 90. 090 War for Liberation Part 9. History long gone in the port of Servuzerator was a battleship part of the expansionary fleet of Principitus Humanum. The warship was sent to guard the waters of the plantation colony and protect it from enemy forces. Bang! Thunder cracked and flashed throughout the stormy dark skies. The winds surged in and out, bringing about echoing creaks from welded wood. The tides were rough and volatile as waves desired to consume those who dared to sail its seas. Deep inside the battleship were the captain's quarters, where the war master and captain of the warship sat before each other with sake between their fingers. They were drinking as the storm ravaged their surroundings. I can't believe that they sent us alone to this plantation colony, the war master complained while placing his luxurious cup on the desk. We weren't meant to be alone. It's just that the storm is halting the fleet from teleporting into the nearby waters of the port. I'm sure you already know yourself how much of a bad idea it is to use a spatial transmission spell in the middle of a storm. The captain expressed to the War Master and took a sip from his cup despite wanting to waste away his mind and enjoy the moment. The news about the upcoming war didn't make him feel good. I know no one wants to get their ship accidentally split in half. The War Master sighed as he understood that he was trying to ask for the impossible. What do you think about the upcoming war? The captain opened up the subject. Regarding the upcoming war, the War Master raised his eyebrow, since he'd rather not talk about it. But since the captain seems interested, he'll have to entertain the guy. Besides, he was also a bit interested in the news. The fleet commander got paralyzed by the dragoness, right? Not even a recovery spell could help him. He's practically lying in the bed with War Master Theodore transmitting orders through Magicraft. In all honesty, The upcoming war is a piece of bad news. We just returned from the frontier, and should be in Europa by now. Wasting our time in this sea region doesn't feel good no matter how much you think about it. The War Master wasn't in agreement when they had decided to anchor themselves in the sea region of Terra. Their job had concluded in the frontier. What the hell were they staying in this sea for? I understand your statement. I'm sure many thought the same, but have you remembered why we were returning to Europa? The captain questioned and drank his sake. The War Master raised an eyebrow as he understood what the captain meant. Although he was new as a War Master and was far from a veteran, he wasn't ignorant of history. You mean the time when almost the entirety of the fleet was sunk by the Dragoness? The War Master uttered, and the captain nodded before giving his response. You were right about most of the ship getting sunk, but have you ever wondered how much of the fleet sunk? The captain whispered and took another sip of sake. Through the words of the captain, the War Master became curious about the real story of what had happened. The only thing he knew was the great sinking of Principitus Humanum. Almost all battleships were sunk and over 50% of the crew drowned. Well, you look curious. The fleet of Principitus Humanum was unstoppable in the frontier with hundreds of battleships in its banner. Even beastfolk kingdoms would have to ally themselves with one another to contend with the fleet. But it all changed on the destined day. The dragon of the revolting tide attacked the island where the Principitus Humanum was anchored. The seas burned, the storms ravaged, and the island crumbled. While explaining to the War Master, the captain remembered the time when one of the survivors told him about what actually happened. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. But after searching through the frontier for answers, it was the truth. The dragon massacred everyone and everything. Its roar resounded with the lightning as thousands of Magus tried to fight back against the sinking island, but its scales were too thick for their spells to penetrate. The War Masters tried using spatial transmission despite being amidst a turbulent storm. This resulted in their battleships being distorted into damnation, causing everyone in it to die. During that time, Captain Stoltz and War Master Theodore were young. They were like you and me. Just the usual personnel of the Navy. The capital ship, Everlasting Sun, was but an undecorated battleship. It didn't even have the name Everlasting Sun in its hull. Do you know the reason why they were promoted to become the fleet commander and the leading War Master of Principitus Humanum respectively? It isn't because they vanquished the dragon of the revolting tide. No, it was the opposite. They survived the disaster, sailing on a broken battleship with 25 remaining crews of the fleet Principitus Humanum, and so they were promoted to the echelons of the fleet. After all, no one was left other than them. The great sinking of the Principitus Humanum was what it was called. Many of the facts were distorted, and the numbers of those that survived were exponentially increased. But have you not realized that only the fleet commander and his War Master have a history with the dragon? There's no veteran left in the fleet. Even the oldest ones, other than the two, were transferred into the fleet after the disaster. One of the survivors of the disaster told me this story. I thought I wouldn't speak of it, or even think of it ever again, but with how things are going, I just can't stop it from getting brought up inside my mind. The captain clenched his fist in annoyance. He wanted to throw his cup away, but stopped himself from doing so. The War Master felt astounded by what the captain had told him. To think that the Principitus Humanum got into a tragedy that destroyed all of its battleships except one, and the fact that they will be fighting against the perpetrator. Is that why you're nervous? The War Master questioned, and the captain simply looked at him for a second, not answering his question. It's not like he didn't understand why the captain was nervous. After all, if everything from what he had told was entirely true, they would be creeping to their graveyard the more they played with the dragoness. It seems that we are unfortunate. The War Master stopped drinking his sake and sighed. Retirement was in sight, and death was along with it. Do you want a dessert? He asked the captain, who shook his head. Desertion was out of the question. The moment it was discovered they deserted, they would be hunted down throughout the world as criminals of the state. We have no choice but to fight, even against the destroyer itself, the captain muttered and drank his last cup of sake. The door to his quarters swiftly opened as his first mate ran towards his desk with anxiousness. Captain, there's a report. The captain furrowed his eyebrows after hearing what the first mate had said. The anxiousness of his first mate portrayed the seriousness of the situation. What happened? The War Master inquired while sobering himself from the sake. A troublesome situation had sprung up, and they needed to handle it. The first mate calmed himself down before answering the two in front of him. Captain, the slaves have rebelled, he reported to the captain, who was somewhat confused. What does a slave rebellion have to do with them? Shouldn't the local garrison be able to handle it? The garrison of this colony can handle the rebellion, the War Master uttered, and felt as though his time was wasted by useless anxiousness. It's not that simple. War Master, various armories have been blown up. The fortifications on the eastern side of the island are not responding to any of our transmissions, and most of all, we lost contact with the governor's manor. The first mate explained, and the two finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was a revolution, something that the local garrison wouldn't be able to handle. Not only that, a revolution can only emerge with the aid of outsiders. What part of the garrison can we contact? The captain questioned the first mate, who swiftly answered, the western fortification in the town of Servuzerator. Captain, half of the island had already fallen, and they didn't have contact with the governor. They would have to consolidate power and make sure that the colony doesn't fall to the slaves. Tisk! The war master clicked his tongue, and the captain immediately noticed. He wondered why the war master seemed annoyed while holding a runic communicator. The war master noticed his curiosity and remarked, I lost communication with the master Magus in the manner that only means one thing. The war master furrowed his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. After all, why does it have to be them? We are being invaded by the United Navy. They are planning to liberate the plantation colony of Servuzerator. With the war master's confirmation, the captain and first mate realized that all hell had been let loose. Wait, wouldn't that mean, as the captain thought of the United Navy, he realized something even more crucial in the subject? Yes, you're right, she's here. The dragon of the revolting tide is participating in the liberation. The war master felt his spine unconsciously shiver from the things that could happen to him in the near future. Death was creeping in. Chapter 91. 091 War for Liberation Part 10. Strategic strike. Amidst the weakening storm, the port of Dawn was brimming with activities from the naval personnel scattered throughout several docks, and such docks were various warships of the United Navy anchored, preparing for the upcoming liberation of a colony. Deep inside the command center of the port of Dawn, Abraham stood in the strategic command room along with various intelligence officers and radio operators. A couple of hours had passed since the beginning of Operation Phantom Liberation. Since then, the United Navy has been hearing incoming reports about the operation. 40% of the island is under the control of the rebels? Abraham raised an eyebrow, as he didn't expect the operation to be extremely swift. At the very least, he thought that there would be some resistance, but from the looks of it, the rebels and the infiltrators were steamrolling the local military of the colony. Under the guidance of our task forces, the rebels managed to free more of their people, and many of the armories scattered throughout the island's interior were destroyed. The fortifications of the west have also fallen, and the governor's manor has been captured. The intelligence officer calmly reported to the fleet admiral. Understanding the words of the intelligence officer, Abraham was somewhat surprised. It seems that he had underestimated the abilities of his subordinates and overestimated his enemies. But going through the report, he noticed the governor's manor being captured. The first operation of the Special Vanguard Task Force was also a success. The only thing he hoped was that Laplace would follow through with the plan. At any rate, Operation Phantom Liberation was in full swing. It was about to reach its last phase, and the United Navy must be there to enact it. With this in mind, Abraham glanced at Vice Admiral Charlotte, who was managing the preparation of the warships. Charlotte, when will the preparation be completed? He calmly inquired about the Vice Admiral. Charlotte raised his eyebrows and looked at him before responding. We need half an hour to set sail. Besides, the storm must further weaken before the fleet heads toward the plantation colony, Charlotte uttered and continued with her job. The storm was not only problematic for the battleships of Principitus Humanum, it was also troublesome for the warships of the United Navy. While they could sail through the stormy seas, it would cause maintainable problems for the utility personnel. Many ships would probably spend their time in the docks after getting repaired from whatever effects the storm brought to them. I see. Can we assist the task forces from here? Abraham wanted to know whether or not they could help their forces deep inside enemy lines. Vice Admiral Charlotte stopped what she was doing and stared at the fleet admiral for a second. She then nodded to herself and answered his question. Yes, we can assist the task forces in the plantation colony. We can send strategic strikes to their location, but only when the designated target is fully confirmed. She wasn't against assisting their forces, but each strategic strike must be done with care. Otherwise, unneeded casualties would emerge. Collateral damage was the bane of everywhere. After all, the only thing it did was fuel hate and make the war bloodier than ever before. I am in agreement with that. Abraham agreed with the words of the Vice Admiral. They simply couldn't send out strategic sites to designated targets without various confirmations. They must lessen the casualties of the war and make sure no civilians would get hurt. But he understood that such a thing was something complicated to do, and he had no idea how to effectively do it. What's more troublesome was that they would be besieging the town of Servuzerator the moment they made their landing. And who knows whether the colonists inside the town would peacefully surrender or fight to the death. The answer would only emerge once the siege begins. Until then, he could only uselessly speculate inside his mind. Send a transmission to the task forces. Tell them that we can send out strategic strikes during the operation, but only through these specified requirements. I don't want to shoot a missile at some random building because of suspected military occupation. Abraham uttered to his intelligence officers. who nodded and relayed his orders to the radio operators. It shouldn't take long before the task forces in the field become aware of their capabilities to send out a strategic sight. Well, the Alpha Vanguard Task Force and Bravo Vanguard Task Force might need it, though I can't say the same for the Special Vanguard Task Force, Abraham muttered under his breath. With Laplace leading the Special Task Force, it was akin to having a mobile fortress walking beside them. There should be no problems with their operations. Meanwhile, in the interior of the plantation colony, Survuserator, the Alpha Vanguard Task Force led by First Lieutenant Campbell, was observing an enemy barracks brimming with soldiers. They were approximately 2 kilometers from the target and were thinking about whether they should attack the barracks or avoid it. There should be over 300 soldiers. In the barracks, sir, one of the Marines reported with a binocular in his hands. Beside him was none other than First Lieutenant Campbell, the leader of the Alpha Vanguard Task Force. He raised his eyebrows after hearing the words of his subordinate. It seems that the numbers manning the barracks were too much than what they could handle. Even with the help of the Minikins, it would be bloodshed if they dared to raid the barracks. It's heavily defended with various guard posts throughout the area. Infiltration will be impossible, as they are on high alert. They must have realized the current circumstances of the plantation colony, Campbell muttered under his breath and continued. Our enemies are prepared, and our only advantage has been lost with the capture of the governor's manor and the loss of the eastern side of the island. They must fortify themselves for what is to come. What the first lieutenant meant was somewhat obvious. Xia Theta, trying to raid the barracks was foolish. They would have to halt their advancement and instead focus on the destruction of the Point A fortifications. Are you having trouble, Sir Campbell? A rough voice escaped the darkness as a giant Minikin emerged from it. It was Espada, the war chief of the Minikin tribe. He had been assisting the task force in destroying armories and liberating more of his kind. He thought that it wouldn't take long before they reached the shore. But it seemed that a problem had emerged. The barracks before us is heavily fortified. We will be changing our targets. First Lieutenant Campbell didn't hesitate to inform the Minikin. Espada has already proved himself to the task force as a valuable asset. His knowledge, fighting capabilities, and capabilities as a strategist weren't to be underestimated. Even if the barracks are heavily defended, we need to defeat them, as they hold most of the weapons other than the town of Survuserator and the western fortification line. If we don't take down the barracks, then destroying the armories would be of no use. While Espada understood that the liberators didn't want to take a risk, it was something they needed to take for victory. If they don't, the battle would be harder and victory would become unattainable. Hearing the words of the giant Minikin, Campbell was in silence as he understood that it was the truth. The stored armaments of the barracks were enough to rival all of the armories they had destroyed. In simpler terms, its destruction was vital. Nonetheless, Campbell didn't want to take unnecessary casualties. Besides, the barracks weren't on their list of targets. The Spear of Longinus should be able to handle it later on. However, before he could give a response to Espada, a Marine came up with an important report. Sir, the command center has sent a transmission, the Marine reported with a serious tone. The first lieutenant raised his eyebrows, wondering what the high command wanted. On the other hand, Espada felt curious as he wanted to know what this command center was. Perhaps this must be the place where the leaders of the United Navy were staying. What's the transmission? Campbell questioned, and the Marine swiftly responded. Strategic Sierra has been opened by the Fleet Admiral. If we desire to do so, we must confirm the coordinates of the designated Tango and send detailed status about it. When he heard the words of his men, Campbell was somewhat astounded to think that their fleet admiral would open for a strategic strike. But this was a piece of good news. There was finally a way to defeat the barracks before them. Affirmative. Contact the command center, transmit them the coordinates and their detailed status. An incendiary missile should be enough for the target, Campbell ordered his subordinate, who nodded in understanding. The Marine immediately contacted the command center and sent the exact coordinates of the designated Tango. Afterward, the detailed status was sent. It shouldn't take long before a reply comes. And it did. 5 seconds later, the designated Tango was confirmed. Sir, Strategic Sierra has been confirmed. The Marine reported to the first lieutenant. Campbell felt elated inside his heart, while the giant Minikin felt confused as to what they were talking about. Sir Campbell, what is this Strategic Sierra all about? Espada questioned with his rough voice. Campbell didn't answer and simply pointed at the barracks. Dozens of seconds passed, and a shooting star appeared out of nowhere. It flew at incredible speeds and landed directly at the barracks. What followed was the sunrise. Chapter 92. 092 War for Liberation Part 11. Destruction in the interior of the plantation colony, Survuserator. Amidst the weakening storm of the fading night, a crimson radiance gleamed over the land. Turbulent flames shrouded the black plains with a fiery light, threatening to consume all. It was a horrifying sight to see, akin to a scene from hell itself. Within the all-devouring fire, rubbles of a building stood with wreckage and ashes surrounding it. It was none other than the central barracks of Survuserator. It was the final line of defense, separating the central and the western sides of the island with its devastation. The rebellion was free to expand its tendrils to the west. "So that is the Sierra strike," horrifying Espada mumbled under his breath, while gazing upon the destruction brought about by the United Navy in a mere instant. A formidable fortress became a crimson hell. It was the first for Espada to see such power firsthand, even though he had heard rumors about godlike humans. It was different to see a heaven-defying power personally for some reason. It gave him a sense of dread, despair, hopelessness, and fear. Fortunately for the beast folk, though at the very least, these humans from the United Navy were on their side, not against them otherwise. No matter how much Minikins they fill into the rebellion, it would be instantly destroyed in one single moment. Now that we have taken care of the barracks, we should be free to head towards the western fortification in Point A. First Lieutenant Campbell stopped observing the Inferno stranded in the night and wanted to continue their mission. "How many clicks do we have to go through before reaching our target?" Campbell questioned his subordinates, as they had a time limit until the arrival of the Spear of Longinus. "There should be 70 clicks in the distance. Sir, Point A is in the far reach of the western side. It should take a couple of hours until we reach the designated target," the Marine explained to the first lieutenant, who nodded in understanding. "All right, let's go and not waste time. We don't want the landing to be unknowingly delayed." First Lieutenant Campbell slowly walked out of their position, headed towards the far west. The Marines followed their first lieutenant, while Espada only glanced at them. His sight never left the fiery inferno, as he wanted to ingrain such power inside his mind. After taking his time, Espada finally turned his attention to the leaving Marines, and followed. There was still a liberation that needed to be done. As the group walked through the plains and near the devastation, they could feel the warmth of the inferno not so far from them. Espada watched the flames with interest, trying to find something from them, but it was at this moment he realized something crucial. The giant Minikin noticed that no bodies of the guards could be seen. There was nothing other than fire. There were no armors to honor, corpses to respect, and any remains that could be cried upon. It was tragic, but the giant Minikin wasn't affected by it. He would have done the same if he had the power to do so. The group walked past the devastated barracks and continued on their journey westward. While walking along the plantation, the giant Minikin noticed a lone wooden carriage. Espada looked at it for a second before an idea emerged inside his mind. "Sir Campbell, do you desire transportation?" Espada inquired of the first lieutenant, who was leading the Alpha Vanguard task force. Campbell stopped walking and looked back at the giant Minikin with a raised eyebrow. He wondered what Espada was trying to say or do. He then noticed the giant Minikin looking in a certain direction. The first lieutenant followed Espada's eyes and saw a lone wooden carriage. It was then he realized what the giant Minikin meant. "Are you sure you wish to do so?" Campbell questioned, since the capabilities of the Minikin to easily drag carriages and plows were the primary reasons for their enslavement. It would be strange for the Alpha Vanguard task force to demand such actions from recently liberated slaves. Fortunately for the task force, though Espada was a rational Minikin who was willing to set grievances aside to do the job, regardless of his personal thoughts about being used as transportation or a tool, there was something that he needed to do, and that was to liberate. The faster the Alpha Vanguard task force reached the west, the better their chances of victory and liberation would be. It was simple logic. "If I have to, for the sake of liberation, I shall do so. This isn't the time to let feelings take over one's decisions," Espada responded to the first lieutenant with his rough voice. Hearing the determined words of the giant Minikin, First Lieutenant Campbell had no choice but to accept the offer. He glanced at his men and ordered them to head to the wooden carriage. "Get in that wooden carriage. Our ally Espada will be helping us with transport." Following his orders, the Marines swiftly got into the wooden carriage. As Espada walked in front of it, he saw the ropes tied to the wooden carriage and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. For all him to think that he would be offering humans to get transported by him. A lot has changed in the darkness of the night. Whether it was good or not remains to be seen. "I can't believe this," he quietly thought to himself, though a smile slightly emerged from his thick lips. With all of the Marines inside the wooden carriage, the giant Minikin began pulling it and rushing onward. The wooden carriage shook as the Marines held on tightly to its railings. In mere seconds, they began moving at over 70 kilometers per hour. It was pretty fast when compared to the usual carriages. Through the speed they had, it shouldn't take long before they reached their destination. Meanwhile, in the governor's manor somewhere in the interior of the plantation, Mercedes walked towards Laplace, who was lounging on one of the pillars in the hall. She turned her head upward and saluted the dragoness before reporting the news from outside. The Bravo Vanguard Task Force has almost liberated the eastern side of the island. On the other hand, the Alpha Vanguard Task Force is nearing the western fortification, Mercedes softly uttered, while the dragoness maintained her uncaring expression. Though she remained aloof on the outside, the dragoness had thoughts on the inside. "It looks like Operation Phantom Liberation is nearing its completion. News from the Port of Dawn has also come up. The Spear of Longinus has set sail. and it shouldn't take long before they arrived near the shores of the island. To think that an entire island could be conquered in less than a day if it was through the revolting tide. This plantation would cost them over a week and thousands of lives. I wasn't wrong in joining them, Laplace thought to herself as the edges of her lips slightly rose, but before she could enjoy her time atop the pillar, her eyebrows rose as she noticed something. Mercedes's wolf ears also straightened and pointed toward a particular direction. She looked at the dragoness's cold eyes and realized what was to come. Enemies have sent their reinforcements. Lady Laplace, there should be about 200 of them, heading towards the manor. Do you want us to handle it? Mercedes inquired, wanting to know the dragoness's answers. Laplace thought about it for a short while before shaking her head. It would be a waste of time and annoyance if she decided to let her subordinates handle the reinforcing army from the outside. I'll handle it, Mercedes, Laplace uttered with a soft yet commanding tone. She slowly stood up from the massive marble pillar and stretched her limbs. It seems that they don't understand who they are fighting against. Their formation is tight. A perfect target for a blast, she remarked while her golden irises glowed with dimmed radiance. After stretching her body, the dragoness disappeared from the spot, leaving the hall behind. Mercedes could only watch and sigh at the display of power, even though she believed that her lady was a beastfolk. Like her, the difference between a beastfolk and a deity was still significant. Lady Laplace should be able to handle it, the second-in-command muttered silently while gazing through the windows where a massacre would soon emerge. Outside of the manor, Laplace stood on the rooftop with her gaze pointing at the approaching reinforcing army. It seems that they came from the town and were trying to take back the manor from what they presume is rebels. With the amount of soldiers they had, any rebellion would have been crushed beneath their feet. Unfortunately for them, though the United Navy was involved, along with herself. Let's start using my newly gained blessings. Laplace grinned as electrostatics escaped the confines of her body. They surged outside like a wave, causing lightning to crack in the heavens. Bang! The entirety of the manor and its surroundings flashed its radiance, unveiled the incoming army of reinforcements heading towards her direction. She looked at them with a cold expression and ordered the heavens above, strike them down. Don't leave anything or anyone behind. Her words roared throughout the night skies, causing dozens of lightning bolts to crackle in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The thunder shrouded the entirety of the night skies, setting the night ablaze with unrivaled brilliance. The soldiers of the reinforcing army could only look up as hundreds of lightning bolts descended from the dark heavens. Chapter 93. 093 War for Liberation Part 12. Rebellion in the port of the town. Cervuserator, the expansionary battleship of the fleet Principitus Humanum, was docked with various men going in and out of the ship. A tense atmosphere was in the air as the golden sun slowly rose from the lines of the boundless horizon. Approximately several hours ago, unknown adversaries infiltrated the plantation colony of Cervuserator. They liberated several plantations and destroyed various armories in the east. The governor's manor has also been captured, causing chaos in the command chain of the island at the moment. The captain of the expansionary battleship was taking command over the garrisons of the town. Cervuserator. Sir, grave news has been received from the reinforcing army. One of the guards reported to the captain, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. He wondered what the guard meant about the reinforcing army. He had never heard of such a thing. What do you mean by reinforcing army? When did I order such a thing? The captain questioned the guard, who became anxious about the captain's scrutinizing gaze. Before you took command, we were ordered to recapture the seized manor. Surrounding garrisons from various barracks in the West Reach were sent to the manor for reinforcement, the guard reported as calmly as possible. He could see the changing emotions of the captain and understood that the commander wasn't happy with the news. I see. Well, then let's hear this report of yours. The captain furrowed his eyebrows and barely contained his anger. Instead of fortifying what could be defended, these ignorant bastards went on the offensive instead. This wasn't merely a rebellion, but an invasion. If they desired to survive this precarious circumstance of theirs, they had to hunker them and wait for the reinforcing battleships of the expansionary fleet. This was the only path to their survival. The guard couldn't respond as dozens of worried thoughts surged inside his mind, but he soon regained his determination and reported the truth to the captain. The reinforcing army of hundreds of men had been lost. An unknown storm appeared out of nowhere and launched hundreds of lightning bolts to the ground. They couldn't even lay their arms or scream from pain. They died in an instant, their bodies fried to crisp by the heathen's wrath. The more the captain heard of the guard's words, the more worried he became. His anxiousness wasn't out of place, as it practically solidified the possibility of the dragoness being on the island. If she was, no matter how much they hunkered down and prepare their defenses, they would be defeated and bloodshed would occur. May their souls be blessed by the goddess of magicraft. The captain sighed and uttered to the guard he wasn't part of the garrison, so it was hard to relate to the men lost in the field. However, It was different for the garrison stationed in the town. They were familiar to one another, making each death painful to each other. The guard didn't respond to the captain as he realized that reality hadn't set in for him. It wasn't a mere army that was destroyed, it was hundreds from the garrison, massacred to damnation. The captain walked past the guard and walked towards the command tent of the garrison. As he walked inside, he saw the war master and several knights discussing their strategies. "Have you heard about the news from the reinforcing army?" The captain questioned. While the war master didn't utter a reply, it seems that he was already aware. "By the time we were aware of their deployment, it was already too late. The dragoness had massacred them." After a short while, the war master spoke to the captain. "It's a tragedy." The captain nodded in understanding and stood amongst the discussing leaders of what remained on the western side of the island. It took some time, but the discussion continued. "The east has already fallen into the hands of the rebels. We have no remaining garrisons inside of it. Not only that, but there's news about a wave of rebels heading westward. They are probably planning to besiege Servuserator." "What about the barracks separating the central and the west? What happened to it?" one of the knights inquired, as the barracks was of importance. "We haven't heard much news about it. The last thing we heard about the barracks was the appearance of an inferno and its location. It gleamed radiantly into the horizon, making it visible to our scouts." "Is it the dragoness?" A knight questioned whether or not it was the dragoness that turned the barracks of the west into a crimson inferno. "I don't think so. The dragoness is lounging in the manor, probably imprisoning the governor as hostage," the war master explained to the knights. The knights raised their eyebrows as they were somewhat surprised to hear his words. "The governor is still alive?" one of them questioned. Since they had already thought of the governor's head falling into enemy hands, it was astounding to hear that he was still alive. "Yaro. Naturally, of course, otherwise the dragoness wouldn't have been lounging in the manor if the governor died. She would have made her landing into this town." The war master continued to express his thoughts. "That makes sense, but why? Why would the dragoness keep the governor alive as a hostage?" Another knight questioned the war master. Hearing it, could only shake his head. He was also confused as to why the governor was still alive if it was any other force. The governor's head would have been separated from his body the moment he was captured. "I have no idea. Ever since the dragoness made landfall in this sea, she had been acting strange. Not only that, but a strange organization of traitors has also become acquainted with her," the war master expounded to the knights. "It might be because of them she's acting strange." "What is this organization, Sir War Master?" a knight questioned, wanting to know the name of the traitorous organization. "They call themselves the United Navy, primarily composed of traitorous humans who seek the foolish ideal of freedom for all. We asked for their surrender under the banner of humanity, but they sought to rebel instead. None of them even have mana, making them subhumans at best, practically heretics." These were what the Magus Tower thought about the hidden force known as the United Navy. Nothing more but arrogant heretics who were reliant on their technology. When the knights heard of the war master's words, they felt nothing more than hatred for the arrogant lower humans who dared to not follow the demands of humanity. It made them wish for the destruction of such an organization. "They must be the ones liberating the Minikins and starting the rebellion on this island," one of the knights realized, which the war master nodded in agreement. He had the same thoughts. The rebellion of Servuserator didn't emerge out of nowhere. Instead, they were done by the heretics of humanity, the United Navy. "I thought the same when I first heard of the insurrection. It is primarily why the expansionary battleship is anchored into this island. We must not let them prevail," the war master uttered with confidence.